The world of zombies, beginning with a golden spell at maximum level. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51, Fighting Master Lin Kaiyun. Be careful. Lin Kaiyun didn't think too much, and rushed out to hug King, who was about to fall. King was stunned for a moment, still a little frightened. She looked down at Lin Kaiyun's hands on her chest and shouted, "Ah! Molestation." Hearing this, Lin Kaiyun hurriedly explained, "Miss King, you misunderstood. I saw you fall and wanted to help you." King was not willing to listen to Lin Kaiyun's explanation. She pulled Lin Kaiyun's hand and tried to break free, but she was a little girl and didn't have much strength. As a result, the more she struggled, the more wrong her posture became. She blushed and cried, "Rogue, molestation. Master, save me." Lin Kaiyun was also a little confused by King's series of actions. He was about to let go, but King grabbed his hand, and then turned around in his arms, and then cried and shouted for help. Women's hearts are like needles in the sea, which is really hard to understand. He quickly covered King's mouth and advised, "Miss King, don't shout, don't shout, I'll explain to you." Lin Kaiyun didn't want others to hear this shouting, otherwise he couldn't wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River, especially Taoist Simu, who would definitely make fun of him even more. Woo! King couldn't make any sound, staring at Lin Kaiyun helplessly. Her eyes were already red. This made Lin Kaiyun a little moved. His behavior seemed to be particularly suitable for a thief who broke into the house and bullied a girl. Fortunately, Master Yixi was not at home, otherwise he would definitely fight him to death if he saw him. "King, were you calling me just now?" At this time, a man's voice came. The voice was deep and heavy, full of energy. "It's bad, Master Yixi is back. He is really a crow's mouth, and whatever he thinks comes true." When Lin Kaiyun heard this voice, he knew that Master Yixi was back. "King, look, Master has collected a lot of herbs, including a centipede grass that is 100 years old. I can prepare the materials for your medicinal bath tonight." Master Yixi came to the door of the bedroom with a bamboo basket in his hand, and his voice was full of surprise. He just happened to see this scene. A strange man hugged King and covered her mouth. "Woo woo!" King saw Master Yixi, pried Lin Kaiyun's hand, and struggled. "Bold thief!" Master Yixi was furious, threw the bamboo basket at Lin Kaiyun, stepped in front of Lin Kaiyun, grabbed Lin Kaiyun's arm, and with hidden strength in his hand, pulled Lin Kaiyun up, and threw him over his shoulder behind him. "Master Yixi, Before Lin Kaiyun could explain, he was thrown over his shoulder by Master Yixi. He adjusted himself in the air, as if he was stepping on a cloud, and landed lightly on the ground. "Master Yixi, listen to me, if you want to repent, you have to wait until I teach you a lesson." Master Yixi saw that Lin Kaiyun had resolved his attack, and he knew that Lin Kaiyun was also a martial artist, so he launched a more fierce attack. Lin Kaiyun saw Master Yixi rushing over, and knew that there was no chance to explain now, so he had to fight first. He stretched out one hand, posed a standard posture of Maoshan physical training, and waited for Master Yixi to approach. Maoshan? It must be the order of that stinky Taoist priest Simu. Master Yixi saw Lin Kaiyun's actions and naturally associated it. He swung down with one arm, and his arm was like a weapon, smashing down at Lin Kaiyun. Lin Kaiyun's eyes were focused, and he blocked Master Yixi's attack with one hand. He only felt a huge force, and his body squatted down uncontrollably, and the floor under his feet sank. Damn, what a great force! He had obviously underestimated Master Yixi's strength before, and now he put his hands together to barely withstand the smash. Master Yixi shouted, and his two arms danced like double halberds. Lin Kaiyun's strength was obviously inferior to Master Yixi's. He knew that he would suffer if he resisted head-on, so he was forced to retreat again and again. Master Yixi's attacks were wide, and seemed to be full of flaws. Every time he attacked, he forced Lin Kaiyun out of a position where he could hide him. Although Master Yixi's attacks were fierce, Lin Kaiyun relied on the ghost shadow to resolve the attacks again and again, while thinking about how to counterattack. Amitabha, Master Yixi chanted Buddhist scriptures, and his body suddenly paused. He stretched out one hand, and a huge Buddha's hand appeared out of thin air, grabbed Lin Kaiyun, and bound him tightly. He clasped his hands together, walked gradually towards Lin Kaiyun, and said calmly, "Anyway, you are also from Maotian, so I am not using my power to bully you. After I teach you a lesson, I will let that stinky Taoist priest Simu come and lead the people." Lin Kaiyun tried the Buddha's hand that bound him, and knew that he could not escape by relying on his physical strength, but he did not look panicked at all, and smiled. "Master Kaiyun, are you sure you can defeat me, Amitabha? Even if Taoist priest Simu comes and is bound by my Buddha's hand, it will take a lot of effort for him to break free." Master Kaiyun was very confident about this. He was a disciple of the Zen temple and had practiced Buddhism for decades, with a pure and profound Buddhist knowledge. He took out a pair of wooden fish, sat cross-legged beside Lin Kaiyun, and said, "Boy, as long as you sincerely repent, my Buddha is merciful and can forgive every sinner. I will personally recite the Repentance Sutra for you for 2 hours, and then you can let my disciple King vent her anger, and the matter will be settled." King pulled out an axe from somewhere, pointed at Lin Kaiyun aggressively. "Master, stop chanting, just chop off the hands of this scoundrel." King, you have to learn to control your anger." Master Kaiyun stopped King, then winked at Lin Kaiyun and reminded her in a low voice, "I can't do anything about your arrogant female disciple, so you just repent for 2 hours and wait until she calms down." In Master Kaiyun's mind, no matter whether this matter was a misunderstanding or not, Lin Kaiyun had disrespected King. This was already the result and could not be changed, so punishment must be imposed. He would not let King solve the problem with violence. Buddhist disciples should repent first. The reason for using force was to make Lin Kaiyun accept the salvation of the Buddha. Lin Kaiyun did not understand these things, but if he was asked to listen to Buddhist scriptures for 2 hours, he would go crazy. He said calmly, "Master Yixiu, I appreciate your kindness. You don't need to recite the Buddhist scriptures, you are stubborn and have no regrets. It seems that 2 hours are not enough. You have to recite for at least 5 hours. Master Yixiu shook his head regretfully, struck the wooden fish, and recited the Buddhist scriptures. The sound of the Buddhist scriptures seemed to have life, and it kept surrounding Lin Kaiyun's ears. It did have a calming effect. However, it was too damn ugly. Heaven and Earth Mysterious Sect, the root of all ki, Golden Light Mantra. Golden flames emerged from Lin Kaiyun's body, strangling the Buddha's hands that bound him. King suddenly felt very dazzling, and couldn't help but cover her eyes and asked, "Master, what is this?" Master Yixiu suddenly opened his eyes. He could feel that the Buddha's hand was being eaten away bit by bit. The dazzling golden light in front of him made him exclaim, "Golden Light Mantra? This kid can use the Golden Light Mantra freely." He stood up and put his hands together. The Buddha's light flowed in his hands, constantly blessing the power of the Buddha's hand. Mimi Mami, the Buddha's hand beside Lin Kaiyun suddenly became stronger and clenched tightly. HMPH, Lin Kaiyun snorted coldly, stretched out his hand, drew 20 evil-breaking talismans in the air, and spun around his body. "Explode," he shouted loudly and pinched a spell in his hand. The evil-breaking talismans spun and spread, and made a sizzling sound when they touched the Buddha's hand. Mysterious Taoist ripples shot out from each talisman, dissolving the power of the Buddha's hand. After seeing that the evil-breaking talismans were effective, Lin Kaiyun drew dozens of them in succession, and exploded on the Buddha's hand one after another. Where does this young man come from? It's bad enough that he has mastered the Golden Light Mantra to such a high level. Now he can even draw talismans in the air. No one in the entire Maotian can do that, right? Master Yixiu was dumbfounded. He really couldn't understand why this young man, who looked only 20 years old, had mastered the Golden Light Mantra and talismans to such a high level. The Buddha's hand was attacked by countless evil-breaking talismans and could no longer resist, and it shattered with a loud bang. "Master Yixiu, it's rude not to return the favor." Lin Kaiyun brushed away all the smell of Buddhism around him, took a step forward, and several lightning bolts condensed on his arms, and struck directly at Master Yixiu. "You also know thunder magic? Amitabha, am I dazzled?" Chapter 52, similar in appearance but not in spirit. The Golden Light Mantra is one of the 8 great Taoist mantras. All Taoist descendants will learn it, and the talisman is the specialty of Maotian. The degree of Lin Kaiyun's use of these 2 skills has already shocked Master Yixiu, but the thunder method has made Master Yixiu completely confused. According to his understanding, the thunder method is the specialty of the Xianxi mansion, and the power of the 5 thunders is the best in the world, which includes the Yang 5 thunders and the Yin 5 thunders. At this time, The thunder method performed by Lin Kaiyun is full of the most yang aura, which must be the yang 5 thunders. How can a Maotian disciple know the unique skills of the Xianxi mansion? Master Yixiu didn't have time to think about it. The lightning as thick as a finger was already in front of him. He threw out a string of Buddhist beads in his hand, spinning in the air, and all the lightning that came into contact with it was scattered. Master Yixiu put away the Buddhist beads, and asked with a serious face, "Who are you? What is your purpose?" If Master Yixiu thought that Lin Kaiyun had flirted with his apprentice King before, now it seems that this is pure nonsense. With Lin Kaiyun's strength, how could he come to bully King? There is only one possibility, that he has other intentions. I don't care who you are or what your purpose is. If you don't have an explanation today, you can't leave. The more Master Yixiu thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was almost right, and he did have the secret treasure of the Zen temple on him, so Lin Kaiyun's purpose was very clear. Lin Kaiyun didn't understand what Master Yixiu meant, so he spread his hands and said, "I'm just visiting, do you believe me? I didn't expect that you, Maotian, couldn't hold back. After dealing with you, everything will be clear." Master Yixiu certainly didn't believe what Lin Kaiyun said. He sat cross-legged on the ground, put his hands together, and uttered a series of Sanskrit sounds. Mommy mommy hong. This noisy Sanskrit sound seemed to have a physical body, hovering over Master Yixiu's head. He suddenly opened his eyes and shot out a golden light. Ahum, every word that Master Yixiu chanted just now condensed into light and shot towards Lin Kaiyun. Bang bang bang. The Buddha word hit Lin Kaiyun's golden light mantra, making a low boom sound. The defense is so strong, Master Yixiu found that he still underestimated Lin Kaiyun's golden light mantra. His Sanskrit sound attack didn't have any effect at all. He pulled off the Buddhist beads on his wrist. Shuli, Shuli, Mahashuli. The Sanskrit sound rose, and Master Kaiyun suddenly threw the Buddhist beads in his hand. In an instant, the Buddha's light came from the horizon, like a golden sun, suppressing everything. The string of Buddhist beads quickly grew larger in the air, covering Lin Kaiyun's head, vibrating the Sanskrit sound, causing the blood and ki in Lin Kaiyun's body to run wild. Lin Kaiyun used the ghost shadow to quickly dodge, and the Buddhist bead seemed to lock him and hung above his head. With lightning in his left hand and talismans in his right hand, his body was flashing with golden flames. Lin Kaiyun instantly moved his ki to the extreme and attacked the Buddhist beads on his head. The lightning was shattered when it touched the Buddhist beads, and the talismans had no effect, and the evil-breaking talisman had no reaction. Amitabha. Master Yixiu sat cross-legged on the ground and said to Lin Kaiyun, "It's useless. This Buddhist bead is made of the powder of the relics of the ancestors of my Zen temple. Even if the old Xianxi of Xianxi mansion comes, he can't destroy it. Indeed, this thing looks indestructible." Lin Kaiyun nodded, then stared at Master Yixiu and shouted, "The person who tied the bell must untie it." He drew dozens of fire talismans in the air and shot them at Master Yixiu. He held the ball in his hand and used his ki to detonate it. Explode, rumble. Billowing flames rolled out, as if to burn everything. "Damn it, you are going to destroy my house." Master Yixiu didn't have time to think about it. He quickly stood up, took off his long gown, and rolled towards the flames. As if full of gravity, all the flames were absorbed on the long gown, rolled inward into a ball, and the flames were constantly compressed inside the long gown. Boom! The flame compression caused an explosion, and the entire gown continued to swell, preventing the energy of the explosion from dissipating. But the vibration of the explosion spread throughout the house, and for a moment, tables, chairs, benches, scrolls, and wooden shelves were all shaken over. On the other side, Jael was startled by the sound and knocked over the cinnabar bowl in his hand. He asked in confusion, Master, did the explosion happen next door?" Taoist Simu knocked on Jael's head and scolded, "What's it to you? Hurry up and draw the talisman." It must be that Monk was doing something weird again. It was indeed a weird thing, but it was done by Lin Kaiyun. Master Yixiu was determined to kill him, and Lin Kaiyun was not polite either. He really planned to blow up the whole house. But he didn't expect that Master Yixiu could handle the explosion of the fire talisman with his torn gown. Master Yixiu threw the gown and put it on directly. Lin Kaiyun was sharp-eyed and saw that there seemed to be a touch of red inside the gown. Could it be a cassock under the gown? Without time to think, Master Yixiu attacked directly, swinging his hands continuously, aiming at Lin Kaiyun's hand that was drawing the talisman. Lin Kaiyun jumped to dodge, but the Buddhist beads on his head were directly put on Lin Kaiyun's body. He urged the golden light mantra to resist desperately. Damn, what the hell is this Buddha speed? Master Yixiu in the movie is not so powerful. Lin Kaiyun found that the Buddhist beads were shrinking smaller and smaller, vaguely tying him up. Damn, I can only use that. Lin Kaiyun put his hands together, palms facing outward, and a large amount of qi emerged, slowly gathering into a ball. Godhead mask. This ball of qi turned into a strange energy, full of colorful colors for a while. At this time, Lin Kaiyun's mind kept imagining the appearance and characteristics of the familiar gods. He scratched his cheeks like a monkey, but there was no reaction. He failed and did not evolve successfully. He stood on tiptoe as if he was stepping on something, holding a gun, but there was no reaction. How could this happen? This shouldn't be the case. Lin Kaiyun considered himself to be most familiar with the two gods, but they were not able to evolve through the Godhead mask. Isn't this the end? Should I give in to this Monk Kaiyun? Confess and beg for forgiveness? If it was only about kinking, he would be willing to apologize, but this Monk Kaiyun started to attack right away. And even used his own theories to demand him, and finally fought with him inexplicably. Let Lin Kaiyun apologize to Monk Kaiyun? He was extremely reluctant in his heart. System, come out and tell me if the Godhead mask I drew is a fake. Ding. The system has received the host's request and has automatically detected that there is no problem with a Godhead mask. Am I fucking asking you this? I want to ask you how to use the Godhead mask. Act, isn't my monkey's learning similar enough? How else can I act? The appearance is similar but the spirit is not similar. It's not about acting in appearance, but in spirit. Chapter 53, Defeated with one strike. I am Lin Kaiyun. The system's voice was like a basin of cold water, poured on Lin Kaiyun's head. Similar in appearance? Similar in spirit? He is not an actor, who knows how to act? The Buddhist beads shrank tighter and tighter, and the golden light mantra could no longer resist, at this critical moment. At a certain moment, a picture flashed through Lin Kaiyun's mind. A dead air was lingering, black water was surging, countless wronged souls were struggling in the water, a lotus was floating on the water, and an indistinct phantom was sitting, opening his eyes and looking directly at Lin Kaiyun. Boom. The clouds and mists were cleared to reveal the light. The dead air dissipated, the black water turned blue, and the wronged souls were saved. At this time, the qi ball condensed by Lin Kaiyun also changed, and the color inside was no longer chaotic, but became fixed. This qi ball turned over and covered Lin Kaiyun's face. Buzz buzz buzz. A burst of unknown mumbling came from Lin Kaiyun's side. Master Kaiyun and King could hear this mumbling, but Lin Kaiyun himself had no feeling. The qi ball quickly shrank and took shape on Lin Kaiyun's face, like a mask. The only strange thing was that the mask had half kind eyes and half angry eyes. Lin Kaiyun received some information about his abilities in his mind, and these information were actually related to bodhisattvas. I am actually playing a bodhisattva. Yes, I am a bodhisattva. Lin Kaiyun's doubtful thoughts flashed through his mind, and he soon determined that he was a bodhisattva. A bodhisattva who can ferry souls. Suddenly, the mask flashed with Buddha's light, dazzling like the golden sun, overshadowing the light of the Buddha beads. Ants. Candlelight is also worthy of competing with the sun and the moon. This monk is very knowledgeable in Buddhism and has great wisdom. Master Yixiu, how about my Buddha? That's right. Lin Kaiyun could actually make 3 voices at the beginning, with angry eyes, kind eyes, and one voice of Lin Kaiyun himself. Master Yixiu was shocked by Lin Kaiyun's appearance. What is this? Even though he was experienced in the martial arts world, he had never seen such a skill. A strange mask appeared on his face for no reason, and it was actually flashing with pure Buddha's light. 3 sounds came out of his mouth? Could it be that he was possessed by a demon? Amitabha, Master Yixiu put his hands together, looked at Lin Kaiyun, and said, "You have been possessed by a demon. If you cooperate with me now, there may be hope, otherwise you will become a puppet." Cooperate with you? Old bald donkey, are you qualified? This monk is also kind-hearted. Master Yixiu, I don't need to cooperate, and I won't be a puppet. 3 sounds came out of Lin Kaiyun's mouth, which made people feel very uncomfortable. King had already covered her ears and hid aside. Amitabha, Master Yixiu stopped persuading Lin Kaiyun. In his mind, Lin Kaiyun was no longer a human. He closed his eyes, put his hands together, and his aura became more and more intense. Mahavakana, a shadow of Tathagata flashed over Master Yixiu's head, and the Buddha's light on his body became stronger and stronger. He suddenly opened his eyes and swung his palm. Suddenly, A giant hand appeared above Lin Kaiyun's head, smashing down with a rolling heat wave. A trifle, not bad, not bad, it's the Tathagata palm seal. Oh my god, this monk Yixiu can also use this palm technique that falls from the sky. Lin Kaiyun looked up at the giant hand and muttered in a voice that only he could hear. A lotus appeared in his right hand and he flicked it gently at the giant hand. Ka. Several cracks appeared on the palm of the giant hand, like a glass plate shattered into pieces, and instantly turned into flying ash. Puff. Master Yixiu spurted blood from his mouth, and he used his hands to support himself on the ground to barely keep himself from falling down. This is impossible? How could the great Sun Tathagata palm that I used all my strength be shattered in one blow? Master Yixiu couldn't believe the scene in front of him, but the blood spilling from his mouth reminded him all the time. Lin Kaiyun didn't stop, and the lotus brushed against the Buddhist beads that tied him up. With a bang. The Buddhist beads lost all their luster and fell to the ground. The Buddhist beads were connected to Master Yixiu's heart meridian. At this time, the Buddhist beads lost their Buddha nature, and Master Yixiu was also severely injured and fainted on the ground. Master Tingting ran over anxiously, pinched Master Yixiu's philtrum, and shouted, Master, Master, what's wrong with you? Lin Kaiyun removed the state of the divine mask and said, don't worry. His life is fine. You help him to the bed to rest for a while, and he will wake up. Originally, he came to visit, and there was just a small misunderstanding. As a result, from sparring, to fighting, and then to a real fight, it became such a scene. Lin Kaiyun shook his head, and regardless of whether Tingting believed it or not, he still explained it in detail. I am the nephew of Taoist Simu next door. I came to visit Master Yixiu. I helped you because I saw that you were about to fall. This is what happened. When Master Yixiu wakes up, you can restore it with him. After speaking, Lin Kaiyun turned and left. He returned the same way, along the side balcony, and jumped back, just in time to run into Taoist Simu. Taoist Simu glanced at the next door with a look of disgust, and said to Lin Kaiyun, Kaiyun, why are you going next door? I told you that there is an unreasonable and stinky monk living next door. You should not contact him. Yeah, Lin Kaiyun nodded and sighed. He is indeed a little unreasonable. At this time, Jiao ran in shouting, Master, Master, lunch is ready. You and your junior brother come and eat. Taoist Simu glared at Jiao and scolded unhappily. What junior brother? He is your senior brother. Hearing this, Jiao looked aggrieved and muttered in a low voice, why? Even if he practices faster, I was the first to enter the sect, and he became your disciple later. At least he should call me senior brother. What do you mean by first to enter the sect or later? Taoist Simu picked up a book, knocked on Jiao's head, and scolded, he is the apprentice of your uncle-in-law. What else should you call him if not senior brother? Then Taoist Simu glanced at Lin Kaiyun sourly and became resentful. I would like to accept him, but unfortunately he has a deep relationship with his master and disciple and is unwilling to accept him as his second master. Hiss. The expression and tone of Taoist Simu made Lin Kaiyun's skin crawl. He quickly sat on the table beside him, holding his head and pretending that he didn't hear anything. It's you, senior brother. Jiao rubbed his head, with a look of joy on his face. He walked to Lin Kaiyun, stretched out his hand and greeted him, senior brother. I'm Jiao. Nice to meet you. Lin Kaiyun stretched out his hand to return the greeting and said calmly, Lin Kaiyun, Master Lin Jiu? Taoist Simu said with a look of regret, Jiao, you must learn from your senior brother Kaiyun. He is the leader in our Maotian area. He has now cultivated to the 3rd level, psychic vision. 3rd level, psychic vision, Jiao exclaimed, and hurriedly sat next to Lin Kaiyun. With a look of envy on his face, he said, senior brother, have you really cultivated to the 3rd level? Was the lightning that you used to shock me before a 3rd level skill? It's much more interesting than my corpse driving. Nonsense, what's wrong with corpse driving? Taoist Simu picked up Jiao and said, when you have mastered corpse driving, your master will teach you the magic fighting technique. Really? Of course it's true. Your master will teach you everything he knows and guarantee that you will learn it. Taoist Simu glanced at Lin Kaiyun, as if to say, see, if you become my disciple, you can learn the magic fighting technique. How about that? Do you want to consider it? Ahem. Lin Kaiyun coughed lightly, pretending not to understand. Taoist Simu was immediately discouraged when he saw that Lin Kaiyun had no reaction. He turned his head and shouted at Jiao unhappily, go catch another chicken and have a bigger lunch. So that I can have enough energy to teach you the magic fighting technique. Okay, Master, I'll go right away. Jiao didn't hear the displeasure in Taoist Simu's tone at all, and ran to cook happily. When he reached the door, Jiao stopped and turned around and said, by the way, Master IQ next door is back. When Taoist Simu heard the name of Master IQ, his face was full of disgust. So what if he's back? Do you want me to go and greet him? That's not what I meant. Jiao smiled shyly, not knowing how to explain. He looked up and saw Master IQ and King walking towards him. He was surprised and said, Master IQ is here. Taoist Simu also looked outside the courtyard. It was indeed the old monk Master IQ. He hurriedly said, just say I'm not here. Lin Kaiyun saw Taoist Simu hiding in the house and was wondering if he should hide in there too. It's better to go in and hide. God knows if King and Master IQ have figured it out. He doesn't want to have another meaningless fight with Master IQ. Lin Kaiyun trotted 2 steps, opened the door and hid in Taoist Simu's bedroom. Taoist Simu was a little confused when he saw Lin Kaiyun coming in. Kaiyun? Why did you come in too? Lin Kaiyun said, Uncle Master, I don't want to see that Master IQ either. Well, you are worthy of being my nephew. Taoist Simu looked relieved. I understand that Master is hiding, but what's the situation with senior brother? Jiao was very puzzled when he saw Taoist Simu and Lin Kaiyun both hiding. At this time, he saw King supporting Master IQ to come in. He ran to the door with a smile to greet Master IQ and King, and said, Master, King, please come in. Master IQ looked pale, nodded to Jiao, and walked into the house. Master IQ looked around and didn't see Lin Kaiyun. He asked, where's your master? Is he okay? After he woke up, he heard King's explanation of the cause of the matter. He was a little skeptical, so he came to confirm. Jiao answered truthfully, it's okay, my master is not feeling well and is resting inside. Master IQ rolled his eyes and said meaningfully, rest inside? Then I'll go in and see him. Taoist Simu and Lin Kaiyun in the room also heard it. Kaiyun, go find a way to get him out. Uncle Master, go ahead. If I go out, I'm afraid Master IQ won't leave. Taoist Simu and Lin Kaiyun whispered to each other, and finally Lin Kaiyun pushed Taoist Simu over. You brat. Taoist Simu pointed at Lin Kaiyun and started to scold him. Then he heard the footsteps of Master Yixiu getting closer and closer, and shouted directly, no need to come to see me, I'm fine. Master Yixiu heard that Taoist Simu refused so straightforwardly. He hesitated for a moment, turned around and was about to leave. He said to Jiao, in this case, we will leave first. Jiao secretly glanced at King and said quickly, don't, I have prepared lunch, counted in for you. Master Yixiu laughed, this is not appropriate. Jiao supported Master Yixiu, it's nothing, I have prepared it, and we will go back after eating. Taoist Simu heard it in the room and pushed open the door directly, with his hands behind his back in a cold face. Jiao called softly, Master Yixiu also asked, aren't you feeling uncomfortable? Uncomfortable? If you don't feel comfortable, you can't eat lunch. Taoist Simu replied unceremoniously. You can eat it. Master Yixiu smiled awkwardly, and then introduced to King, this is Taoist Simu. Hello, Taoist. King greeted politely, then turned sideways and asked in a low voice, Master, is this the Taoist Simu you often talk about? Taoist Simu heard what King said and asked, what did your master say about me? Master Yixiu gave King a look, and King understood, and made up a story seriously. Master, Taoist Simu is kind-hearted and upright. He has been slaying demons and monsters all his life. He would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. He is very attentive to his disciples and will not beat or scold them, even if they do something wrong. Taoist Simu looked unconvinced. Jiao echoed, Master, Miss King's description is very vivid. You are such a person. Shut up, Taoist Simu scolded. King continued, my master also said that your meeting is like the reunion of brothers. What is it like when brothers reunite? The reunion seems like a lifetime ago, with mixed feelings of sadness and joy, and nothing to say to each other. Master Yixiu also nodded in agreement and said with a smile, you're right, I really had nothing to say when I saw him. You have nothing to say, you are dumb, Taoist Simu said to Master Yixiu, and then seemed to change his face and praised King. This little girl is smart and clever. Jiao saw that the situation was under control and said, Master, you and Master Yixiu have a cup of tea first. I'll go and bring all the food. Okay, Taoist Simu nodded. Tilted his head to look at the bedroom, and shouted, Kaiyun, it's time to eat, you come out too. Lin Kaiyun came out after hearing the voice, smiled at the person in front of him. Master Yixiu, Miss King, we meet again. Master Yixiu was not too surprised to see Lin Kaiyun, and said in a low voice, you are here. King also hid behind Master Yixiu, her face flushed and hot, and she looked up from time to time to peek at Lin Kaiyun. Taoist Simu noticed something was wrong and asked, what's going on? Master Yixiu looked solemn and asked, Taoist Simu, is this young man your nephew? Before Taoist Simu could answer, Lin Kaiyun took the lead and introduced himself. I am Lin Kaiyun, a disciple of Maoshan, and my master is Lin Jiu. Lin Kaiyun. Master Yixiu thought about it secretly. He stepped forward and asked directly, the move you used before seemed to be related to Buddhism, am I right? Taoist Simu pointed at Master Yixiu's nose and shouted, what Buddhism? Are you kidding me? Lin Kaiyun is my disciple of Maoshan, how could he? Before Taoist Simu could finish, Lin Kaiyun interrupted and admitted directly, that's right, what? Sure enough. Chapter 54, Strange, it's not cold today. Brother Lin Kaiyun, you have a connection with my Buddhist family. You may even be the reincarnation of a great monk, but you just haven't found your memory yet. Master Yixiu's pale face was full of expression. He made up his mind in an instant, looked at Lin Kaiyun, and asked with expectation in his eyes, are you willing to join my Buddhist lineage? As long as you understand the secrets of the Zen temple, I promise you can become the next abbot. What? Lin Kaiyun almost thought he had heard it wrong. Master Yixiu actually wanted him to become a monk? Upon hearing this, Taoist Simu flew into rage and pointed at Master Yixiu and cursed, old monk, how dare you seduce my nephew in front of me? Don't you take me seriously? Master Yixiu completely ignored Taoist Simu, staring straight at Lin Kaiyun. Very sincere, brother, think about it carefully. I can promise that you can enjoy all the resources of the Zen temple. Although the power Lin Kaiyun had shown before was weird, the pure Buddha light on his face could not deceive people. Moreover, Lin Kaiyun had never learned any Buddhist skills, so there was only one possibility that he had awakened inexplicably, and this situation was also recorded in Buddhism. Either he was born with a holy heart, or he was the reincarnation of a great monk. Either way, he was a rare Buddhist genius that only appears once in a century. Lin Kaiyun smiled, cupped his hands, and politely declined Master Yixiu's kindness. I'm sorry, Master Yixiu, I have a fiancé in Renjia town. The most important thing is that I am a very vulgar person and not suitable for studying Buddhism. Master Yixiu did not give up and continued to persuade, it doesn't matter, as long as you are willing, I will communicate with the abbot, and he will definitely agree. Taoist Simu stood directly in front of Master Yixiu, glaring at him, old monk, I have tolerated you for a long time, are you going too far? Master Yixiu pretended not to see it and walked around Taoist Simu. Little brother Lin Kaiyun, listen to me and tell you in detail, old monk. Taoist Simu grabbed Master Yixiu's shoulder and pulled him back with force. He raised his hand and pointed to the door and said, go away quickly, you are not welcome here, Amitabha. Taoist Simu was surprisingly persistent. He put his hands together, nodded slightly, and said humbly, Taoist Simu, I will leave after I finish talking. I hope you can fulfill my wish. Fulfill your wish. Taoist Simu pushed Master Yixiu out of the door and cursed, don't let me see you, get out now. Originally, he was just arguing with Master Yixiu, but now he was really angry. He was digging into Maoshan's corner in front of him. This was clearly a slap in the face of Maoshan and also a slap in his face. Master Yixiu turned sideways, avoided Taoist Simu, and walked towards Lin Kaiyun. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished, old monk, you forced me to do this. Taoist Simu picked up the teacup on the table and smashed it. Master Yixiu grabbed the teacup. He didn't want to pay attention to Taoist Simu, and just wanted to have a good chat with Lin Kaiyun. But Taoist Simu was not big at all. He moved the table and waved it at Master Yixiu. Lin Kaiyun didn't want to waste time with Master Yixiu, so he refused with certainty. Master Yixiu, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm not interested in Buddhism. You should know that you can't force things, and you can't beat me. This. Master Yixiu put his hands against the table, and was speechless for a moment when he saw Lin Kaiyun was so determined. Taoist Simu pushed the table hard, forcing Master Yixiu back, and cursed triumphantly, what's this? Get out of here. The two people started to compete at both ends of the table. Jiao on the side had long been accustomed to the competition between his master and Master Kaiyun. He turned to King and smiled, King, They are just sparring. It's okay. Let's go serve the dishes together. Oh, okay. King was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Then she looked at Lin Kaiyun and asked hesitantly, well, Lin Kaiyun, do you want to go too? You guys go. I'll have some tea and won't go over. Lin Kaiyun smiled and shook his head, sat at another table, and poured himself a cup of tea as if no one was around. Jiu was like a dog at this moment. He looked at King with a smile and said, King, since senior brother is not going, let's go together. King ignored Jiu's attentiveness. She walked to Lin Kaiyun and said with courage, come out with me for a while. I want to tell you something. Lin Kaiyun stopped what he was doing and looked at King in confusion. He pointed at himself and asked puzzledly, looking for me? Is there something? King stomped her feet and glared at Lin Kaiyun fiercely. Yes, looking for you. What do you have to be afraid of as a boy? Can I eat you? Poof. Lin Kaiyun almost spit out the tea in his mouth. King's character is really straightforward. She muttered softly, I'm not afraid of you eating me, I'm afraid of you chopping me. Lin Kaiyun was also deeply impressed by the fact that King wanted to chop him with a knife before. What did you say? Speak louder, King asked. Nothing. Then hurry up and come with me, I have something to tell you. After saying that, King actually grabbed Lin Kaiyun's hand, walked around Jiu and walked out. Jiu was shocked to see King holding Lin Kaiyun's hand. He hurriedly followed and asked in a mean way, King, brother, is there anything fun? Take me with you. King directly refused. Jiu, you go and serve the dishes. When the dishes are ready, Master and Taoist Simu won't compete with each other. Jiu stopped where he was very reluctant, wanting to cry but not having tears. King pulled Lin Kaiyun out of the door and walked along the path to a small slope full of flowers. Lin Kaiyun felt the warmth of King's little hand and the flowers around him. This scene was easy to make people daydream. Could it be? King lowered her head and whispered, well, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you before, which led to a fight between you and Master. What? King turned her head, stared at Lin Kaiyun with round eyes, and said loudly, I'm sorry, I apologize to you. If it weren't for me, you and Master wouldn't be like that. King's pretty face was only a few inches away from Lin Kaiyun. Her delicate face was flushed, and a burst of fragrance came to his nose. Lin Kaiyun didn't pay attention before, but now he looked carefully. Although King was not stunningly beautiful, she was full of youthfulness and had a baby face. Coupled with her straightforward personality, it was hard to hate her. King didn't realize that the distance between the two of them was a little close at this time. She took another step forward and shouted angrily, hey, why don't you say anything? A man can't be so stingy. Lin Kaiyun looked down at King's baby face. She looked a little cute when she was angry. His mind went blank for a moment, and he couldn't help but kiss her. It was as gentle as a dragonfly touching the water, but King's mind seemed to be struck by lightning. She was kissed? Kissed by a man she had just met for less than 2 hours? King reacted belatedly, screamed loudly, and stepped back in a hurry, but she forgot that she was still holding Lin Kaiyun's hand. Her feet stumbled and King fell to the ground on her back. Lin Kaiyun was also unprepared and fell with her. What are you doing? King screamed and pushed Lin Kaiyun away with force. Lin Kaiyun sat on the flowers and plants beside him and pinched his forehead. What happened? Even the fox demon Baiyu couldn't seduce him, but today he lost his composure. I'll go back first. King got up and ran back with her head down in panic. At the same time, Jiu finished serving the dishes, sat on the steps with his chin in his hand, stared at the outside of the yard, and whispered to himself, where are senior brother and King? Why haven't they come back yet? In the house, Taoist Simu and Master Ikai were still arguing, and the dishes on the table were flying all over the place. I'll give you a piece of meat, come, Taoist Simu, have some steamed buns. Soon, Jiu saw King's figure. He ran over excitedly to greet her and said flatteringly, King, where have you been? Why did you come back just now? Are you hungry? I left some food for you separately. Hey, King, why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? At this time, King's cheeks were like ripe apples. She ignored Jiu and ran into the house. Jiu looked at King's back and scratched his head in surprise. Strange, it's not cold today. How come you caught a cold after going out? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55, Sending a Message to Taoist Master Kaiyun. 10 minutes later, Lin Kaiyun came back as if nothing had happened. Jiao leaned against the doorframe in a depressed mood, and King sat on a chair, lowering her head and fiddling with a corner of her clothes. Taoist Simu and Master Yixiu used the table as a battlefield, chopsticks and food as weapons, and fought back and forth, enjoying themselves. The table of dishes that Jiao had worked so hard to prepare were now scattered all over the floor, with very little left. Lin Kaiyun persuaded, Uncle Master, Master Yixiu, there is not much left, both of you stop, Brother Lin Kaiyun is back. Master Yixiu turned around and greeted Lin Kaiyun when he saw him coming back. There is a flaw. Taoist Simu certainly would not miss this opportunity, and kicked Master Yixiu between his legs under the table. Ouch! Master Yixiu cried out in pain. King ran over and supported Master Yixiu, and said worriedly, Master, are you okay? Master Yixiu stood up and clamped his legs together, his face flushed, pointed at Taoist Simu, gnashed his teeth and roared, You don't follow the rules, you cheat. What? I won. Taoist Simu celebrated proudly, dancing with joy. Scholars are afraid of encountering soldiers, and Master Yixiu couldn't do anything about the reckless Taoist Simu at this time. He slowly moved out. King, let's go. Go back. King glanced at Lin Kaiyun and said fiercely, Rogue. Then he followed Master Yixiu back. Lin Kaiyun shrugged. Well, he became a hooligan again, but it seemed that this time it was not a misunderstanding. Jiao glanced at the two of them. Even if he was slow, he found that something was wrong with Lin Kaiyun and King. Old monk, go back obediently. Taoist Simu was still immersed in the joy of winning the fight against Master Kaiyun, and ran to his bedroom excitedly. Lin Kaiyun and Jiao cleaned up the scattered food. Brother, when are you leaving? Jiao wiped the table and asked, then realized that his words were a bit inappropriate, and quickly changed his words. Well, what I mean is, I heard from Master that you came out to gain experience, and you can't gain experience in this quiet environment. Oh, really? Junior brother, you are so kind and you are thinking about me. Lin Kaiyun had a playful smile on his face. How could he not know Jiao's little thoughts? In the movie, Jiao liked King, and now King has developed some unclear relationship with him. I guess Jiao has also noticed it and can't wait for him to leave immediately. Jiao heard Lin Kaiyun's words and thought he was leaving. He happily threw down the rag and flattered, Of course, I definitely hope that senior brother's experience will go smoothly this time. Okay, then I'll borrow junior brother's good words. Lin Kaiyun smiled, and the next sentence made Jiao petrified instantly. I have to stay here for a few days. Jiao's face was full of disappointment. Lin Kaiyun deliberately teased him, What's wrong, junior brother? You don't seem happy. No, happy. Jiao forced a smile. Lin Kaiyun smiled and walked to the room the Taoist Simu arranged for him and went to practice. He had a mission, but the mission was not limited by time. Of course, the reason he stayed here was to be able to rescue Taoist Kaiyun. Back in the house, Lin Kaiyun took out a piece of talisman paper, and the key flow surged on his fingertips. He wrote a paragraph of words, folded it into a paper crane, put the copper coin that Taoist Kaiyun had given him before into it, and then bid his fingertips to bleed, lighting up the eyes of the paper crane. Instantly, the paper crane seemed to have life, spread its wings and flew out of the window, turned into a small dot, and disappeared in the air. This is the yin-yang bird, which can be tracked and used for communication. Lin Kaiyun opened the system. Host, Lin Kaiyun, current realm, level 3, extending life and freedom, merit value, 44,000 points, skills, Yang Wulei, full level. Golden Light Curse, full level. Tuanshin Lu, full level. Ghost Shadow Me Trace, minor success. Godhead Mask, 1/100, current identity, Maotian Sex True Disciple, Lin Fengjiao's eldest disciple, a horse-riding disciple, the master of the horse-riding immortal list, and the Sikhan of the Hell's Soul-Snatching Division. Merit value required for the lottery. 20,000, merit value required for upgrading. 50,000, there was almost no change on the panel, except for an extra number behind the Godhead Mask 1/100. What does it mean? Does it mean that after performing it 100 times, you can enter the second stage of the Godhead Mask? Forget it, who cares? I only need 6,000 merit points to upgrade, so I have to hurry up and make money. Lin Kaiyun exited the system, found the fairy incense, inserted it by the window, turned the orchid in his hand, and chanted loudly, "Where are you, lonely ghost? News is coming from where the divine drum is beating, maybe in the cave or in the alley, maybe in the countryside or in the mountains. Call me urgently, don't be tired or annoyed." Suddenly, the fairy incense ignited without fire, and green smoke floated in all directions. Lin Kaiyun clapped his hands in relief. The fairy information had been sent out, and now he just had to wait until night. At this time, dozens of kilometers away from the bamboo house of Taiyi Whisk, on a remote path, there was a team of people, and a child in Qing dynasty clothes sat on a fork-carrying bamboo sedan. A man who looked like a eunuch was waiting respectfully beside the bamboo sedan. "Young prince, are you tired? Do you want to take a break?" The young prince waved his hand and said in a childish voice, "No need, Minister Wu, tell the people behind to hurry up. We have to hurry up and send the emperor's uncle to the destination as soon as possible." "Yes, sir." Minister Wu nodded respectfully, then turned around, pinched his orchid fingers, and shouted to the people behind him, "Young prince, I have an order, hurry up." Behind, there were more than a dozen guards with knives and several Taoists, obviously protecting a huge coffin. Among them was a Taoist in his 40s, wearing a Taoist robe similar to Lin Jiu's. He was Lin Kaiyun's uncle, Taoist Kaiyun. Whoosh! The obvious whistling sound of the wind came, startling everyone. "Protect the emperor! Protect the young prince!" Minister Wu pulled the young prince to hide behind the sedan chair. The coffin was also put down. The guards drew their swords and were on alert everywhere. In an instant, everyone was in chaos. Taoist Master Kaiyun stared at the sky in the distance. He felt a familiar breath. The appearance of the yin-yang bird gradually appeared. Taoist Master Kaiyun breathed a sigh of relief and shouted to everyone, "Everyone, don't panic. This is the messenger bird of my sect." Taoist Master Kaiyun raised his hand slightly, and the yin-yang bird landed in his hand. He opened it directly. The font written by Lin Kaiyun with key quickly disappeared after a few seconds, and the talisman paper also burned by itself and turned into a ball of ashes. Minister Wu looked up and observed. After it was indeed safe, he glanced at Taoist Master Kaiyun and said, "Oh, Master Kaiyun, you are really a master. The things that convey messages are so magical." Chapter 56, 7-Star Dragon Abyss Sword, One Shot into the Soul. At night, in the bamboo house, Taoist Simu was holding some coconut shells, and there were many carving knives on the table. The friend from Shenji sect he met while driving corpses before taught him some techniques for making small gadgets, and he would study them from time to time. For example, the sound transmission tube with a rope connected between two bamboo tubes was made by Taoist Simu himself. Jia lit a candle for Taoist Simu and asked curiously, "Master, why are you carving these coconut shells? Why do you care so much?" Taoist Simu glared at Jia unhappily, and said with regret, "Look at your senior brother Kaiyun, who has been practicing in the house. You should learn from him." "Got it, Master." Jia scratched his head, said perfunctorily, and walked aside quickly, otherwise he would be scolded in front of the master. Without even raising his head, Taoist Simu knew that Jia was going to slip away, and he said directly, "Where are you going? Hurry up and burn incense for the ancestor, go to bed early, and get up early to practice morning exercises tomorrow." "Got it." Jia held his mouth and walked to the portrait of the ancestor reluctantly, lit a stick of incense, and bowed. After finishing, Jia saw Taoist Simu concentrating on the coconut shell, and then quietly opened the cabinet beside him and took out the sound transmission tube from it. Jia walked carefully to the side balcony and saw King tidying up the table. He happily threw one end of the sound transmission tube at King's feet. King picked up the bamboo tube and looked at Jia in confusion. Jia pointed at the bamboo tube and asked King to put it to her ear to listen. However, he said to the bamboo tube, "How are you? What are you doing?" Over, the sound passed through the rope and reached King's ears. King felt very novel. She also learned from Jia to put the bamboo tube to her mouth and said, "I'm making a clay doll. This thing is so magical. It can transmit sound from such a distance." Jia heard the voice of the goddess in his heart, and his face was very bright. He said, "Of course, if you like it, I will give you one tomorrow." "Okay," King agreed happily, and then she didn't see Lin Kaiyun's figure through the balcony. Unconsciously, she remembered what happened during the day. Her face was slightly red, and she asked shyly, "Jia, Is Lin Kaiyun here? Let him try this sound tube too. Jiu heard the words and immediately had a bitter face. He felt uncomfortable as if he had eaten 10,000 flies. The beauty he had been thinking about seemed to be more interested in Lin Kaiyun. He quickly changed the subject. King, my senior brother is practicing and can't come over now. How about you teach me how to make clay dolls? Is that so? King was a little disappointed to hear that Lin Kaiyun couldn't come over, and she lost interest instantly. Jiu, let's not talk about it for now. I need to rest. After saying that, King put down the bamboo tube, put away the clay dolls on the table, and returned to the house. Jiu pulled back the sound transmission tube, feeling very uncomfortable, but still encouraged himself. King, you have already chatted with me tonight. I have to work harder and make some new and interesting toys for King. Whoosh! A breeze blew into the room, and Jiu suddenly felt very cold. He couldn't help but shivered. He tightened his clothes and muttered, "Why is it so cold in the summer? It's really a ghost." The Taoist priest Simu beside him naturally noticed it. He put down the carving knife in his hand, turned his head to look at Lin Kaiyun's room, and muttered with envy, "He can also ferry souls outside. My nephew can accumulate yin anytime and anywhere. It's really enviable, huh?" The fairy incense by Lin Kaiyun's window fluctuated with the wind. He sat on the bed and suddenly opened his eyes. He couldn't help laughing. It was finally night, and the merit points came. The sky and the earth are boundless, the universe borrows the law, and it appears. He pinched the seal in his hand and pointed at the green smoke, and it suddenly turned into the shape of a baby. Without asking, Lin Kaiyun sensed from the breath that this was a ghost fetus, or a ghost fetus without intelligence. Lin Kaiyun stood up, took out a certain incense burner, and 3 incense sticks, and wiped them from top to bottom with his fingers. The innate energy distinguishes yin and yang, auspicious aura, overflowing in all directions. The immortal hall quickly burns a burner of incense. The incense transmits information to all directions. The leader of the Golden Flower sect is in this hall. Thousands of souls and ghosts go to other places. The 3 incense sticks flashing with black light were shot into the incense burner by Lin Kaiyun. The 3 incense sticks burned very quickly, and the incense ash continued to bend inward, gradually building a bridge under the green smoke. There is a difference between yin and yang, and the past is like smoke. The fairy bridge has been opened. Follow the green smoke, you will not get lost, and you can reincarnate with peace of mind. Lin Kaiyun's palm kept urging, using energy to maintain the incense smoke. The ghost fetus has no intelligence, but relying on instinctive attraction, it stepped onto the incense ash bridge until it disappeared. Congratulations to the host, ferrying the ghost fetus soul, and gaining 200 merit points. Huh? Lin Kaiyun heaved a sigh of relief. This was also the first time he ferried souls outside the hall. He stretched his arms and legs and muttered, "This is only the first one. We must keep up the good work. Let's get to work." Congratulations to the host, you have gained 100 merit points by ferrying the souls of starving ghosts. Congratulations to the host, you have gained 200 merit points by ferrying the souls of hanged ghosts. Congratulations to the host, you have gained 200 merit points by ferrying the souls of mother and child ghosts. Congratulations to the host, you have gained 150 merit points by ferrying the souls of accomplices ghosts. For several hours, Taoist Simu and Jiu had already gone to bed, and Lin Kaiyun was concentrating on making money. That should be about right. Lin Kaiyun estimated that it should be about 6,000 merit points, so he opened the system directly. Host, Lin Kaiyun, current realm, level 3, extending life and freedom, merit points. 50,150 points. Skills, Yang Wulei, max level. Golden Light Curse, max level. Tuangshin Lu, max level. Ghost Shadow, minor success. 7 Killing Orders of Gods and Ghosts, killing order. Godhead Mask, 1/100. Demon Bow, Blood Hades, current identity, Maotian Sect's true disciple, Lin Fengjiao's eldest disciple, a horse-riding disciple, the master of the horse-riding fairy list. And Sikon of the Underworld's soul-snatching division. Merit points required for the lottery. 20,000. Merit points required for upgrading. 50,000. The system has detected that the host meets the upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade? Must upgrade. Lin Kaiyun did not hesitate. Deduct 50,000 merit points, and the upgrade is successful. The merit value instantly became 150 points, and at the same time, the system's voice sounded one after another. Great Immortal Wang Ziafen, The Taoism has increased, and the speed effect has doubled. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the additional paper binding technique. Part 1. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 5 marrow washing pills. Marrow washing pills, cleanse the essence and marrow, and transform yourself. People within the second level can exert all the effects. Congratulations to the host, the first realm has been upgraded and broken through to the 4th level, refining the body into Qi. The next stage of upgrading requires merit value. 100,000 points. In an instant, the whole room was full of Qi, forming a sea of Qi, churning and flowing, making Lin Kaiyun feel very comfortable. Gradually, Lin Kaiyun seemed to be able to feel all the objects around him, tables, benches, flowers, plants and trees, he could sense them. Under such a wonderful feeling, Lin Kaiyun entered the spirit of condensation. I don't know how long it took, he suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed the stool at the door and flew over. Is this what it means to refine one's body into Qi? Lin Kaiyun knew that he had advanced to the 4th stage, refining one's body into Qi. He could sense all the living and dead things within 100 meters. Refining one's body into Qi enables one to control objects through the air, so the 4th stage is often called the controlling objects realm. The Qi in the body will also increase significantly. The extended perception seems to be able to touch the things around. This feeling is becoming clearer and clearer, but it will cause great trouble to people. They are very sensitive to the things around them, and often a small stimulation will cause great disturbance, easy to have inner demons. To put it bluntly, all changes around can be sensed, and the ears and mind are receiving this information all the time. This change needs to be adapted. Some people with weak psychology are very likely to have inner demons and be superstitious. However, for Lin Kaiyun, who has lived 2 lives, these problems are not big. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading, and reward lottery opportunities twice. Lin Kaiyun was delighted when he heard it, and immediately shouted, "System, I want to start the lottery." The huge chaotic prize pool started to operate, and the light ball flashed and flew in front of Lin Kaiyun, and then cracked. The system prompt sounded, "Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one of the 8 Taoist magic spells, the heart-purifying magic spell, which has been automatically learned." It turned out to be the heart-purifying magic spell? Lin Kaiyun couldn't help but feel secretly happy. This is not inferior to the golden light magic spell, and it can even be said that it is more effective than the golden light magic spell in some senses. After all, the heart-purifying magic spell is known as the first magic spell among the 8 magic spells. It can purify the body and mind and eliminate the inner demons. This is very important for practitioners. You must know that the realm that Lin Kaiyun is currently promoted to, the 4th level, refining the body into Qi, is very easy to have inner demons. After Lin Kaiyun was upgraded, the spiritual energy had not yet dissipated, and it was also the time when he was most sensitive. The sound of ants crawling outside the window, the sound of petals falling, and even the sound of Jael turning over and kicking the quilt. These noisy sounds made Lin Kaiyun feel a little irritated, but he had been suppressing it forcefully. Now that he had the heart-purifying mantra, it was a good time to give it a try. Lin Kaiyun closed his eyes, focused his mind, and shouted softly, "The Supreme Star is always responsive. Exorcise evil spirits and bind evil spirits to protect your life and body. Be wise and clear, and your mind will be at peace. The 3 souls will never be lost." The voice was like a morning bell, ringing around his ears and body, and it was extremely loud. Lin Kaiyun suddenly opened his eyes flashing with brilliance, pure and clear, as if they could purify everything in the world. All the irritable emotions and noisy sounds disappeared without a trace, making Lin Kaiyun feel more comfortable and relaxed than ever before. Now he even had the urge to sleep. But now was not the time to sleep. Lin Kaiyun remembered that there was still a chance to draw a lottery. "System, I want to draw a lottery." Boom. Lin Kaiyun was in chaos again, and the huge chaotic prize pool started to run quickly. The light ball flashed and flew in front of Lin Kaiyun, and then cracked. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, growing form." However, the chaos prize pool did not stop, and another green light ball popped up and exploded directly. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 7-star Sword spell, which has been automatically learned." Damn! Is this a one-shot hit? Buy one get one free? Lin Kaiyun was very happy when he drew the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword. When he was dealing with Master IQ's Buddhist beads before, he wanted a handy treasure. This time he finally drew it, and unexpectedly, he also gave him a sword spell. It was beautiful, beautiful. Lin Kaiyun, who was in the system, clearly felt that there was a heavy object in his hand. Presumably this was the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. Lin Kaiyun opened his eyes excitedly, and when he looked down, he saw that it was a black sword with a green glow. He couldn't wait to draw the sword, and a green light flashed. The 7 stars on the sword tip connected together, like a green dragon leaping into the sky. The dragon energy it exuded could be fatally felt. Lin Kaiyun looked down, like climbing a mountain and looking down into the abyss, ethereal and deep as if there was a giant dragon lying there. Buzz buzz buzz. As if sensing Lin Kaiyun's attention, the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword vibrated, as if greeting Lin Kaiyun. Is this 7-star Dragon Abyss sword spiritual? Lin Kaiyun was overjoyed. He could clearly feel that this 7-star Dragon Abyss sword seemed to have intelligence. He held the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. The sword was 7 feet and 3 inches long and weighed 7 pounds and 13 ounces. It fit perfectly in his hand. He excitedly swung it in a semicircle. The blade seemed to cut through the air, making a sizzling sound. Hiss, it's so cool. Lin Kaiyun turned it over and over in his hand as if he was holding a treasure. Host, Lin Kaiyun, current realm, level 4, refining the body into ki, merit value. 150 points, skills, Yang Wulei, max level. Golden Light Curse, max level. Tuangshan Lu, max level. Ghost Shadow, minor success. 7 Killing Orders of Gods and Ghosts, killing order. Godhead Mask, 1/100. Demon Bow, Blood Hades, 7-star Sword Curse, treasures, 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, growth form, current identity, Maotian Sect's true disciple, Lin Fengjiao's eldest disciple, a disciple who goes out to perform horse riding, the master of the horse riding immortal ranking, Sikhan of the Underworld Soul Snatching Division, merit value required for the lottery. 20,000, merit value required for upgrading. 100,000, after checking the changes in the attribute panel, Lin Kaiyun went to bed contentedly. In the early morning, the rooster in the yard crowed. Then came the sound of Master Ikkyu chanting, which was very noisy to people outside of Buddhism, especially the sound of knocking on the wooden fish. Several people were woken up directly, especially Taoist Simu, whose bedroom was only separated from Master Ikkyu by a wall. Taoist Simu covered himself with a quilt, tossed and turned, but could not block out the sound. He shouted angrily, "It's so annoying so early in the morning." However, the sound did not diminish at all, and the sound of the bell came again. "Ah! I can't stand it." Taoist Simu sat up suddenly, furiously took off the coconut shells and cotton inside from his ears, and gnashed his teeth in anger. "The coconut shells are useless, even the cotton can't stop you. The little gadget he made last night was to block his ears so that he could not hear the sound of Master Ikkyu chanting. But now it seems that the sound has a strong penetrating power, and it all penetrated into his ears without any omission." Chapter 57, Spiritual Rhythm, Paper Tie Forms. Taoist Simu couldn't stand the noise, so he angrily opened the cabinet, took out a box, and walked out. After reaching the 3rd level, extending life and freedom, practitioners don't have such high requirements for sleep. But humans have a habit of sleeping, no matter what level of cultivation they have. When Lin Kaiyun has nothing to do, he naturally likes to sleep a comfortable late night. But it seems impossible today. The sound of Master Ikkyu's chanting is too clear. "Ah!" Lin Kaiyun yawned with his mouth covered, and after getting dressed, he pushed open the bedroom door. "Brother, you got up so early." Jiao was packing his bedding in the lobby, and when he saw Lin Kaiyun coming out, he greeted him. "Good morning," Lin Kaiyun replied, and didn't see Taoist Simu, so he asked directly, "Jiali, did my uncle go to buy a house next door?" Jiali nodded repeatedly, "Yes." "Brother, you are amazing, you know all this." As he was talking, Taoist Simu came back with a box in his arms, and a clay doll in his hand. "Kaiyun, you're awake." Taoist Simu glanced at Lin Kaiyun and said to Jiao, "Start the altar." Jiao asked in confusion, "Master, are you starting the altar before dawn?" Taoist Simu looked unhappy and scolded, "Do you have to choose a time to start the altar? Go quickly." Lin Kaiyun found it funny to see Taoist Simu's angry look. He walked to the table, poured himself a glass of water and drank it, then said with a smile, "Uncle Master, have you hit a wall? You didn't spend your money." He knew that in the movie, Taoist Simu was rejected when he tried to buy a house, and then had a battle with Master Ikkyu. That stinky monk, He doesn't want any money. Taoist Simu became more and more angry, pointing in the direction of the next door and cursing, "Look how I teach you a lesson. Stinky monk, I'll make you bother me with chanting sutras every morning." Lin Kaiyun knew the result, and kindly advised, "Uncle Master, I advise you to forget it. I think you will suffer a loss." "I will suffer a loss? Today Uncle Master will let you see my methods." Taoist Simu and Master Kaiyun, the two happy naughty boys, have been fighting for several years. It's okay to lose to anyone, but not to Master Kaiyun. He was holding the clay doll in his hand, preparing to draw a talisman, when he suddenly noticed that Lin Kaiyun's aura was a little different. He asked in confusion, "Hey, Kaiyun, I find something wrong with you. Have you reached the 4th level, refining the body into ki?" Haha. Lin Kaiyun laughed twice, but did not answer directly. He waved his hand and the water cup on the table flew in front of Taoist Simu. He smiled and said, "Uncle Master, have some tea, good boy." Taoist Simu reached out to take the water cup, with praise in his eyes, and said with satisfaction, "You have already cultivated to the 4th level at this age. You are simply a genius. I am very proud of Maoshin." Then Taoist Simu said to himself with some envy, "My cultivation is only at the 5th level, and now my nephew has reached the 4th level. Doesn't it make me, the uncle, seem incompetent?" At this time, Jael shouted, "Master, the altar is ready. Stinky monk, I'm taking my anger out on you." Taoist Simu pinched the ragdoll and began to arrange it. Jael saw his master's actions and guessed what he was going to do, so he asked, "Master, are you going to play a trick on the master?" Taoist Simu shouted, "What? No way. Are you good to him? Go away." Oh, Jael didn't dare to disobey Taoist Simu, and walked obediently to the side of Lin Kaiyun, muttering softly, "Senior brother, do you want to persuade the master? I'm sure King doesn't want to see Master Kaiyun being teased." Hearing this, Lin Kaiyun glanced at Jael. This guy is really a dog licker to the extreme. Even if he likes King, he can't turn his elbow outward. He patted Jael on the shoulder and said, "Jael, Master Yixiu was indeed too noisy when he chanted sutras in the morning. I think what the master did was right, but..." Lin Kaiyun raised his hand to interrupt Jael. "There is no but. It is not King who wants to tease Master Yixiu. Taoist Simu has already started to cast a spell." He made a spell, lit a talisman, threw it into the chicken blood bowl, and chanted a spell. Soon, the clay doll moved, and Master Yixiu, who was knocking on the wooden fish on the other side, also moved. Master Yixiu overturned the table, hit the wall, danced with joy, picked up a wrench and was about to pull out his teeth. He rushed around the room like a madman. King also found that something was wrong with Master Yixiu and asked anxiously, "Master, what's wrong with you?" Master Yixiu pinched his neck with both hands and shouted in pain, "I am controlled by someone. King, bring me some garlic." Huh? After Lin Kaiyun reached the 4th level, his perception was very strong. Naturally, he heard Master Kaiyu's shout. He almost forgot that it seemed that Master Kaiyun used garlic to release the control in the movie. Since he was there, he naturally didn't want his uncle, Taoist Simu, to be teased. He asked Jael, who was standing aside, "Do you have white paper and bamboo strips?" White paper and bamboo strips. Jael was stunned when he heard this, and asked in confusion, "Brother, what do you want this for?" "Make paper cranes, not paper cranes, but paper people. Go." Soon, Jael found some white paper and bamboo strips and handed them to Lin Kaiyun. Lin Kaiyun spread the white paper flat on the table, turned his hands over, and folded it into a vivid little paper man. With paper as the body and bamboo strips as the bones, he attached the bamboo strips to the body of the little paper man, bit his fingertips, and tapped the eyes of the paper man. The spirit is formed by itself, and the paper is formed. The little paper man suddenly came to life, stood up by himself, and walked around on the table. "Brother, this, Jael was startled, pointing at the paper figure on the table with a look of shock, and asked in confusion, "Is this paper figure alive?" "It's not alive, it just has temporary intelligence," Lin Kaiyun answered, and then controlled the paper figure to fly to the room of Master Yixiu next door. After circling a few times, the little paper figure found garlic on the pillar on the roof, and directly stuck it on the garlic, and it instantly burned, destroying all the garlic. King, who came to get the garlic, only saw the residual ashes and shouted, "Master, it's bad, I don't know what burned the garlic, then bring me the jade card on the Buddha statue." King hurried to the Buddha statue, took off the jade card and handed it to Master Yixiu. Master Yixiu kept clapping his hands against each other, and there was no way to take the jade card. He gritted his teeth and said, "My hands are out of control, put the jade card in my mouth." King pinched Master Yixiu's cheek and stuffed the jade card into his mouth smoothly. Immediately, Master Yixiu regained control of his body. He sat on the ground exhausted, gasping for breath. It must be that guy Simu. King ran to the balcony and saw Taoist Simu, who was performing a ritual. She turned her head and said, "Master, it was indeed him." Master Yixiu rested for a while, stood up with his hands, tidied his clothes, looked at Taoist Simu's house, and slowly said, "Take the magic weapon, we will go to meet him too." At the same time, Taoist Simu found that the clay doll on the altar did not respond. He went forward to check, pinched it in his hand, and looked puzzled. "What's the matter? Why doesn't it work?" "Of course it doesn't work." Master Yixiu walked in with King, looking at Taoist Simu with a smile on his face. "Haha." Taoist Simu smiled awkwardly, and tried to control the clay doll with his hands behind his back, but there was no response. Lin Kaiyun was also very surprised at this time. He had burned garlic, so how could Master Yixiu still get out of trouble? Jiu, on the other hand, was very happy to see King, and hurriedly stepped forward to greet her. "Master Yixiu, King. Why are you here?" "Humph," King snorted coldly, not looking at Jiu in a good face. Master Yixiu stared at Taoist Simu, took out a round plate, and spun it towards Taoist Simu. Taoist Simu's shadow was reflected on the round plate, and Master Yixiu took out a ragdoll and stuck it on the round plate, printing the shadow on it. Master Yixiu used his own method to fight back. He also controlled Taoist Simu with a ragdoll. He handed the ragdoll to King and said with a smile, "King, this doll is very interesting. You can play with it slowly. I'm going to go back to change clothes." After Master Yixiu left, King walked up to Taoist Simu with a smile and asked, "Master, did you play a trick on my master?" "No, I didn't." Although Taoist Simu was out of control, he was still stubborn and refused to admit it. "Humph," King snorted coldly, took out a firecracker, and threatened with a smile, "Master Simu, you still don't admit it. Hey, what are you going to do?" Taoist Simu felt cold when he saw the firecracker. He knew that King was a very barbaric girl and would definitely blow him up with a firecracker. He didn't care about his face anymore and asked for help directly. "Kaiyun, Jiu, help me." Jiu quickly ran to King and said flatteringly, "King, please let my master go." He didn't mean it. "Oh, that means it was Taoist Simu who teased my master." King smiled and nodded, without giving Jiu face, and had no intention of listening at all. Lin Kaiyun was speechless when he heard Jiu's words. Was he begging for mercy or admitting his mistake? He put down the water cup, walked over, and immediately grabbed King's wrist, saying with a smile, "Miss King, doesn't your master always talk about cause and effect?" King's pretty face flushed slightly. She didn't break free from Lin Kaiyun's hand. She pouted and looked at Lin Kaiyun and asked, "What do you mean?" Lin Kaiyun let go of King's hand, and explained with a smile, "Master Ikaiu recites Buddhist scriptures in the morning. The sound is very loud, and it keeps us awake. You should know that this is the cause. It is precisely because of the cause that there is the result that my uncle teases Master Ikaiu. Imagine. If Master Ikaiu recites scriptures in the morning and doesn't disturb anyone, would my uncle not tease Master Ikaiu?" King nodded unconsciously. She agreed with Lin Kaiyun's words in her heart. In fact, she would also be woken up by the sound of chanting in the morning, but he was her master after all, and she couldn't say anything no matter what. King thought about it. After all, he was her master. She pouted and said, "But you don't know how miserable my master was just now." His teeth were almost pulled out. Seeing that King did not give up, Lin Kaiyun was not anxious. He had many excuses waiting for him. What else is there to say about revenge? Master Yixiu should be able to say it. Lin Kaiyun did not need to explain this sentence. King naturally understood the reason. This sentence also raised the matter to a higher level. In simple terms, it was a drastic measure, but King could not refute this sentence, because that would be equivalent to refuting Master Yixiu's dharma. She didn't know how to defend herself and said in a low voice, "It's such a small matter and has nothing to do with this sentence." Lin Kaiyun knew that King would complain like this, and he said seriously, "Hey, Miss King, what you said is wrong. The Buddha said that all living beings, every blade of grass and every tree are living beings. Don't we have to abide by the Buddhist teachings for small matters and small people, Then Lin Kaiyun raised his head slightly and shouted loudly, "If that's the case, I think it's better not to believe in Buddha." "Well said." Master Ikai walked in. He had changed into a new set of clothes and happened to hear a few words from Lin Kaiyun when he came over. When King saw Master Yixiu coming in, she called out, "Master, King, forget it, brother Lin Kaiyun is right." Master Yixiu interrupted King, then looked at Taoist Simu, raised his hand to untie the restraints of the doll, and said with a cupped hand, "Master Simu, I will find a quiet place to chant in the morning in the future, so as not to disturb others' sleep." Taoist Simu, who was moving his hands and feet, almost thought that there was something wrong with his ears. Yixiu, the stinky monk, actually apologized to him? Is it true? Even Lin Kaiyun was a little surprised at this time. He just wanted to persuade King, but he didn't expect Master Yixiu to be so easy to talk to. Master Yixiu saw that Taoist Simu didn't respond, put his hands together, and asked, "Is it possible the Taoist Simu is unwilling to forgive me? What's the matter with this old monk? Is there any other calculation?" Although Taoist Simu was guessing in his heart, he still smiled and said, "How could it be? That's good." Master Yixiu nodded with a smile, and then said to King, "Let's go." King glared at Lin Kaiyun, turned around and followed Master Yixiu back. Taoist Simu walked to the side of Lin Kaiyun, looked at Master Yixiu's back, and said suspiciously, "Kaiyun, why is this so strange? Is there any conspiracy?" "No way." Lin Kaiyun shook his head. According to the movie, Master Yixiu should not be a bad guy. Besides, there is nothing to calculate. Outside the yard, Master Yixiu and King walked all the way back to their own yard. King asked doubtfully, "Master, you really don't care?" Master Ikai said calmly, "What Lin Kaiyun said makes sense, and I don't want to make things too awkward with Taoist Simu. I may need their help from Maoshan in the future." At the same time, a group of people were walking towards the bamboo house on the path leading to the bamboo house. Jiel stood by the window and looked curiously, and shouted in surprise, "Master, senior brother, look, it seems to be Uncle Master Kaiyun." "Really? That's great. I haven't seen junior brother Kaiyun and I for a few years." Taoist Simu was also very happy. After all, Lin Jiu and Kaiyun are the only ones who get along well in Maoshan. Lin Kaiyun looked outside meaningfully. "Taoist Master Kaiyun, he is finally here." Chapter 58, The Copper-Horned Golden Coffin, a gift from Taoist Kaiyun. From a distance, a group of people wearing Qin Dynasty costumes were seen. Except for the few people in front, the rest were struggling to push a heavy golden coffin. Judging from the degree of effort they put in and the deep ruts under the wooden wheels, this weight was obviously abnormal. Taoist Simu frowned when he saw the coffin. "It's actually a golden coffin? What is junior brother transporting, Uncle Master? Let's go out and take a look." Lin Kaiyun walked out to greet Taoist Kaiyun. Taoist Simu shook his head and followed him out. He always felt uneasy after seeing this golden coffin. Taoist Kaiyun saw Taoist Simu, Lin Kaiyun and others, and shouted with joy, "Senior brother." Taoist Simu was also very happy and walked a few steps quickly. "Senior brother, how are you?" Taoist Kaiyun raised his hand to salute after meeting. Taoist Simu also raised his hand to return the greeting. "Junior brother, it's been a few years since we last met in Renjia town." 3 years, yes. It's been 3 years. Let's catch up this time, okay? Seeing Taoist Simu and Taoist Kaiyun chatting as if no one was around, Lin Kaiyun pulled Jail over and interrupted, "Two uncles, I know you haven't seen each other for a long time, but you can't just ignore the two of us." "Ha ha ha." Taoist Kaiyun laughed, looked Lin Kaiyun up and down, and said with a smile, "Kaiyun, you're so big now, I almost can't recognize you." Lin Kaiyun glanced directly at Taoist Kaiyun and said unhappily, "Come on. Uncle Kaiyun, I'm not a child, you're too perfunctory. I was like this 3 years ago." Taoist Kaiyun shook his finger at Lin Kaiyun and complained, "Kaiyun, you're still so talkative. By the way, junior brother Kaiyun, this is my new apprentice 2 years ago. His name is Jail." Taoist Simu introduced Jail, who was standing beside him, then patted Jail on the head and shouted, "Stupid, why are you grinning like a fool? Call me uncle." Jail reacted and bowed, "Hello, Uncle Kaiyun." "Yeah, not bad." Taoist Kaiyun nodded, looked at the corpse aura between Jail's eyebrows, and asked Taoist Simu, "Brother Simu, if I'm not mistaken, Jail has a rare body that refuses corpses, right?" "Brother Kaiyun, your eyesight is still very good. I've said it before, You are the most suitable to inherit my Maotian numerology lineage, but fate plays tricks on you. Taoist Simu couldn't help but feel a little regretful in his words. Numerology lineage? Lin Kaiyun was taught by Lin Jiu. Although he had not studied in the Maotian system, he had heard from Lin Jiu that Maotian was a Taoist talisman school, and there were also many branches in it. Talismans and Taoist methods are necessary for all Maotian disciples. The rest are medicine, corpse driving, and numerology. Among them, numerology is geomancy, feng shui, and Qimen fortune. But he has never heard of Uncle Kaiyun, who is good at feng shui and Qimen. Is there any story behind it? Jiu, who was standing aside, was confused when he heard it. He came to the side of Taoist Simu and asked, Master, I have a corpse-rejecting physique? How come I don't know? What is a corpse-rejecting physique? Hearing this, Taoist Kaiyun looked at Taoist Simu. Brother, you haven't told him yet. Taoist Simu shook his head, his face became melancholy, and he slowly said, now is the end of the law. It is getting harder and harder to drive corpses. I don't know what will happen in the future. I don't want Jiu to have any burden. Master, Jiu scratched his head and looked at his master and Uncle Kaiyun in confusion. He was confused. Master, Uncle, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Lin Kaiyun patted Jiu on the shoulder and smiled. Jiu, they are just talking casually, don't think about it. The corpse-rejecting physique. Lin Kaiyun had seen it in his master Lin Jiu's book. It is a relatively rare physique. The reason for its birth is also very sad. Generally, it is born after the mother's death, which is commonly known as a coffin child. There is a chance that the fetus will have a natural corpse key. There is nothing special about this physique, but it is not afraid of the erosion of corpse key. On the contrary, staying with corpses and zombies will make it immune to all diseases, longevity and happiness. It is a natural corpse driver. Even the orthodox Xiangxi corpse driver lineage rarely has this physique. Taoist Simu must not want to tell Jiu, because he doesn't want Jiu to know that he is a coffin child, and he doesn't want to force Jiu to inherit his corpse driving skills. After all, it was his own business, so Jiu was still a little curious, but, no buts. Lin Kaiyun interrupted Jiu directly, then changed the subject, stretched out his hand in front of Uncle Master Kaiyun, and said, Uncle Master, when you left 3 years ago, you said that you would give me a great gift next time you saw me. Where's the gift, you kid? Taoist Kaiyun smiled, took out a gray bone needle from his arms, handed it to Lin Kaiyun, and said, how about it? Are you satisfied with it? Lin Kaiyun took the bone needle, which was cold to the touch, and there was an extremely evil breath in it. He asked, Uncle Master, what kind of needle is this? The evil spirit on it is so strong. Taoist Kaiyun explained, this bone needle is a reward I gave to a senior official for helping him transport corpses. It is said that it is made of tiger tail bones. Before the fall of the Qing dynasty, it was used for lynching in the Ministry of Justice. It is covered with the blood of extremely evil criminals, and it has a fatal killing effect on evil things. Bone needle? It was also stained with the blood of 2 extremely evil criminals? Good stuff, good stuff. Lin Kaiyun collected it with satisfaction. He, Jiu on the side grinned foolishly and asked shamelessly, Uncle Master Kaiyun, do I have a gift? Hearing this, Taoist Simu pointed at Jiu and scolded, you kid, did the master treat you badly? You still ask your Uncle Master Kaiyun for a gift. Don't you know that your Uncle Master Kaiyun is very face conscious? He won't be able to refuse you if you mention it. Okay, Brother Simu, stop acting. Taoist Master Kaiyun waved his hands helplessly, took out a bagua mirror from his cloth bag, and introduced, this is the bagua mirror I wear close to my body. Although it can't reach the level of a treasure, it has already generated some spiritual energy. Haha, Taoist Master Simu laughed. He didn't care at all that Taoist Master Kaiyun had seen through his acting. He took the bagua mirror and threw it to Jiu. Jiu, this is a gift from your Uncle Master. Put it away quickly. Thank you, Uncle Master. I can tell it's amazing. Jiu bowed to Taoist Master Kaiyun, took the bagua mirror and put it away without even looking at it, for fear of regretting it. At this moment, Minister Wu in the back shook the handkerchief in his hand and made a shrill sound, shouting, hey, hey, hey. What are you doing here? Hearing this, Taoist Kaiyun turned his head and explained, Minister Wu, I want to borrow some glutinous rice from my senior brother. Glutinous rice? Minister Wu muttered, rolled his eyes, and shouted, we still have rations, why do we need to borrow the thing? Minister Wu, the young prince on the sedan chair stopped Minister Wu and ordered, In this case, let's stop here and rest. Minister Wu naturally did not dare to disobey the young prince's wishes. He waved his hands shyly and shouted coquettishly, "Okay. Let's all take a rest." Lin Kaiyun looked at the effeminate Minister Wu and felt a chill in his heart. This guy should not be a eunuch. Eunuchs just lack masculinity but are not necessarily effeminate. Minister Wu's every move was simply too effeminate. Taoist Simu thought that Taoist Kaiyun really needed glutinous rice, so he said to Jiu, "Go get some glutinous rice for Uncle Kaiyun." Taoist Kaiyun did not explain, but looked directly at Lin Kaiyun and asked, "Kaiyun, I saw the letter you sent. Is there something wrong? Why do you have to ask me to come?" The content on the yin-yang bird that Taoist Kaiyun received before was that he must come to Taoist Simu. Originally, Taoist Kaiyun would have stopped by, but Lin Kaiyun's letter still made Taoist Kaiyun very confused. Lin Kaiyun made up a random excuse, "Uncle Kaiyun, I also learned hexagrams from my master. I had a hexagram before. Uncle Kaiyun might have a disaster recently, so I sent you a message to see if I can help you solve it." "Disaster?" Taoist Simu muttered, his eyes locked on the coffin. He took 2 steps forward, took a closer look, turned his head and asked, "Junior brother, the copper-horned golden coffin is still wrapped with ink line, is there a zombie inside?" Taoist Kaiyun nodded, "Yes, it's a zombie." "Zombie?" Master Yixiu also came over with kicking and happened to hear the conversation between the two. "Oh, it's Master Yixiu." Taoist Kaiyun greeted him. "Master Kaiyun." Master Yixiu clasped his hands together in return, then looked at the copper-horned golden coffin and said, "If it's a zombie, why don't you just burn it, Alice?" Taoist Kaiyun also sighed. Originally, zombies should be eliminated directly when they met, but he really couldn't touch this zombie. He explained to the two, "The people in here are the royal family from the frontier. We can't burn them. We have to transport them back to Beijing as soon as possible and hand them over to the emperor for his fate." Emperor? Lin Kaiyun was very confused when he was watching the movie. The Qing emperor had been overthrown long ago in this era. Where did the emperor come from? He asked, "Uncle Kaiyun, wasn't the Qing court overthrown long ago? How come there is still an emperor?" Taoist Kaiyun quickly made a gesture of silence to Lin Kaiyun. He looked around and found that the little prince didn't hear him. He was relieved and whispered to Lin Kaiyun, "Although the Qing court is gone, they signed an abdication agreement with the marshal and can still live in the capital. Many of the old and young still have terrifying power in their hands, which is not something we can interfere with." Lin Kaiyun nodded. He could understand what Taoist Kaiyun said. Although this is a different zombie world, it is the end of the law after all. Those who practice are not immortals who can fly into the sky and hide in the ground. Especially after the secular world had guns and cannons, the threat to cultivators became even greater. Swords and knives might not be feared, but bullets were. Master Ikai walked around the coffin, pointed at the tent on the coffin, and suggested, "Master Kaiyun, why don't you take down the tent? This will allow the coffin to absorb sunlight and reduce some corpse gas." "Hey, why didn't I think of that?" "Thank you, Master." Master Kaiyun looked up when he heard this. He really hadn't thought of this. He turned his head and ordered, "East, south, west, north, take down the tent on the coffin." Yes, the 4 people from the east, south, west, north responded and took action. Strictly speaking, these 4 people were not disciples of Master Kaiyun. At first, they were employed, but Master Kaiyun would teach these 4 people some Taoist methods from time to time, and they were half disciples. "Wait. Don't take it down yet." Lin Kaiyun stopped the 4 people from the southeast, northwest, and said to Taoist Kaiyun, "Uncle Kaiyun, don't take down this tent, otherwise once it rains, the ink line on it will be washed away, and the coffin will be unrestricted." Raining. Taoist Simu shook his head and pointed to the sun in the sky and said, "Kaiyun, the plum rain season has passed. It won't rain under the big sun in the sky." Master Yixiu also echoed, "That's right, if it was the plum rain season, I would naturally not make this suggestion." In fact, there was nothing wrong with Master Yixiu's suggestion, and it was not a conspiracy theory. It was just that he didn't expect a heavy rain at night. Lin Kaiyun also had doubts. Since Taoist Simu and Master Yixiu said so, it shouldn't be wrong. After all, they both lived here for a long time and knew some of the rules of the rainy season very well. But in the movie, there was a real heavy rain and thunder and lightning at night. At this time, Minister Wu put one hand on his waist and swung his handkerchief with the other hand, shouting, "Hey, What are you talking about? Let's go. Got it, let's go. Taoist Kaiyun responded, bowed and said goodbye to everyone, saying, everyone, I'm leaving first, we'll talk later. Lin Kaiyun said directly, wait, uncle, don't leave tonight. Taoist Kaiyun smiled helplessly, you also saw that it's not up to me, it's okay, leave it to me, Lin Kaiyun said, and performed a ghost shadow, and flashed directly in front of the little prince. What are you going to do? Minister Wu saw Lin Kaiyun suddenly appear, and hurriedly protected the little prince in front of him, shouting to the left and right, come here, protect the king. The guards on the left and right drew their swords and stared at Lin Kaiyun vigilantly. Lin Kaiyun was not afraid at all. He took a step forward and said, young prince, I don't know if you can understand. The coffin is a zombie. I calculated with my fingers that there will be a heavy rain tonight. I am afraid that it will affect the restrictions on the coffin. The young prince did not understand and glanced at Wu Shilin. Wu Shilin first served the old prince in the coffin, and now he serves the young prince. Naturally, he is very proficient in observing words and expressions. Humph, he snorted coldly, pinched his waist and raised his head, and said arrogantly, hey, who are you? Dare to order the young prince, are you looking for death? Lin Kaiyun waved his hand casually, and several lightning bolts shot out and hit the swords of the surrounding guards. Plop. The blades were electrified, and these guards trembled all over and fell to the ground one after another. You. How dare you do that? When had Minister Wu seen this scene before? He hurriedly took out a pistol from his arms, pointed it at Lin Kaiyun, and trembled all over. Don't come over here, or I'll shoot. Lin Kaiyun played with a little lightning snake in his hand and threatened calmly, do you believe that I can make you even more miserable than them before I shoot? Minister Wu smiled awkwardly, threw the gun aside very tactfully, turned around and advised the little prince, I think it's getting late, why don't you rest here tonight? Chapter 59 Talent Show, you are wooden. Minister Wu respectfully helped the young prince get off the sedan chair, holding a handkerchief, kicked the guard who was electrocuted next to him, and shouted in a sharp voice, get up quickly, set up a tent outside the yard to camp. Then Minister Wu looked at Lin Kaiyun, a charming smile on his face, and said lightly, this young man, do you think this is okay? It was a beautiful woman talking to Lin Kaiyun like this, and Lin Kaiyun would definitely pull her up to talk about life, but this guy was a man. Lin Kaiyun really didn't want to see this Minister Wu, so he quickly stopped, that's it. Be careful not to tilt the fence, okay, brother Lin, Minister Wu shyly threw a coquettish eye. Ugh. Lin Kaiyun almost vomited, covered his mouth and walked around Minister Wu, and walked to the copper-cornered golden coffin. Taoist Master Kaiyun stared at Lin Kaiyun in astonishment, and asked in shock, Kaiyun, your thunder method? It doesn't seem to be inherited from Maoshan. That's right. Lin Kaiyun nodded, spread his hands, and said calmly, I understood it myself. What? Taoist Master Kaiyun couldn't believe it, and cast an inquiring look at Taoist Master Simu. Taoist Master Simu patted Taoist Master Kaiyun on the shoulder and advised meaningfully, Junior brother, don't panic, it's just a thunder method. You will be more shocked in a while, brother Simu. What do you mean? Taoist Master Kaiyun didn't understand what Taoist Master Simu meant for a while. When he turned his head, he couldn't help shouting, damn, this can't be true. Lin Kaiyun's fingertips flashed a faint blue light, and with a stroke in the void, dozens of corpse-suppressing talismans appeared behind him. Taoist Kaiyun pointed at Lin Kaiyun tremblingly and asked in surprise, is this a void-drawing talisman? Calm down. Junior brother, you have been in the martial arts world for more than 10 years, but it's as if you have never seen the world, Taoist Simu said lightly with a satisfied expression on his face. Well, it feels so good to find a confidant. He was also so shocked before, and now finally someone feels the same as him. Taoist Kaiyun calmed down his surging emotions and said with emotion, brother Simu, according to the records, in our Maoshan, it seems that only the 3 Mao true lords can master this kind of void-drawing talismans. I can't believe my eyes. Taoist Simu acted like a master and admonished Taoist Kaiyun, brother, you see I am very indifferent. We who practice Taoism should go with the flow and not be disturbed. That's not right, master. Jail interrupted and ruthlessly dismantled Taoist Simu's plan. It seems that when you found out that you had reached the 4th level this morning, it was not much better than this. Get out, Taoist Simu scolded angrily. Jail was so scared that he hid behind Lin Kaiyun and begged for help. Brother, save me. Master's expression is so scary. Get out of the way, don't disturb me. Lin Kaiyun stopped drawing talismans and asked Taoist Kaiyun, Uncle Kaiyun, I want to stick more corpse-suppressing talismans on the copper-horned golden coffin. Is that okay? Oh, Taoist Kaiyun had not yet recovered from his surprise, and subconsciously nodded in agreement. No problem, no problem. When Taoist Simu saw Lin Kaiyun's posture, he thought of the zombie that Lin Kaiyun had mummified, and said to Taoist Kaiyun, Junior brother Kaiyun, I advise you to be cautious, otherwise this coffin may not be a copper-horned golden coffin later. Taoist Kaiyun had a face full of question marks, and when he was about to ask, Lin Kaiyun gave him the answer. Lin Kaiyun waved his hand, and the corpse-suppressing talismans behind him were continuously pasted on the coffin. After a while, the whole coffin was covered with talismans, as if it was a coffin made of talismans, and it didn't look like a copper-horned golden coffin at all. How could this be pasting talismans? This was clearly a rain of talismans. Taoist Kaiyun's thoughts at this time were very similar to those of Taoist Simu. Although Taoist Simu had already given him a shot of prevention, he still couldn't help but look at Taoist Simu. Brother, don't say any more, I understand. Taoist Simu shook Taoist Kaiyun's hand to show his understanding. It's really not that they are ignorant, but mainly because Lin Kaiyun is too evil. Master Kaiyun, who was standing by, was amazed even though he had seen Lin Kaiyun's ability to draw talismans in the air before. He clasped his hands together and said, Amitabha, brother Lin Kaiyun, you are really gifted. King also secretly looked at Lin Kaiyun, her eyes full of curiosity. This man always carried a magical touch? Lin Kaiyun did not notice the expressions of the people around him. After he pasted the corpse-suppressing talisman, he took out the ink line and threw it in the air. He held the spell in his hand and shouted loudly, I have a room, and half of it is rented to the Wheel King. Sometimes I can emit a ray of light, and the evil demons in the world dare not block it. Suddenly, the ink line turned into red light, like a vivid snake, winding around the coffin, blocking all the gaps of the talismans, and completely becoming a hole. However, this was not over yet. Lin Kaiyun did not stop moving, and he even danced on the spot, muttering in an obscure tone. Taoist Master Kaiyun seemed to recognize something and asked in shock, Brother, is this the method of the horse-riding immortal, the horse-riding immortal? Really? Master Yixiu also opened his mouth wide. Soon, Lin Kaiyun stopped his movements, stood on one foot on the ground, and closed his eyes. After a few seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes, shot out a ray of light, pulled out a stick of incense from his waist, and stood in the middle of the coffin. The leader of the Golden Flower sect is here, and all the evil spirits go elsewhere. From now on, you must behave righteously, so that my magic weapon will not hurt you. I obey the order of the leader of the Golden Flower sect, and I will do it as the law commands. As soon as the voice fell, the incense ignited without fire and burned out quickly. The green smoke lingered and gradually condensed into a figure whose face could not be seen clearly, and it was suppressed in the middle of the coffin. Lin Kaiyun breathed a sigh of relief. This was also the first time he used the incense used by the horse-riding immortal to suppress ghosts and exorcise evil spirits. At least he did not lose face. Taoist Kaiyun couldn't help it any longer, and asked, Kaiyun, you. Before Taoist Kaiyun could finish, Lin Kaiyun raised his hand to interrupt. Wait, Uncle Master, it's not over yet. What? It's not over yet. Everyone was confused when they heard it. Lin Kaiyun took out some white paper and bamboo strips from the cloth bag, flipped his hands, stabbed two executioners holding beheading knives, bit his fingertips and put blood on the executioner's eyes. The spirit is formed, and the paper is formed. Go. Lin Kaiyun waved his hand, and two paper executioners were attached to the head and tail of the coffin, chopping off the head and suppressing the tail, and all evil spirits would not be able to escape. It's over this time. Lin Kaiyun clapped his hands. This time the copper-horned golden coffin was absolutely foolproof. There are talismans pasted all over the coffin, ink lines are used to block all the gaps, and incense sticks from the spirit world are lit in the middle of the coffin. There is also a paper executioner at the head and tail. Taoist Simu walked around the coffin, muttering to himself, and then looked at Lin Kaiyun in shock. Kaiyun, are you showing off your talent? It's a waste of your talent to use this set to suppress corpses. Even the evil spirits can't escape with this method. Taoist Kaiyun stepped forward, looked at Taoist Simu and Lin Kaiyun with a confused look on his face, and asked, Wait, senior brother, why can Kaiyun use incense from the spirit world? And you don't seem surprised at all. Taoist Simu began to talk, and it seemed like he was going to give a long speech. This matter is very complicated. It is said that there is a yellow-skinned man. Seeing this, Lin Kaiyun interrupted directly, because I am a disciple who goes out to perform rituals. My master also knows about this matter and he agreed to it. Taoist Simu was ready to tell a story, but Lin Kaiyun interrupted him directly. He immediately held back his words and glared at Lin Kaiyun with a bad face. Lin Kaiyun shrugged his shoulders to express his injustice. So that's it, Taoist Kaiyun suddenly realized, nodded, and murmured, Senior brother Lin Jiu must have his reasons for doing this. Taoist Simu said unhappily when he heard Lin Jiu's name. What reason does he have? I think Lin Jiu is getting old and confused. Kaiyun is so talented, but he has to learn a bunch of messed up things. Taoist Kaiyun knew the relationship between Simu and Lin Jiu, so he naturally wouldn't take it seriously, so he smiled and said, Senior brother Simu, if this gets to senior brother Lin Jiu's ears, you'll probably get a beating, then just don't let him know. Taoist Simu said very naturally, and then looked at Taoist Kaiyun and Lin Kaiyun, his expression full of threats. You two won't tell senior brother Lin Jiu, right? Yes, yes. Lin Kaiyun and Taoist Kaiyun smiled at each other and nodded repeatedly. Yes, Taoist Simu nodded with satisfaction, feeling the comfort of being a senior brother and an elder. Then he put his hands behind his back and walked into the house with square steps, saying, Jia Li, kill a chicken and a sheep, and give your uncle Kaiyun a good meal tonight. Okay, Jia Li responded and ran to Kingking's side happily. Master Kaiyun, Kingking, you guys come and have dinner together tonight. Master Kaiyun smiled and shook his head. How can I be embarrassed? Your uncle and master have finally met, and it's not easy for me, an outsider, to go and disrupt the situation. Taoist Kaiyun also invited, Master Kaiyun, why are you an outsider? Just come over, then I will obey your command. Master Kaiyun smiled and walked in with Taoist Kaiyun. Jiao said enthusiastically, Kingking, let's go in too. Kingking ignored Jiao and looked at Lin Kaiyun, shouting, Hey! Why haven't you spoken to me or invited me to dinner from just now until now? Lin Kaiyun looked at Kingking's angry look and thought it was a little cute. He spread his hands and smiled. Didn't Jiao and Taoist Kaiyun invite them? Besides, they all invited your master, which is equivalent to inviting you. That's different. They invited you, but you didn't. Kingking pouted and drank, then gestured and patted herself, demonstrating to Lin Kaiyun, you should say Miss Kingking, come over for dinner tonight. Hearing this, Jiao said flatteringly, Kingking, girl, come over for dinner tonight. Lin Kaiyun nodded his chin at Jiao and said, look, someone invited you, huh? Kingking snorted unhappily, raised her little head and stared at Lin Kaiyun, cursing, Lin Kaiyun, you are a piece of wood, just wait for me. After that, Kingking walked into the house angrily. Jiao was stunned for a moment, and then laughed out loud. Feeling that his chance had come, he quickly ran to Kingking's side and said, Kingking, don't be angry, my senior brother is like that, a crazy cultivator, and doesn't like to talk to girls at all. Lin Kaiyun frowned. It had nothing to do with him that Jiao liked to be a dog licker, but he couldn't slander him. And this was equivalent to slandering him in person. It seemed that Jiao was a bold guy. Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai would never dare to do this. Lin Kaiyun raised his hand, and a small lightning bolt popped out from his fingertips and hit Jiao's neck. In an instant, Jiao jumped up uncontrollably. Jiao couldn't help but twitch and yelled, oh my god, what is that? It's so numb and painful. Jiao, what's wrong with you? Kingking was startled by Jiao's appearance and asked in confusion. It's okay, don't worry about him, it's not serious, it can also promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis, Lin Kaiyun explained, then strode forward, grabbed Kingking's wrist directly, pulled her into his arms, and said in a magnetic voice, am I still a piece of wood like this? Kingking leaned against Lin Kaiyun's chest and could clearly feel his heartbeat. She was a little at a loss for a moment, and the hot air blowing in her face made Kingking blush. Jiao, who was trembling from the electric shock, saw this scene and shouted in disbelief, brother, Kingking, what are you doing? Master and Master Kaiyun are in the room. Lin Kaiyun ignored the sour Jiao beside him. He lowered his head to look at Kingking and said gently, Miss Kingking, let's have dinner together tonight. Kingking bit her lip and nodded, yes. Okay, seeing that the wild Kingking actually had such a delicate side, Lin Kaiyun reached out and lifted the hair on her forehead and said, Miss Kingking, in addition to having dinner together at night, We have to get up together in the morning. Ah. What do you mean? King didn't react for a moment and looked up at Lin Kaiyun with confusion in her eyes. Lin Kaiyun kissed King's forehead lightly, then let go of her hand and walked into the house with a smile. What do you mean? You can figure it out if you think about it. JL seemed to hear the sound of his own heart breaking at this moment. He cried, but his mouth was numbed by the electricity and he could no longer speak clearly. He stammered, woo, oh, but King still ignored him. King touched her forehead in disbelief, thinking about Lin Kaiyun's words in her mind. Get up together? Suddenly, King reacted. Her face flushed from her earlobes to her neck. She stomped her feet and shouted at Lin Kaiyun's back, damn rascal. JL could no longer stand this dog-eared scene and jumped back into the house crying. After a while, the scolding of Taoist Simu was heard in the room. JL, you little bastard, I told you to cook, but you pretended to be a zombie. You want me to embarrass myself in front of junior brother Kaiyun, right? I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Woof. Oh, little bastard, why are you still not talking? Are you trying to piss me off on purpose? Junior brother Kaiyun, don't stop me, I'm going to beat this evil disciple to death today. The screams of JL and the scolding of Taoist Simu in the room intertwined together, making Lin Kaiyun and King laugh. Chapter 60, More Than One Royal Family. At night, everyone enjoyed the food made by JL in Taoist Simu's bamboo house. Maybe because Master Yixiu took the initiative to apologize to Simu and Taoist Simu before, the two did not quarrel this time. During the period, Minister Wu ordered Taoist Kaiyun to arrange a room for the little prince, but Lin Kaiyun was scared away with a look and obediently set up a tent outside the yard. After the meal, Master Yixiu put his hands together and said to everyone, Taoist Simu, Taoist Kaiyun, thank you for your hospitality. It's getting late, and I'm leaving. Taoist Simu waved his hand and smiled, let's go. You should have gone back a long time ago. Although Master Yixiu's apology made Taoist Simu have a much better impression of him, the two had no grudges originally, they just liked to find some fun on boring days, such as competing. Master Yixiu shook his head and smiled. Without saying a word, he turned around and left with King. Lin Kaiyun suddenly said, King, are you leaving now? Have you forgotten what we agreed to do before? As soon as the voice fell, everyone looked at King's Lin Kaiyun, full of doubts. Hateful. What nonsense are you talking about? King stamped her feet, blushed, lowered her head and ran out. Haha, Lin Kaiyun laughed. He arched his hands to Master Yixiu and explained, Master Yixiu, Miss King and I are joking. Master Yixiu smiled, it's okay, you young people. After Master Yixiu left, Lin Kaiyun stood up and said, two uncles, you guys chat, I'll go out and see the copper-horned golden coffin. Taoist Simu thought of the current appearance of the copper-horned golden coffin and smiled bitterly. Kaiyun, the coffin has been restricted by you, there is no need to go out to see it, it's okay, just in time for me to go out and get some fresh air. After that, Lin Kaiyun walked out. It was already night, and the sky was full of stars, with no sign of a rainstorm. What was going on? Could it be the butterfly effect? Lin Kaiyun thought. But who cares? As long as the zombie didn't get out of trouble, it would be fine. Lin Kaiyun walked to the place where the young prince and Wu Shilin had camped, looked around, and found the coffin. It was placed on an open space, and 4 people from the east, south, west, and north were guarding it, but it had already fallen asleep. Lin Kaiyun walked over and knocked on the coffin, checked it, and found that there was no problem with the seal on it. After checking it, Lin Kaiyun was relieved and turned to leave. When passing by the tent, the voice of Wu Shilin inside reached Lin Kaiyun's ears. Young prince, after inquiring, we are now the fastest. This time, His Majesty will definitely reward us well. Wu Shilin, we must be the first to arrive. I want to stay in the capital, and I don't want to go back to the bitter cold land of the border. The voice was a little childish, and it must be the young prince. Young prince, please rest assured. We are the only ones who have hired Taoist priests from Mount Mao to escort them. The other princes are all escorted by guards, and the speed is very slow. Minister Wu's tone was very confident. Then he said some irrelevant words, and Lin Kaiyun didn't listen anymore. The first one? The other princes? What's the situation? Is it not just this one frontier royal family? Impossible. Lin Kaiyun returned to the house and sat on the chair, saying nothing, digesting the information he heard. Taoist Simu and Taoist Kaiyun drank tea and talked for a long time in the lobby. Seeing that the time was almost up, Taoist Simu ordered jail and shouted, "Jail, find a room for your Uncle Kaiyun." Taoist Kaiyun bowed to Taoist Simu and said, "Brother Simu, I've been running around all day, so I'll rest first." Taoist Simu patted Taoist Kaiyun on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Have a good sleep tonight, we still have to travel tomorrow." Lin Kaiyun glanced outside. It was calm and there were no problems. Maybe it was really different. Lin Kaiyun didn't think about it anymore and returned to his room to rest. Soon, several people fell asleep, and time soon came to midnight. The sky filled with stars suddenly dimmed. At this time, a guard stood up in a twisted posture, walked to the side of the coffin with a dazed look, and used the sword in his hand to cut a talisman on the coffin along the gap. The corpse-suppressing talisman and the ink line are both for zombies and ghosts, and have no effect on humans. The guard destroyed the talisman without any hindrance, and then walked away as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, several lights flashed in the sky, followed by thunder. In an instant, there was a violent storm. Lin Kaiyun opened his eyes suddenly. Not good. He jumped over the window and ran towards the coffin. Taoist Simu and Taoist Kaiyun were also awakened by the rainstorm and ran out wearing coats. "It's really raining? And it's such a heavy rain." Taoist Simu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lin Kaiyun's guess to be so accurate. Taoist Master Kaiyun reacted instantly, with a worried look on his face. "No, we have to move the coffin into the house quickly. With such a strong wind, the talisman will be damaged if it is blown away." Hearing this, Taoist Master Simu also became serious. Then, seeing the figure in the distance, he felt more at ease. He pointed to the distance and said, "It's okay. Look at that figure. Kaiyun has passed." Taoist Master Kaiyun nodded. "It's really Kaiyun." The ability shown by Lin Kaiyun before not only shocked Taoist Master Simu and Taoist Master Kaiyun, but also made them feel inexplicably reassured about Lin Kaiyun. The moment they saw Lin Kaiyun running towards the coffin, they felt more at ease. The violent storm woke everyone up. The 4 people from the east, south, west and north were fixing the coffin with ropes, while the other guards were dragging the tent on the side. Minister Wu stood in the tent, pointing at Dong Sibi and cursing, "Hey, you 4, don't worry about the coffin, come and help stabilize the tent quickly, otherwise the little prince will be drenched and you will all die." At this time, Lin Kaiyun had already approached the coffin, and could see that the talismans, incense and everything on it were all there, and he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the band was still there, it would be fine even if there was a big storm, because his ink line could not be easily washed away by rain. Lin Kaiyun heard Minister Wu's words from a distance, and shouted directly, "Don't worry about him, Dong Sibi, fix the coffin with wooden nails." "Got it," Dong Sibi responded, picked up the wooden nails meticulously and got busy. Minister Wu was about to curse, but when he found out that it was Lin Kaiyun, he didn't dare to be presumptuous, and turned around and walked into the tent. Dong Sibi had already fixed the coffin at this time, and it was covered and not blown away by the wind, and everything seemed to be fine. However, after Lin Kaiyun approached, he suddenly found that the talisman and the ink line had been damaged. He was shocked and asked, "East, south, west, north, who else has approached the coffin before?" Although the talisman was damaged, the horse incense and the paper executioner were intact. With these 2, the zombies inside could not escape. The 4 people in the east, south, west and north looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. No. Lin Kaiyun frowned. The talisman and the ink line were obviously damaged by humans. This person was probably among them. "Okay, you keep an eye on the coffin and try not to get wet by the rain," Lin Kaiyun said, and turned to walk towards the tent. In the tent, Minister Wu was making ginger soup for the little prince. The sudden entry of Lin Kaiyun scared the 2 of them. It would be fine if he was silent, but the problem was that the guards at the door did not react at all. Minister Wu rolled his eyes and thought that it would be better not to offend Lin Kaiyun. He waved his hand shyly and asked, "Little brother Lin, do you want some ginger soup? I'll give you some too." But the young prince stared at Lin Kaiyun with an unhappy look on his face and asked, "What did you do to my guards? Why didn't they report it?" Lin Kaiyun said calmly, "Those guards are all under my control. How dare you?" The young prince smashed the jade pot beside him, pointed at Lin Kaiyun angrily and cursed, "I am the young prince of the Qin dynasty. How dare you hurt my guards? Come on, arrest him for me." Lin Kaiyun sneered, raised his hand, and grabbed in the air. The young prince's body flew over uncontrollably. Lin Kaiyun grabbed the young prince's neck and shouted in a cold voice, "Your Qing dynasty is dead, and you are just a stray dog now. If I didn't see that you were still a child, I should kill you for all the things that the Qing dynasty did. Let me go." The young prince's face was bruised from being pinched, and he struggled desperately, but it was useless. Seeing that the situation was not good, Minister Wu quickly knelt in front of Lin Kaiyun and begged, "Mr. Lin, the young prince is just a child and speaks without restraint. Please spare him." As a slave, Minister Wu was very clear about his position. If the young prince died now, he would be nothing. "Humph," Lin Kaiyun snorted coldly, threw the young prince to the ground, took 2 steps, sat on the chair, and asked, "Someone among the guards destroyed my talisman, and cut it with a knife? Do you have anything to say?" Minister Wu helped the young prince up. After hearing what Lin Kaiyun said, he was confused. "Cut the talisman with a knife? Mr. Lin, we really don't know. The young prince has never given such an order." From Minister Wu's expression and tone, Lin Kaiyun could tell that he was not lying to him. Since it was not the young prince's order, Lin Kaiyun did not ask any more questions, but asked other questions instead. "What exactly are you going to do by transporting this royal zombie? And are there other royal zombies?" Hearing this, Minister Wu and the young prince looked at each other and said nothing. Lin Kaiyun smiled, stood up and threatened, "It seems that you still have to suffer so that you can tell the truth." "No, no, no." Minister Wu waved his hands and explained directly, I said, "We don't know what the purpose is, but we have received the secret order from His Majesty, and there are other royal zombies." Sure enough. Just as Lin Kaiyun was about to ask in detail, there was suddenly a thunderous sound outside the tent. Crack! The thunder was so loud that Lin Kaiyun in the tent felt the overflowing power of thunder and lightning. "It's broken." Lin Kaiyun reacted instantly and rushed out of the tent directly. "I saw that the lightning as thick as an arm struck the coffin, and the electric current was flowing on the coffin, and the east, south, west and north were stunned to the side. The incense on the coffin had been completely dissipated by the lightning, and the paper executioners at both ends were also ignited by the lightning. In an instant, all the restrictions disappeared, and the zombies in the coffin also woke up, and the coffin lid creaked." Lin Kaiyun jumped up, but another lightning struck, right at his feet. "Damn it, there's something wrong with this lightning." Lin Kaiyun felt that the lightning was wrong before, as if it was specifically intended to destroy the restrictions on the coffin, and now it struck directly at his feet to stop him. Could it be that someone is controlling the lightning? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Lin Kaiyun looked up at the sky and searched, but there was no breath of anyone, and there was only a dark cloud in the sky. Bang! Bang! The copper-horn gold coffin shook more violently, and the zombie inside was about to break out of the coffin. Lin Kaiyun didn't have time to think too much, so he turned over and jumped onto the coffin, stepped hard with his feet, and pressed down the raised coffin lid. The noisy noise outside alarmed everyone, and Taoist Simu and Taoist Kaiyun also rushed over. Taoist Kaiyun was shocked and said hurriedly, "It's bad, the zombie inside has awakened. Brother Simu, you go help Kaiyun, I'll go get the rope." "I didn't bring any magic tools," Taoist Simu complained, jumped directly onto the coffin, and pressed down the coffin with Lin Kaiyun. Lin Kaiyun felt the coffin lid shaking under his feet, and then said, "Uncle, you stand still, I'll jump up and stomp it." Taoist Simu gritted his teeth and exerted force. "Okay, hurry up, this zombie is too strong." Lin Kaiyun kicked his feet and jumped directly, condensed all the ki under his feet in the air, and stomped down hard. Bang! A huge sound rang out, and the coffin lid was dented by Lin Kaiyun, and the coffin lid was completely closed. "Now all you need to do is tie the coffin completely and seal it again." Lin Kaiyun turned his head and shouted, "Uncle Kaiyun, hurry up, I know, I'm coming." Taoist Kaiyun ran over with a thick hemp rope, threw it hard on the coffin, and said, "This hemp rope is soaked in chicken blood, tie it up first." Taoist Simu pulled the rope, but he didn't stop talking, and shouted in confusion, "Chicken blood? Where did you get the chicken blood? You didn't use up all the stock I've had over the years." Taoist Kaiyun directly agreed, "It's this critical moment, and you still don't care about stock or not." When Taoist Simu heard this, he was heartbroken. "Kaiyun, if you don't give me an explanation later, I'm not done with you." Although they were bickering, the movements of several people were not slow at all. They tied the coffin together cleanly, and then Lin Kaiyun and Taoist Simu turned over and jumped down. Taoist Simu pointed at the cross knot on the coffin and said with satisfaction, "Well, look, The knot I tied is pretty good, isn't it? Lin Kaiyun was speechless for a while and complained, Uncle Master, you have such a bad taste. Why tie a knot? The hemp rope stained with chicken blood has a strong restraining effect. The coffin was tied tightly, and the mood of several people was also relaxed. Taoist Simu said proudly, what do you know? It's not easy to break free if it is tied like this. As soon as the voice fell, the coffin in front of him exploded directly. Damn, Uncle Master, didn't you say it was tied tightly? Chapter 61 Mysterious Goo Worm, Mutation. Bang! In front of Lin Kaiyun and the others, the copper-horned golden coffin exploded, and the coffin lid was shattered into pieces. The hemp rope stained with chicken blood was also torn apart. The zombie of the frontier royal family stood up straight, with blue skin, extremely dry as if it had been burned, 3-inch teeth, and 10-centimeter nails. Taoist Kaiyun looked at the teeth and nails of the royal zombie and exclaimed, oh no, this is a level 6 zombie. I just don't know if it's a flying zombie or a silver-armored zombie. Level 6? Lin Kaiyun's face was a little solemn. His two uncles were only level 5, and he had just reached level 4. Even if it was 3-1, it might not be easy to win. Now he could only hope that this royal zombie was not a silver-armored zombie, otherwise it would be difficult to break the defense. Roar! The royal zombie suddenly opened his eyes, dark and blood red, and a touch of silver flashed in his eyeballs. Lin Kaiyun looked unhappy and shouted, damn, it seems to be a silver-armored corpse, 2 uncles. As a result, he found that Taoist Simu and Taoist Kaiyun were gone. He turned his head and saw his 2 uncles, and ran into the house. Lin Kaiyun was a little confused and shouted, 2 uncles, you are too disloyal, aren't you? You left me and ran away. Taoist Simu did not slow down his pace and shouted in response, Kaiyun, you hold on first. The 2 of us will go back to get some magic weapons, otherwise we will be sent to death with bare hands. Uncle Simu, I am also bare-handed. Lin Kaiyun raised his empty hands speechlessly, and then shouted to remind Taoist Simu, don't forget to help me get the sword in the bedroom. At this time, the royal zombie was standing on the coffin, staring with bloodshot eyes, motionless, without any reaction. Taking advantage of his illness to kill him, Lin Kaiyun would not play any unfair games with zombies. He drew a picture in the air, and more than a dozen fire talismans appeared in the air. With a wave of his hand, all of them were attached to the body of the royal zombie. Boom! The fire talismans exploded continuously, and the flames rolled out. The flames on the royal zombie illuminated the entire area. Still not moving? What's going on? Lin Kaiyun found that the royal zombie was still motionless, like a statue, which was really strange. The flames were burning, and even Lin Kaiyun smelled some burning smell. The dry green skin of the royal zombie was melted at this time, like hanging wax, which was even more disgusting. At this time, Wu Shilin ran out and shouted anxiously, hurry up! The little prince is dying, come and save the little prince, roar! The royal zombie, who had no reaction at first, roared after hearing Wu Shilin's shout, jumped off the coffin directly, and ran straight into the tent. Although he jumped, his speed was so fast that the flames on the royal zombie were blown away by the wind. Damn it! Lin Kaiyun quickly threw out the ink line, holding the spell in his hand, and shouted loudly, I have a room, half of which is rented to the rotating king. Sometimes I shoot out a ray of light, and the evil demons in the world dare not block it. Seal. The ink line turned into a red light in the air, and quickly wrapped around the legs of the royal zombie. Sizzle. The red light was imprinted on the skin of the royal zombie, stirring up bursts of white smoke. Roar. The royal zombie roared angrily, and its speed was greatly reduced. Lin Kaiyun hurriedly caught up, stretched out his hand and took out 5 large coins, and shot them at the feet of the royal zombie. Lin Kaiyun stuck his feet into the soil, kicked up a layer of soil, and covered the large coins. The ki in his body began to run wildly, holding the spell in his hand. Money asks for directions, a thought of divine power, thunder rolls, strong winds rise, fire rain swirls, and it's urgent as a command. As the spell was read out, Lin Kaiyun's arms trembled. Huh? A strong wind suddenly blew up under his feet, and a puff of dust appeared on the carved mother coin. 2 flags could be vaguely seen standing upright. Thunder flag. Fire flag. Get in position. Heavenly wind, thunder and fire, rise. In an instant, the 5 carved mother coins were connected interline, and the thunder and fire flags quickly rotated. Thunder and fire were everywhere, and the royal zombie just jumped on the carved mother coin. Thunder and fire intertwined and crawled all over the body along the feet of the royal zombie. Crackling. Countless explosions occurred on the body of the royal zombie, with a small range and great lethality. Huh? It works. Lin Kaiyun was relieved when he saw the royal zombie stopped. He used the Maoshan's secret method of heavenly wind, thunder and fire, and the enemies in it would be strangled by thunder and fire. Lin Kaiyun just took a breath, and the royal zombie struggled madly, and there was a visible electric current flowing through his body, breaking up the thunder and fire on his body one by one. This guy can use lightning? Has he mutated? Lin Kaiyun was very surprised. This royal zombie was obviously not afraid of lightning, and it was very likely that it could use lightning. It was simply unbelievable. Roar. The royal zombie roared at Lin Kaiyun, and a strong smell of blood spread out. But the target of this royal zombie was obviously not Lin Kaiyun. With a bang, it jumped towards the tent. Old prince? He turned into a zombie. Help! Wu Shilin shouted desperately, and ran away with his orchid fingers. Heaven and Earth Zuanzong, the root of all Qi, you can defend inside and attack the enemy outside. Lin Kaiyun's body was full of golden light, condensed in his hands, and turned into a golden whip, which was wrapped around the waist of the royal zombie. Bang! Lin Kaiyun only felt a huge force, and the whip transformed by the golden light spell was easily torn off by the royal zombie. Lin Kaiyun was suddenly a little anxious. The target of the royal zombie was the little prince. Once he was allowed to absorb it, his strength would probably surge. Lin Kaiyun quickly lit a stick of incense and threw it in front of him. The clouds lock the deep mountains and few people walk. The ancient cave is cold all night long. The clear spring lingers and accompanies the immortals. The incense smoke exhales the true words. The profound magic frequently passes on to the world. The words of the gods are used to cure diseases and shake the spiritual altar. The mysterious view is opened and the dragons and tigers are shocked. The Taoism is well known. I obey the order of the leader of the Golden Flower sect and act as a command. Then he shouted, the great immortal Wang Xiaofeng, a shadow behind him gradually solidified. Evil eyes, sharp claws flashing with cold light, hair all over the body fluttering in the wind, majestic. Stop him, yes. Wang Xiaofeng was not afraid at all. He raised his demonic aura to the extreme. He stepped on the ground and flew into the air. He waved his claws above the head of the royal zombie, with the momentum of a mountain pressing down on his head. Bang! The royal zombie swung its claws and slapped Wang Xiaofeng, who was falling from the sky, away. My god, where's the momentum just now? Even if you can't beat it, you can't be unable to take such a move, right? Lin Kaiyun looked at Wang Xiaofeng, who looked like a kite with a broken string, and was very speechless. Wang Xiaofeng was just level 4 now. He didn't expect Wang Xiaofeng to be able to defeat the royal zombie. He just wanted to stop it, but the gap was too big. The royal zombie rushed into the tent without any obstacles. At this time, the little prince collapsed on the chair in the tent. He fell into coma. The blood vessels on his neck and forehead were emitting red light, and many slender worms could be seen crawling inside. Lin Kaiyun was very surprised to see this. Is this a goo worm? He felt more and more uneasy. How could there be a goo worm in the little prince's body? Is it related to this royal zombie? He couldn't care less. He couldn't let this royal zombie suck the little prince's blood. Lin Kaiyun shook his wrist, took 2 steps, and suddenly jumped up. The talisman on his arm was attached with lightning, and he swung his elbow to hit the head of the royal zombie. Fuck, it's too fucking hard. Lin Kaiyun seemed to hide a mountain. The royal zombie didn't move at all. Now it was extremely angry. This person always harassed him. The royal zombie turned around and roared, swinging its claws at Lin Kaiyun. Heaven and Earth Zuanzong, the root of all Qi, golden flames rolled up from Lin Kaiyun's body, forming a protection. But the power of this royal zombie was too terrifying. Lin Kaiyun tried his best but couldn't resist it. His body flew backwards uncontrollably. Lin Kaiyun stepped on a big tree in the air to stabilize his body. Roar. The royal zombie roared, and the voice seemed to be filled with joy. He jumped to the side of the little prince and inserted his claws directly into the little prince's chest. Puff. Blood spurted out beyond reason. The royal zombie excitedly held the little prince above his head, bathing in the blood rain, and his skin gradually changed. 10,000 thunders, Lin Kaiyun grabbed with both hands, and several lightning bolts appeared above the royal zombie's head and struck directly down. The royal zombie felt it, but didn't care, because it was not afraid of lightning, and roared as if to provoke Lin Kaiyun. He, Lin Kaiyun smiled, and he guessed that this royal zombie would not react to the lightning. However, the little prince in your hand, including the poisonous insect inside, can't stop the lightning. Boom. Several lightning bolts accurately struck the body of the little prince, and the smell of burning came out immediately. The body burned quickly and exploded. By the time the royal zombie reacted, it was too late. The body of the little prince had been chopped to pieces, and the poisonous insects in his body turned into ashes. Although Lin Kaiyun didn't know what effect the little prince's blood and poisonous insects had on the royal zombie, it must have not been completely absorbed now. Roar. The royal zombie dropped the remains of the young prince in his hand and roared angrily. The corpse gas spread out uncontrollably, and the soil under his feet was covered with a layer of ice. Its black and red eyes stared at Lin Kaiyun and jumped over. The royal zombie was incredibly fast. In an instant, it jumped in front of Lin Kaiyun and stabbed Lin Kaiyun with its frosty claws. Even if he had the golden light curse to protect his body, Lin Kaiyun would not be stupid enough to resist it. He dragged the ground with one hand and rolled behind the tree to avoid it. Ka. The royal zombie's claws pierced into the trunk of the tree and crushed the annoying tree with force. Hiss. Lin Kaiyun took a breath of cold air. Fortunately, he didn't resist it just now. The royal zombie continued to attack Lin Kaiyun. The teeth at the corners of his mouth suddenly grew longer and shot out bloody and sticky liquid. Lin Kaiyun retreated continuously to avoid the disgusting liquid. There is also a long-range attack. He then took out the 5 emperor's coins and shot them at the royal zombie's body. He held the spell in his hand. Explode. Boom. The 5 emperor's coins exploded continuously, but did not cause any damage. Lin Kaiyun was not surprised, and threw out the ink line. I have a room, half of which is rented to the rotating king. Sometimes a ray of light is emitted, and the evil demons in the world dare not block it. Several red lights wrapped around the arms and feet of the royal zombie. Sizzle. The red light burned, and bursts of white smoke rose, but the royal zombie treated it as if it did not exist, holding the ink line, and continued to attack Lin Kaiyun with its claws. Damn. Even if this zombie has not sucked all the blood of the little prince, it has evolved more than before. Lin Kaiyun used the ghost shadow to pull away, and drew talismans in the void. Dozens of talismans of various forms flew towards the royal zombie. He pointed in the air and urged all the talismans. In an instant, lightning and thunder, wind, soil and water completely covered the royal zombie. Lin Kaiyun's hands kept moving. He knew that this talisman would not cause much damage to the royal zombie. He picked up the broken paper executioner next to the coffin and prepared to use it again. Lin Kaiyun flipped his hands, and like a magic skill, he put the 2 broken executioners back together. The spirit is formed by itself, and the paper is formed. He bit his finger, quickly tapped the executioner's eyes, and threw it directly to the ground. The executioner stood on the ground, his eyes flashed, and his body continued to expand, turning into a 2-meter paper man. Under Lin Kaiyun's control, he waved the paper knife and rushed towards the royal zombie. Just as the talisman was dissipated, the royal zombie showed a body full of scars, and the paper executioner chopped it down with a knife. Roar. The royal zombie was already extremely angry at this time. All kinds of talismans were used to attack its body continuously. It was not fatal, but it left scars on it more or less. The royal zombie did not dodge, letting the paper knife chop on its shoulder. It suddenly jumped up and bit the paper executioner's neck madly. It could feel that the paper executioner in front of it had no blood, but it just wanted to vent its anger. Lin Kaiyun didn't find it funny when he saw this scene. This royal zombie was obviously going crazy. The ink line was not very useful, and the talisman was the same. The royal zombie was immune to thunder magic, and the golden light spell was useless. The great immortal Wang Xiafeng had been beaten away, probably because he was afraid and hid. Uncle Shen would not care about him according to his usual nature, and the paper man was also bitten to pieces. Now Lin Kaiyun only has the god mask, and there will be the weird demon Bao, the blood king of hell. Lin Kaiyun will only consider using these 2 when there is really no other way. So now there is only one way. Lin Kaiyun slipped away immediately. Damn it, there is always hope. Wait till I get the 7-star dragon abyss sword. Lin Kaiyun quickly ran towards the house and shouted, Uncle Simu, Uncle Kaiyun, did you 2 run away? Why is it still not over after so long? As he approached the bamboo house, Lin Kaiyun heard the sound of fighting and saw a mess through the window. Holy crap! What's going on? Lin Kaiyun was a little confused. Are there other royal zombies? Without time to think about it, he jumped in through the window. Puff. There was a sound of something being crushed under his feet. Lin Kaiyun looked down and was immediately shocked. The floor was full of disgusting bugs. When these bugs got close to Lin Kaiyun, they were burned to death by the golden light spell. So many poisonous insects? What's going on? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62. Hurry up, you will lose a master uncle. This goo worm has a reddish-brown body, no head, only a mouth, and is covered with inward-facing sharp teeth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The moment Lin Kaiyun climbed into the house, the goo worms all over the ground went crazy and kept rushing towards him. The moment they came into contact with a golden light curse, they would be burned to ashes. But these ugly goo worms were like moths to flame, fearless, and kept rushing towards him. Although they would not affect Lin Kaiyun, they made him feel very uncomfortable. Master Simu? Master Kaiyun, Lin Kaiyun shouted and searched in the bamboo house, but there was no trace of him. Broken? Did something happen? He couldn't help but worry. Bang! Clang! The sound of fighting came from Master Kaiyu's house next door. Lin Kaiyun didn't think much and jumped directly along the balcony. I saw that in the back garden, Taoist Master Kaiyun was fighting with a man in black. Lin Kaiyun shouted, Uncle Kaiyun, I'll help you. Kaiyun hit the man in black on the head. Taoist Kaiyun was delighted when he heard Lin Kaiyun's voice and shouted. Okay, Lin Kaiyun hurried forward to help, using the ghost shadow to quickly approach the man in black, and slapped him with his palm flashing with lightning. Puff. The man in black turned into a ball of white smoke and quickly disappeared, leaving only black clothes on the ground. Taoist Master Kaiyun used his peach wood sword to pick up the black clothes on the ground and said unhappily, Why is it another fake? Lin Kaiyun ignored him at this time and asked quickly, Uncle Master Kaiyun? Where are Uncle Master Simu and Master Kaiyun? Taoist Master Kaiyun explained, King was captured by the man in black, and senior brother Simu and Master Kaiyun went to rescue her. Lin Kaiyun was a little confused by the situation and asked puzzledly, Man in black. What's going on? That royal zombie has also awakened, and I can't deal with it alone. Taoist Master Kaiyun narrated what had just happened. I don't know what happened. Senior brother Simu and I went into the room to get the magic weapon, and we heard Master Kaiyun fighting with someone, so senior brother Simu and I went over to take a look. The goo master knew he was no match for him, so he released a bunch of goo insects and kidnapped King, so senior brother Simu and Master Kaiyun went to chase the goo master. Then Taoist Master Kaiyun spread out his hands and continued, and I will be responsible for helping you deal with the royal zombies, but these poisonous insects will turn into some black-clothed men from time to time. They are not difficult to deal with, but very annoying. After hearing this, Lin Kaiyun fell into deep thought. This was completely different from the movie. Who is the poison master? Is there any relationship with the royal zombies? The young prince should have been planted with a poison. Lin Kaiyun looked solemn and said to Taoist Kaiyun, Uncle Kaiyun, I think the royal zombies escaped from the trap and this poison master has a lot to do with it. Then Lin Kaiyun told Taoist Kaiyun about the destruction of the talisman and the blood poison in the young prince's body. Is that so? Taoist Kaiyun was also a little surprised after listening, and then thought about it and said, It seems that if we solve the poison master in advance, we may know what is going on behind this. Okay. Lin Kaiyun nodded and agreed with Taoist Kaiyun's suggestion. Roar. At this time, a fierce roar came. Is that the sound of zombies? Taoist Kaiyun's face changed drastically when he heard the sound. He looked at Lin Kaiyun in confusion and asked, Kaiyun, didn't you deal with that royal zombie? Lin Kaiyun was speechless for a while. Uncle Kaiyun, I just told you. That royal zombie is a mutated level 6 silver armored zombie, and it is immune to lightning. I am lucky that I didn't get dealt with by him. It happened in a flash. As soon as Lin Kaiyun finished speaking, the royal zombies broke through the house and rushed in. After seeing Lin Kaiyun, the royal zombies instantly went crazy, jumped up, and stabbed Lin Kaiyun's head with their claws. Lin Kaiyun used the ghost shadow and ran away immediately. Uncle Kaiyun, you hold on first, I'll go get the weapon. Kaiyun, you have to hurry up, I can't hold on for long. Taoist Kaiyun shouted, holding up the peach wood sword to hold the claws of the royal zombie. As soon as the royal zombie approached, Taoist Kaiyun felt the terrifying corpse aura. He couldn't deal with a level 6 mutant silver-armored corpse. The royal zombie waved its claws, shook off Taoist Kaiyun's peach wood sword, and turned around to continue chasing Lin Kaiyun. "Evil beast!" Taoist Kaiyun shouted, bit the blood between his fingers, smeared it on the peach wood sword, and suddenly a golden light flashed, stabbing the royal zombie's back. "Take my sword, damn it, it can't be pierced." Taoist Kaiyun used up all his strength, but the peach wood sword didn't penetrate at all. Roar! The royal zombie roared angrily, turned around and broke the peach wood sword. "Kaiyun, hurry up, this thing is too perverted." Taoist Kaiyun kicked the royal zombie and bounced out. The royal zombie shifted its target of attack to Taoist Kaiyun, and the nails on its claws quickly grew longer, attacking Taoist Kaiyun like long spears. Taoist Kaiyun held the seal with both hands. The sky and the earth are boundless. Kaiyukin borrows the law. Bagua seal. With both hands rotating and pushing, a shining Bagua seal was placed in front of him, blocking the nails of the royal zombie. Snap! 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 The nails kept attacking the Bagua seal, making a harsh friction sound, and Taoist Kaiyun was forced to retreat again and again. Roar! The royal zombie has already developed a little wisdom. Although it can't think like a human, it can also see simple things clearly. If you don't break this Bagua seal, you can't kill this person. The zombie jumped in front of him in an instant, smashed the Bagua seal with its head, and inserted its claws directly into Taoist Kaiyun's chest. What a close call! Taoist Kaiyun was still in shock. Fortunately, he reacted quickly before, twisted his body to the extreme, and used his Taoist robe to wrap around the claws of the royal zombie, so he didn't get penetrated, otherwise he would be chilled to the bone now. The royal zombie's claws could no longer attack forward, so it swung with brute force, and Taoist Kaiyun was thrown up with it. Taoist Kaiyun did not panic in the air, and steadied his body with one hand. 2 bone needles popped out from his sleeves. This bone needle was the same kind he gave to Lin Kaiyun. It was tiger tail bone, used by the Ministry of Justice for lynching, and was stained with the blood of the most heinous people. In fact, Taoist Kaiyun had obtained 2 bone needles before. He had fooled Lin Kaiyun before. He knew the nature of his nephew. If he knew there were 2 bone needles, he would probably have snatched them away. Taoist Kaiyun swung his hand and quickly inserted the bone needle into the royal zombie's temple. Suddenly, the royal zombie stopped moving, shook its head on the spot, and roared in pain. Great, it works. Seeing this good opportunity, Taoist Kaiyun would not let it go, regardless of the pain. He put his palm on the bone needle, and his palm was pierced by the bone needle. Blood flowed down his wrist. He continued to push hard regardless of the pain, trying to push the bone needle into the brain of the royal zombie. Too hard, Taoist Kaiyun used all his strength, and his palm was pierced by the bone needle, but the bone needle could not penetrate the royal zombie's head. The bone needle was sharp, so it could only pierce, but it was obviously impossible to pierce it. The royal zombie struggled desperately, threw Taoist Kaiyun to the side, and slapped his head clumsily with his stiff claws. Oh, great! Slap, slap harder! Taoist Kaiyun saw the action of the royal zombie and immediately looked forward to it. Maybe the royal zombie could slap a bone needle in by himself. This is called the person who tied the bell must untie it. However, Taoist Kaiyun's wish was too good to be true. The royal zombie's claws directly pulled out the bone needle. The royal zombie's eyes turned blood red, staring at Taoist Kaiyun, as if blood was about to drip out. It opened its claws and roared at Taoist Kaiyun. Roar! A thick corpse gas overflowed from the mouth of the royal zombie. It was visible to the naked eye that everything it touched was corroded by the corpse gas. The speed of the corpse gas spread very quickly, and soon enveloped the entire courtyard. Heaven and Earth Zuanzong, the root of all Qi, Taoist Kaiyun pinched the spell and cast the Golden Light Curse. The Golden Light Curse is a spell that all Maotian disciples must learn. Although it is not as proficient as Lin Kaiyun, the basic body protection is still no problem. The royal zombie was very fast in the corpse gas. In an instant, it appeared behind Taoist Kaiyun and bit down on the neck. Taoist Kaiyun was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He took out a handful of glutinous rice and stuffed it into the mouth of the royal zombie. For a while, burning white smoke rose everywhere. Roar! The royal zombie roared in pain and directly pushed Taoist Kaiyun out. Cough cough, Taoist Kaiyun struggled to get up and coughed up blood from the corner of his mouth. This time he was hit hard, and now he only felt the surging qi in his body and the burning pain. The royal zombie rushed up again, swinging his claws left and right, breaking all the defenses of Taoist Kaiyun. The claws seemed to be ejected and quickly inserted into Taoist Kaiyun's head. At the critical moment, Taoist Kaiyun took out a black disc with different scales from behind. It rotated and directly blocked the claws of the royal zombie. With a clang, the disc sprayed flames and immediately bounced the royal zombie away. This was Taoist Kaiyun's trump card, the 5 Elements Demon Slaying Compass. Taoist Kaiyun placed the 5 Elements Demon Slaying Compass on the ground and placed his right hand on the scales of the 5 elements of the compass. Taoist Kaiyun shouted at Taoist Simu's bamboo house, "Kaiyun, hurry up, or you will lose an Uncle Master in the future. Although the Uncle Master forgot to bring you the sword before, it's not a revenge." Lin Kaiyun naturally heard Uncle Kaiyun's shout and responded loudly, "I'm almost there, Uncle Kaiyun, 1 minute." He slapped the 2 men in black in front of him to death and went into his room. Several more men in black rushed in. These men in black were transformed by poisonous insects. Lin Kaiyun didn't know the principle. He only knew that the disgusting poisonous insects before would become these men in black after devouring a large number of companions. The weakness is the head. As long as the head is hit, it will turn into flying ash. On the other side, Taoist Kaiyun had already activated the 5 Elements Demon Slaying Compass. Blood oozed from the 5 fingers of his right hand. He shouted loudly, "The sun rises in the east, the light is magnificent, the 4 seasons and the 5 elements, the sun and the moon are the light, the 5 gods follow me, and all my wishes are granted." Earth. Suddenly, a brownish-brown light flashed, covering the royal zombies. The ground under their feet gradually softened and turned into mud. The mud kept tearing the royal zombies apart. Roar! The royal zombies kept jumping up and hitting the brownish-brown barrier with their heads, but every time they jumped, they sank deeper into the mud. The mud crawled all over the body of the royal zombies. Taoist Kaiyun pinched the spell with his left hand, close. In an instant, the mud compacted, flashing with ripples to imprison the royal zombies, turning them into terracotta warrior. Huh? Taoist Kaiyun breathed a sigh of relief. This was just the simplest earth element, and it was good enough to trap the royal zombies. After all, only part of the soil under their feet turned into mud, and there was no way to cause substantial damage to the royal zombies. Boom! Just as Taoist Kaiyun took 2 breaths, the royal zombie broke free from the soil, with red light flashing on its claws, tearing open the earth-brown barrier and rushing straight towards Taoist Kaiyun. "It seems that I have to make some sacrifices." Taoist Kaiyun's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he could only continue to operate the 5 Elements Demon Slaying Compass. This 5 Elements Demon Slaying Compass is a very powerful treasure, but it has only one drawback, which is that it must be activated with his blood. The previous Maotian elders used this treasure and their arms and feet were crushed. Taoist Kaiyun would not use this compass unless it was absolutely necessary, but now there is no way. Looking at the royal zombies approaching, Taoist Kaiyun's eyes became very serious. He twisted his right hand, blood oozed, and the compass flashed. 4 seasons and 5 elements, 5 gods follow me. Uncle Kaiyun, stand back, I'm coming. Taoist Kaiyun was interrupted by Lin Kaiyun as soon as he started to cast the spell. Of course, he would not doubt Lin Kaiyun's words. He lifted his right hand from the compass, picked up the compass, and rolled to the side. Lin Kaiyun's figure fell from the sky, holding the 7-star dragon abyss sword in his hand. His left hand suddenly pulled out the scabbard. The long sword was unsheathed, and the purple light shone everywhere. Even Taoist Kaiyun, who retreated to the side, felt the sharpness. The 7-star dragon abyss sword cannot be unsheathed easily at ordinary times. It must be stored with spirit, and it can only exert its power at critical moments. Once the sword is unsheathed, gods and demons are in awe. The royal zombie seemed to feel threatened, and its momentum continued to rise. The whole body was wrapped in corpse key, and the smell of blood and stench filled the air. Lin Kaiyun held the sword in his right hand, cut his fingertips with his left hand, and tapped the hilt with blood. The blood instantly turned into light. He chanted, "The sun and the moon are bright, and the glory protects my golden body." The evil spirits on all sides are instantly turned into dust. The 7 stars return to their positions, and Lin Kaiyun kills the enemy. Punish! The long sword fell and slashed towards the head of the royal zombie. The royal zombie did not dodge, and in fact it could not dodge. It roared and grabbed the long sword with its claws. The sword edge paused for a moment, and then slashed down. Zilla! The sword edge cut through the skin of the royal zombie, and white smoke came out. Seeing this, Lin Kaiyun continued to exert force, But he could not cut into it anymore, and the sword edge also shook violently. Could it be that this 7-star Dragon Abyss sword could not cut this royal zombie? Just as Lin Kaiyun was thinking, the royal zombie roared and slapped the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, and sticky scarlet liquid overflowed from its claws, trying to rot the sword edge. "Huh. You think a lot," Lin Kaiyun sneered, his waist bent like a bow, and he spun the sword tip, then bit his tongue and sprayed it on the sword. Buzz! Chapter 63, Beidao Sword Formation, Bagua Soft Fist. The 7-star Dragon Abyss sword vibrated, and ripples spread out. Lin Kaiyun held the sword and pressed it down hard. The tip of the sword went down and cut into the claws of the royal zombie. 7-star/evil, Lin Kaiyun shouted, his waist was like a broken bow, and he suddenly jumped up and kicked the handle of the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. A phantom of a dragon shot out from the long sword and pierced through the royal zombie. In an instant, the royal zombie was stunned in place. The long sword spun at an explosive speed and cut the claws of the royal zombie. Roar! The intense pain made the royal zombie wake up. The fangs on his mouth became longer, like an elephant, blocking the long sword, and his arm chopped down at the long sword with great force. Return! Lin Kaiyun bent his hand and clenched it, and the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword flew back into his hand. Taoist Kaiyun, who was hiding on the side, was amazed. "Kaiyun, what kind of sword do you have that is so sharp? Why haven't I seen it in Maoshan? It can even break the defense of the silver-armored corpse. This is not from Maoshan, I picked it up." Lin Kaiyun picked up the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword and turned it around. He was now very satisfied with his sword. Not only is it extremely lethal, but the dragon phantom that just appeared can also restrict the enemy's actions. "Picked it up? Are you making fun of your uncle?" Taoist Kaiyun was speechless when he heard this. He really wanted to ask where he picked it up. He also went to pick it up. "Uncle Kaiyun, I'll deal with this zombie first, and we'll talk later." Lin Kaiyun stood with the sword in his hand, staring at the royal zombie. At this time, the royal zombie's left claw had 3 fingers cut off by Lin Kaiyun, splitting it in 2, with only tendons and skin left. The royal zombie tore off the broken part and rushed towards Lin Kaiyun with a howl. Although there were only 2 claws left on the left side, the attack was still sharp. Lin Kaiyun could even hear the sound of cutting the air. So fast, Lin Kaiyun couldn't help but exclaimed, and quickly held up his sword to block. Even though Maoshan is a talisman sect, all disciples will practice the peach wood sword. It can be said that the peach wood sword is a must-have for everyone to exorcise demons and catch ghosts. And Maoshan's physical skills include sword tactics, which is definitely not a blind swing. Lin Kaiyun's physical skills have now surpassed his peers by a lot, and he is not weaker than Taoist Lin Jiu and Four Eyes. Ping-pong. With one move after another, Lin Kaiyun blocked all the attacks of the royal zombies, and even seized the weakness to counterattack, stabbing the royal zombies one after another. Lin Kaiyun suddenly turned sideways, threw the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword to his left hand, and with the help of his body rotation, chopped at the neck of the royal zombie. Roar! The royal zombie roared angrily. Its attacks were blocked by the annoying man in front of it, and now it was going to chop its neck. The royal zombie roared and bit the long sword, and corpse gas kept coming out of its mouth. "Ha!" Lin Kaiyun smiled and said casually, "Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth?" Then he held the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword with both hands, turned his body, and forcibly chopped it into the mouth of the royal zombie. Snap! The teeth of this royal zombie were also unusually strong. It bit the long sword tightly and did not retreat. "Your teeth are pretty good." Lin Kaiyun kicked the royal zombie in the chest and pulled out the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. Roar! The royal zombie shouted at Lin Kaiyun provocatively, as if reminding Lin Kaiyun that the long sword could no longer hurt it. After roaring, the royal zombie oozed blood all over his body and waved his claws at Lin Kaiyun in the air. Swish! The wind in front of Lin Kaiyun started to move abnormally. Soon, several blood claw wind blades appeared in the air, carrying a strong smell of blood, and attacked him. Lin Kaiyun frowned. If he was scratched by the wind blade, he would be either dead or disabled. He bit his fingertips and wrote a word G on his palm with blood. He raised the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword and slapped it hard. Buzz! The 7-star Dragon Abyss sword vibrated. The low-frequency sound made people's ears extremely painful. Taoist Kaiyun couldn't help but cover his ears. Taoist Kaiyun was also very anxious. His other methods were useless against the royal zombies. Blindly helping might have a counterproductive effect. Lin Kaiyun looked solemn. He directly picked up the 7-star dragon abyss sword in front of him, jumped back, and swung the sword vigorously in the air. A sword light shot out along the sword edge, becoming extremely huge. It didn't seem to be fast, but it accurately cut down all the blood claw wind blades. Lin Kaiyun switched from defense to offense, took a step forward, put the tip of the sword against the throat of the royal zombie, and stabbed it hard. Bang! It was as if he had stabbed a piece of steel, and the long sword could not move at all. Lin Kaiyun took advantage of the situation and bounced his hands away. The 7-star dragon abyss sword stood between his hands and spun quickly. Purple light emanated from the sword, and the 7 stars quickly connected. The purple sword light rushed straight into the sky. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. The left side of the Big Dipper was dark, and the right side was dazzling. The sky and the earth are clear, the 7 stars are rampant, sweeping the world, and the sun and the moon are divided. Lin Kaiyun waved his hand, and this strange sword light slashed down. This sword completely split the dusk and dawn, and the power of light and darkness was tearing madly. Taoist Kaiyun felt the horror of the sword light and was shocked. This terrifying sword move is definitely not the skill of Maoshan. Boom! The sword light directly chopped the top of the royal zombie's head. The royal zombie screamed desperately and struggled continuously, but he could not move at all, nor could he dodge. Zizzy! A blood red mark was cut on the top of the royal zombie's head, and a lot of white smoke came out. Damn it, is this the horror of the silver-armored zombie? It can't be cut even with this. Lin Kaiyun thought that this move could get rid of the royal zombie, but he didn't expect that it was just a wound. Lin Kaiyun turned his head and said, "Uncle Master, I have another move for this sword spell. If it can't be solved, the two of us can only run away." Taoist Kaiyun smiled freely. "Kaiyun, don't worry, if it really doesn't work, Uncle Master will get rid of him." Lin Kaiyun nodded meaningfully. He knew that Uncle Master Kaiyun's killer move was the compass, but he had also heard of the legend of the compass, which required blood to transform the 5 elements and activate the compass. Lin Kaiyun's ki flowed rapidly around him, raising his aura to the highest level. He stepped in the 7 stars and pointed at 7 locations on the ground in the yard. The sky was black and white, and thick fog swept through it. Suddenly, the 7 stars shone brightly. He once stepped on the 7 stars to open the horse lock and obtain the luck of the 7 stars. Now he could use the 7-star sword spell with half the effort. Lin Kaiyun stood on the Qianquan position of the 7 stars, holding the spell in his hand, and the light of the 7-star Longging sword flashed continuously. In an instant, 3 identical 7-star Longging swords popped out. Qianshu, Qianxun, Qianji, Qianquan Daoqi are completed. The 3 7-star Longging swords split into 2 and fell into place respectively. Yuheng, Kaiyang, Yao Guang Debing are completed. Lin Kaiyun shouted, "Qiangang Bidao formation. Completed." Boom. The 7 star points on the ground quickly connected into a straight line, trapping the royal zombie in it. Roar. The royal zombie roared at Lin Kaiyun, as if he didn't care about the 7-star sword formation at all. "Today, I'll let you see the power of the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation." Lin Kaiyun showed a playful smile on his face, and waved his fingers. Chi, whoosh! A sword beam shot out from the Qianquan position, piercing the royal zombie's cheek. Whoosh! Another sword beam shot out from the Qianshu position. The royal zombie dodged quickly, but was still stabbed. Whoosh! 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 Sword beams shot out from 7 positions one after another, and in an instant, the 7-star sword formation was filled with countless sword beams. It was like a dense sword net, tearing the royal zombie apart. Roar! The royal zombie howled in pain and waved his claws, but the sword beam stabbed from various positions, and there was no defense. It ran to break out of the sword formation, but it would only face a more fierce sword beam attack. 7-star sword array, combine. Lin Kaiyun trembled all over, holding the magic formula with both hands, and shouted. Suddenly, the 7-star sword array shone brightly, illuminating the entire sky. The sword light inside was no longer stabbing, but more powerful, like a laser, interweaving and cutting the royal zombie into countless pieces. Bang! White smoke rose up, the royal zombie screamed, and exploded. Huh? It's finally solved. Lin Kaiyun was relieved to see that the royal zombie was finally dead. He stopped holding on and sat down on the ground exhausted. At the same time, the voice of the system also sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the royal zombie and gaining 20,000 merit points. 20,000 points. Not bad. Although this royal zombie is difficult to deal with, the benefits are also high. These merit points are enough for the lottery. System, open the panel, ding, host, Lin Kaiyun, current realm, 4th level, refining the body into key, merit value. 20,150 points, skills possessed, Yang Wulei, full level. Golden Light Curse, full level. Tuangshan Lu, full level, Ghost Shadow Mystery, minor success. 7 Killing Orders of Gods and Ghosts, killing order. Divine Mask, 1/100. Demon Bow, Blood Hades, 7-star Sword Curse, 3/100. Owned Treasure, 7-star Longian Sword, growth type, current identity. A true disciple of the Maotian sect, the eldest disciple of Lin Jiu, a disciple who goes out to perform rituals, the master of the immortal list of the going out to perform immortals, and second of the underworld's soul-catching division. Merit value required for the lottery. 20,000. Merit value required for upgrading. 100,000. The system has detected that the host meets the conditions for the lottery. Do you want to choose the lottery? Draw. Lin Kaiyun did not hesitate at all, full of anticipation. Boom. Lin Kaiyun was in a chaos. The huge chaos prize pool started to run quickly. The light ball flashed and flew in front of Lin Kaiyun, and then it cracked. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 24 Moon Knight Belt, storage type, 24 Moon Knight Belt, storage type magic weapon, storage area of 100 square meters. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Bagua Soft Fist, with automatic learning, another lottery. 2 things came out. Lin Kaiyun couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised, and he also drew a storage item. This time he finally didn't have to carry a cloth bag to store magic weapons. But what is this Bagua Soft Fist? Lin Kaiyun curiously clicked on the introduction of Bagua Soft Fist. Bagua Soft Fist, a fist that directly attacks the meridian system. Because it can injure the internal organs, even if it is just a touch, it may be fatal. It includes Bagua Palm to return to the sky, Bagua 64 Palms, Bagua Worship 28 Palms, Bagua Empty Palm, Bagua Empty Split Palm, and Bagua Breaking Mountain. What is this? The Bagua Palm from Naruto, Lin Kaiyun couldn't help but exclaimed. He had thought it was a move of the internal martial arts Bagua Palm, but he didn't expect it to be the ultimate move of Naruto Neji. Although in Naruto, this ability is assisted by Silver, after Lin Kaiyun reached the 4th level, refining the body into ki, his perception is no weaker than Silver. So there is no problem in performing this Bagua Soft Fist. Host, Lin Kaiyun, current realm, 4th level. Refining the body into ki, merit value. 150 points, skills, Yang Wulei, full level. Golden Light Curse, full level. Tuangshan Lu, full level, Ghost Shadow Mystery, minor success. Godhead Mask, 1/100. Demon Bow, Blood Hades, 7-star Sword Curse, 3/100. 8 Diagram Soft Fist Treasures, 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, growth form. 24 Bright Moon Knight Belt, storage, current identity, Maotian Sect's true disciple, Lin Jiu's eldest disciple, a horse-riding disciple, the master of the horse-riding immortal list, and the second of the underworld soul-catching division. Merit value required for the lottery. 40,000, merit value required for upgrading. 100,000, although the merit value for the next lottery was doubled, Lin Kaiyun was still very satisfied with what he had drawn this time. Lin Kaiyun happily exited the system. At this time, Taoist Kaiyun also came over, helped Lin Kaiyun up, and asked with concern, "Kaiyun, are you okay?" "It's okay. I'm just a little weak." Lin Kaiyun waved his hand, struggled to stand up, looked at Taoist Kaiyun's bleeding hand, and asked, "Uncle Kaiyun, your hand is still bleeding. Are you okay?" Taoist Kaiyun saw that Lin Kaiyun was okay, and he felt relieved. He shook his hand and joked, "It's okay, Uncle. I have high blood pressure, and it's good to bleed more. Well, I can still joke. It seems that there is nothing wrong." Lin Kaiyun stabilized his breath, looked a little worried, and said, "Uncle Kaiyun, you know that Uncle Simu and Master Yixiu are chasing in that direction, and they haven't come back yet. Let's go find them. Let's go. I'll take you there." With the strength of Brother Simu and Master Yixiu, there should be no problem with safety. Taoist Kaiyun nodded and led Lin Kaiyun out of the yard. Lin Kaiyun hurriedly followed and ran into the bamboo forest in the back mountain. But now he and Taoist Kaiyun were both injured, and they couldn't move fast. Taoist Kaiyun suddenly stopped, pulled out a talisman paper, and lit it instantly. The sky and the earth are boundless. Kaiyun borrows the law. Find the word formula. The talisman paper turned into ashes and floated to the right. Let's go, Kaiyun, in this direction, Taoist Kaiyun shouted, and ran quickly to the right. The two did not dare to rest and camped on the road. After a few minutes, they gradually found some traces of fighting. Uncle Kaiyun, we should be getting closer, Lin Kaiyun frowned and said. From the traces of fighting at the scene, it can be seen that Taoist Simu and Master Aikaiu did not suffer any loss. They looked like they were chasing and killing, but the dried blood on the bamboo still made him a little worried. We should find it soon. Taoist Kaiyun nodded. He suddenly stopped, pointed to the front and said, Kaiyun, do you think that is jail? The sky was dark, but Lin Kaiyun looked in the direction of Taoist Kaiyun's finger and saw a figure leaning on the bamboo. Chapter 64. Can you respect me? It's jail? He seems to be injured. Let's go check it out. Lin Kaiyun's eyes were focused. He saw Jail's face through the bamboo leaves, and he ran over quickly. Could something really happen? Taoist Master Kaiyun also followed with a serious face. Kaiyun, Jail, how is it, Uncle Master Kaiyun? Jail is fine. Lin Kaiyun checked Jail's breath. His breath was stable, and he was not in danger of life. He pointed at Jail's eyebrows, grabbed his wrist to pinch his pulse, and shouted, Jail, how are you, huh? Jail murmured and opened his eyes tiredly. Seeing Lin Kaiyun and Taoist Kaiyun, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he quickly said, Uncle Kaiyun, senior brother, that's great, you're finally here, how are you? Lin Kaiyun knew that Jail was fine, and he was not in the mood to reminisce with him. He quickly asked about Taoist Simu and Master Aikaiu. Where are Uncle Simu and Master Aikaiu? How are they? Yes, cough. Jail reacted instantly, his face turned pale, and he coughed up some blood. Taoist Kaiyun saw Jail vomiting blood, looked him over, and found nothing wrong, so he asked with concern, Jail, where are you injured? Why can't I see any wound? Jail pointed to a small red dot on his arm and explained, Uncle Master, I'm fine. I was accidentally bitten by a poisonous insect. I drank a lot of realgar, and my master told me that vomiting blood is normal, and it's to excrete toxins. Lin Kaiyun also became nervous when he heard about the poisonous insect. He handed the water bag to Jail and asked, Uncle Master Simu and Master Aikaiu are not injured, right? Gulp. Jail raised his head and took a sip of water, then waved his hands quickly. His pale face was full of pride, and he raised his thumbs up arrogantly. It's okay. My master and Master Aikaiu are so powerful. How can they be compared to that evil cultivator who plays with insects? If that evil cultivator hadn't captured King, he would have been killed by my master and Master Aikaiu long ago. Seeing Jail like this, Lin Kaiyun and Taoist Kaiyun were relieved. They believed that Taoist Simu and Master Aikaiu were not in danger at this time. Lin Kaiyun asked, do you know which direction they are chasing? Yes, over there. Master said he would leave a mark. Come with me. Jail pointed to the depths of the bamboo forest and struggled to get up. Lin Kaiyun and Taoist Kaiyun looked at each other, held Jail's arms respectively, and ran out quickly. Jail felt the wind on his face and exclaimed excitedly, wow, so fast. So exciting. At the same time, in the depths of the bamboo forest, 4 people stood facing each other. The land under their feet was full of bamboo shoots, but at this moment it was covered with the corpses of poisonous insects and had no vitality. You are too much? If you are still aggressive, I will kill this girl. The speaker was an old man over 50 years old, wearing a gray cloth with patches on it. The trouser leg of his left leg was empty, revealing a wooden stick prosthetic leg. Judging from his dress, he should be a simple farmer, but he has a terrifying face, a round forehead, a thin mouth, dead fish eyes, and a hideous scar on the right side of his face, like a centipede. Opposite to this evil cultivator were Taoist Simu and Master Yixiu. Unlike the tired look of this evil cultivator, Taoist Simu and Master Yixiu seemed to be at ease. Taoist Simu shook his feet, picked up the peach wood sword and pointed it at the evil cultivator Gu Master, and said, Hey, brother. Hurry up and let King go. You said we are not interfering with each other, why do you have to provoke us? Hey Master Yixiu raised his hand to stop the outspoken Taoist Simu, then put his hands together and said to the evil cultivator Gu Master, Amitabha. Benefactor, can you release my apprentice? Taoist Simu and Master Yixiu chased this evil cultivator Gu Master all the way. If it weren't for King, They would have destroyed this evil cultivator Gu master long ago. Taoist Simu waved his arm towards Master Yixiu and echoed, "Did you hear that? My neighbor is in a good temper for once. You should cherish him. Otherwise, when he gets angry, you will probably be in trouble." Taoist Simu had already noticed along the way that this evil Gu master, for some reason, did not seem to dare to hurt King. Hearing these words, the evil Gu master was also thinking, but he was thinking about how to get out of the hands of these two people and take King away. This Gu master is called Jiang Chong. He's from the Jiang family, one of the three major families of the Miaojiang lineage, and King is the only survivor of the Long family. Jiang Chong has been looking for King outside for the past 3 years, and only found her in the last 6 months. However, he was afraid of Master Yixiu's strength and did not dare to act rashly. As long as Jiang Chong found out yesterday that there was a zombie in the coffin outside the yard, Jiang Chong used a Gu to manipulate the guards, destroy the restrictions on the coffin, deliberately awakened the zombie, lured the tiger away from the mountain, and took King away in the chaos. What Jiang Chong didn't expect was that Lin Kaiyun held a zombie alone. When he went to catch King, he was caught by Master Yixiu. Fortunately, he was well prepared and used the Gu to catch King by surprise and abducted King and escaped. Taoist Simu and Master Yixiu chased him relentlessly, making it impossible for him to escape. Although he had King as a hostage, Jiang Chong didn't dare to hurt King, otherwise the owner of the family would make him live a life worse than death. After thinking for a while, Jiang Chong said to Taoist Simu and Master Yixiu, "How about this? I won't run away. Let me think about it for a while, haha." Taoist Simu put the peach wood sword on the ground and laughed. He looked at the evil cultivator Jiang Chong jokingly and said, "Brother, do you think we are stupid? Still want to delay time and recover your strength, Amitabha?" Master Yixiu put his hands together, then patiently said to the evil cultivator Jiang Chong, "Donor, you should not have much strength left, and a lot of poisonous insects have died. Let's be frank. You can't take King away, and you dare not hurt King. So you put King down and we will let you go. How about it?" King was taken in by Master Yixiu, so he naturally knew about King's affairs. In fact, the Miaojiang Long family had some connection with their Zen temple, and Master Yixiu had been investigating the disappearance of all the members of the Long family. If he hadn't been delayed by something, Master Yixiu would have taken King to Miaojiang long ago. The evil cultivator Jiang Chong picked up the unconscious King and threatened, "If you keep pushing too hard, I won't care so much." Master Yixiu nodded and said, "So, we won't kill you, we can let you go. But King has to stay, then my efforts will be in vain." The evil cultivator Jiang Chong shouted, waved his sleeves, and threw out a large number of poisonous insects. "Watch out!" Densely packed poisonous insects flew towards Taoist Simu and Master Yixiu, opening their mouths in the air as if they were going to swallow the two. The biggest weapon of the Gu master is the poisonous insects. There are many kinds of poisonous insects. Except for the natal Gu, which is determined when you are young, other functional Gu worms need to be selected and cultivated by yourself. Of course, there are also popular Gu worms, which are easy to obtain. Just like what Jiang Chong threw out now, it has no other effect except biting people, but too many ants can bite people to death. If it were someone else, I'm afraid it would take some effort to deal with it. But these little bugs were facing Taoist Simu and Master Yixiu, and they could kill them easily. Taoist Simu took out a cloth bag from his arms, which was filled with realgar powder. He sprinkled it casually, and all the Gu worms that were stuck with the realgar powder turned into blood and fell to the ground. Master Yixiu on the side was even more concise. He just recited the Buddhist scriptures, and suddenly the Buddha's light on his body was strong, and the Gu worms in the range were wiped out. Taoist Simu adjusted his glasses and smiled. "How is it? Do you still have Gu worms? Even if you are a wholesaler of Gu worms, we will kill them all for you." Some of the powerful Gu worms of this evil cultivator Jiang Chong were almost wiped out by them when they were in the bamboo house. Based on Taoist Simu's understanding of Gu masters, a 6th level Gu master in his 50s can only cultivate so many Gu worms. "I knew you would do this. Do you feel good about killing?" The evil cultivator Jiang Chong had a ferocious look on his face, and sneered at the Taoist master Yixiu. He grabbed his left arm with his right hand, and pulled it off with all his strength. Blood spurted out from his blood vessels. Some transparent poisonous insects crawled out of his sleeves, gnawing at his broken shoulder. The bleeding gradually stopped. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He raised his torn arm with his right hand and shouted crazily, "You forced me to do this. Go to the stomach of the slurry with this arm." The evil cultivator Zhang Chong threw the broken arm on the ground. The dried blood of the poisonous insects flowed towards the broken arm as if attracted by something. Swallowing worm. Taoist Simu was a little confused when he saw this. He turned his head and looked at Master Yixiu and asked, "Old monk, do you know what this is?" "Amitabha." Master Yixiu put his hands together, his face was a little solemn, and he explained, "Swallowing worm is a relatively rare poisonous insect. There is nothing special about it, it just has a very strong swallowing ability and can swallow all objects." After listening, Taoist Simu smiled and said casually, "Oh, that's easy, just kill it before it swallows." "I hope so." Master Yixiu's expression was still very serious. He said with a wry smile, "This swallowing worm can only be cultivated in a place where water and fire blend. After that, the poison master will foster the swallowing worm in his limbs and nourish it with various methods every day. Therefore, the longer the swallowing worm is nourished, the stronger its immunity to various methods will be." "That's right, old monk. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. This ventilator has been nourished in my left arm for 31 years. I use various things to stimulate it every day without interruption. It just so happens that there are the talismans of Maoshan and the Buddhist Dharma." Taoist Simu sneered at this statement. He sneered disdainfully, "How is it possible? Brother, are you bragging? My Maoshan talismans and Buddhist Dharma, do you have them just because you want them? You nourish and stimulate them every day and scare me. I don't have them, but the ghost market has them." The evil cultivator Zhang Chong took out two things similar to magic weapons in his right hand, a copper talisman and a stone bead, and smiled proudly. "This copper plate can release low-level fire talismans, and the stone bead can emit Buddha light as long as it is under the moonlight. These are enough to make the ventilator more immune to talismans and Buddhist Dharma." Taoist Simu's face changed. He spit in dissatisfaction and cursed, "Bah! What era is this? Things like ghost markets should be disbanded and banned. This ghost market is a transition place between the underworld and the world of the living. It belongs neither to the world of the living nor to the underworld. It is a lawless place where humans, ghosts, monsters and spirits can go there. Over time, it has formed a market. It cannot be said that there is everything available for sale, but there is a wide variety of things. The most important thing is that humans can buy ghost items and ghosts can trade with monsters. It is a very magical place." Taoist Simu held a peach wood sword in his hand, looked at the evil cultivator Zhang Chong vigilantly, and asked with his head tilted, "Master, since you know about this tramadode, you should know how to deal with it, right? How about just blow up the broken arm?" Master Yixiu shook his head. "No, the tramadode is in the broken arm. It will grow bigger when it comes into contact with the air. If you blow it up, it will come out faster. Then what should we do? We can't just run away." Master Yixiu nodded and smiled. "Yes, the tramadode has an obvious disadvantage, which is that it takes a long time for it to break out of the arm. It takes about 3 minutes. As long as you run in these 3 minutes, there will be no danger." Taoist Simu gave Master Yixiu a thumbs up and said, "Good idea. The method you mentioned is exactly why the only thing we can't do is, otherwise what about Miss Kinking? Miss Kinking may be my nephew's wife, I can't just sit back and watch." The first half of Taoist Simu's words were very useful to Master Yixiu, but the latter part was very unpleasant. He pointed at Taoist Simu and cursed, "Stinky Taoist, don't talk nonsense. Our Kinking is a simple girl." Taoist Simu put the peach wood sword behind his back, stared at Master Yixiu and said, "What do you mean simple? I'm not talking nonsense. They have kissed each other. Miss Kinking will definitely marry my nephew in this life." At this time, the evil cultivator Zhang Chong was stunned by the bickering between Master Yixiu and Taoist Simu. He had just proudly displayed his poisonous insects and magic tools just to see the terrifying expressions of the two people, which would make him feel very satisfied. However, the current picture seems to be a little different. Not only are the two people not afraid, but they are bickering as if nothing happened. "Hey!" The evil cultivator Zhang Chong couldn't help it any longer, and shouted with his one arm raised, "The vent worm is about to come out. Aren't you afraid? Why don't you find a way to deal with it quickly? Can you respect me a little? It hasn't come out yet, has it? Wait until it comes out." Taoist Simu glanced at the evil cultivator Zhang Chong, and then continued to stare at Master Yixiu, and said very confidently, "I tell you, I saw it with my own eyes." Master Yixiu didn't care about the evil cultivator Zhang Chong at all, and firmly didn't believe what Taoist Simu said. Impossible. Even if my King has a good impression of Lin Kaiyun, she would not do such a rash thing. The evil cultivator Zhang Chong was completely furious. I had a broken arm, and I used a killing move, but Taoist Simu and Master Yixiu were not afraid at all. Damn, is this insulting me? Two idiots, you two can fight slowly. I'm leaving first. The evil cultivator Zhang Chong suppressed his intention to fight with the two men, picked up King with his one arm, and turned to leave. Chapter 65, Four Eyes Fighting the Goo Bug, Kaiyun Playing Gossip. Master Yixiu saw that the evil cultivator Zhang Chong was about to escape, so he stopped bickering with Taoist Simu and said seriously, Daoyao Simu, please stop the swallowing worm. I'll go after the Goo Master, don't worry. Leave it to me. Taoist Simu also put away his playful mentality and nodded. Master Yixiu wrapped the Buddhist beads around his hand, ran 2 steps quickly, soared into the air, stepped on the bamboo next to him, and seemed to fly up. Click! Bang! The broken arm on the ground shrank quickly, and obvious cracks appeared. It exploded like dry hard plastic, spraying out a cloud of black mist. 2 dark blue eyes can be clearly seen in the black mist. The swallowing worm that the evil cultivator Zhang Chong nurtured with his arm came out. Chirp! A sound like a bird's cry came from the black mist. Suddenly, a pink flesh-colored tentacle jumped out and wrapped around Master Yixiu's feet. The black and red flesh on the tentacles quickly opened up, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and were about to devour Master Yixiu's ankle. Amitabha, my Buddha has mercy on me. Master Yixiu put his hands together and a word popped out of his mouth. Suddenly, the Buddha's light was shining brightly all over his body. The tentacles were hurt and he was so scared that he quickly pulled away. Master Simu, stop this, I'll go save King. Master Yixiu turned his head and shouted to Master Simu, and quickly chased after the evil cultivator Zhang Chong who was escaping. It's just a big meat worm, come on. Master Simu bent his fingers, held up his sword, and stared at the dark blue eyes in the black fog in full battle. Whoosh! There was another cry in the black fog, and the dark blue eyes moved, and the ground under his feet trembled slightly. Oh no, this guy can also drill into the ground. Master Simu found something wrong, jumped up quickly, and chopped down with a peach wood sword, using a Maotian sword move, Long Tang Sihei. Poof! A huge head emerged from under the feet of Taoist Simu, with a huge black mouth, but the peach wood sword fell just in time and chopped on the densely packed teeth. Taoist Simu took out a few fire talismans in the air and threw them into the huge mouth. The mouth or internal organs of ordinary monsters or poisonous insects are weak points. Boom! The fire talisman exploded instantly, and the flames rolled up in the huge mouth, and thick smoke billowed out. It worked. Taoist Simu was delighted. The fire talisman was not wasted at all, and all of it burned in this mouth. However, it was somewhat beyond Taoist Simu's expectations. The huge mouth did not struggle at all, and even closed its mouth and burped. No way? It thinks it tastes good, Taoist Simu couldn't help but exclaimed, and quickly turned over and pulled a safe distance. Kaka! The ground quickly cracked, and the slugworm drilled out, allowing Taoist Simu to see the true appearance of the slugworm clearly. A flesh-colored insect nearly 4 meters long, with its upper body erect, and its entire body is covered with vertical green lines, and there seems to be liquid flowing inside. There are claw-like tentacles on both sides, covered with the black and red bumps, only about 30 centimeters, but Taoist Simu knows that this thing can be extended. It was these tentacles that attacked Master Yixiu before. The strangest thing is that this slug has no head at all. The top is a huge mouth with dense teeth, and the dark blue eyes are in the huge mouth. In other words, the eyes or head of this slug is in its mouth. Taoist Simu saw the appearance of this slug and knew that it was not easy to deal with. He turned his head and shouted, Master Yixiu, can we switch? I'll go save King, and you come to stop this big insect. Ah! What did you say? I didn't hear it. Master Yixiu's voice came from a distance. Old guy, you are still pretending to be stupid with me. As an old neighbor for many years, Taoist Simu knew that Master Yixiu was pretending to be confused. Chirp! The big bug chirped, and stretched out 4 tentacles to the left and right, attacking Taoist Simu. You are such a disgusting bug, I'd better kill you quickly. A yellow flag was pulled out from behind Taoist Simu and stuck in the ground in front of him. Then he jumped up and stood on the flag with 1 foot, holding a sword in his right hand and a copper bell in his left hand. Taoist Simu looked at the 4 approaching tentacles, his face unchanged, shook the bell in his left hand, and shouted, "The sky is clear and the earth is bright. The bell flag kills the evil. Fire!" Suddenly, the flag under his feet pointed directly at the tentacles, spraying red flames. Taoist Simu held the peach wood sword and picked up the flag, swinging it horizontally. A sword light wrapped in flames slashed the tentacles. Swish! The tentacles were cut off by the sword light and split into 2. The broken part fell on the ground and turned into blood, which flowed onto the big bug's body. The broken tentacles paused for a moment, grew out again, and continued to attack Taoist Simu. No effect? Try the wind again. Taoist Simu turned his body around and dodged the attack of the tentacles. He shook the bell in his hand and shouted loudly, "The sky is clear and the earth is bright. The bell flag kills the evil. Wind!" Suddenly, the flag turned green and condensed dozens of wind blades, which chopped on the tentacles. For a moment, the tentacles were chopped into pieces. Before the tentacles fell to the ground, Taoist Simu pinched a magic formula with his backhand. "The sky and the earth are boundless. The universe borrows the magic." Wood sword fire formula. The peach wood sword pointed forward, and a large ball of flame separated from the tip of the sword, blasting the fragments into ashes. "See how you grow this time." Taoist Simu was just preventing the broken meat from returning to the body of the big insect. This time, the fragments did not fall to the ground, and Indy did not turn into blood, but the flying ash residue in the air still flew back to the body of the big insect. The tentacles grew out again, and Taoist Simu turned over and jumped off the flag and put it away. He had already determined that this method was ineffective against the big insect, so there was no need to persist. It would be better to try another method. Facing the tentacles whipping at him, Taoist Simu fell to the ground and slid over. He took out a bagua mirror, placed it in front of his chest, and used his fingers to circulate qi. "The sky is clear and the earth is bright, and the sun and the moon are at my disposal." Bagua yin and yang realm, 2 bright lights from the east and west in the sky fell into the bagua mirror. Taoist Simu rotated the bagua mirror and pointed it at the abdomen of the big insect. In an instant, 2 strong lights shot out from the mirror. Z. The abdomen of the big insect was burned, and black smoke came out. And an unpleasant smell of rotten meat came out. Chirp! The big insect screamed, and although it was still a bird-like cry, Taoist Simu could hear the anger in it. The big insect twisted its body but still couldn't avoid the attack of the bagua mirror. For a moment, the tentacles on the left and right all smashed towards Taoist Simu. It was rare to have a move that could kill the big bug, so of course the Taoist Simu didn't want to give up. He held the bagua mirror with both hands and continued to burn the big bug. At the same time, he raised his shoulders and flicked a copper bell to his mouth, quickly holding it. The Taoist Simu bit the tip of his tongue, letting the blood flow all over the copper bell. He shook his head desperately, driving the bell. Ring, ring, ring. A series of bell sounds rang out, lingering in the ears, and lingered for a long time. Suddenly, the tentacles stopped in front of the face of the Taoist Simu. The sweat on the Taoist Simu's forehead broke out. Fortunately, the copper bell worked, otherwise he would have been hit by the tentacles. He gritted his teeth and continued to hold the bagua mirror. The light had penetrated the abdomen of the big bug, and the red burn was still spreading. Chirp! The big bug screamed, tore off all its tentacles, and drilled into the ground below. Humph, you're still trying to survive by cutting off your arm. Taoist Simu snorted disdainfully, put down the bagua mirror, and looked around vigilantly. He knew that the big bug was not dead yet, but it was already injured. Soon, Taoist Simu felt something moving under his feet. He jumped up and rotated the bagua mirror downward. When the big bug broke through the picture and revealed its huge mouth, a strong light shot out from the bagua mirror, shining directly on the dark blue eyes in the huge mouth. Whoosh! The big bug screamed in pain, and its huge mouth quickly closed, but its head was still burned by the strong light of the bagua mirror. Haha! I knew you would sneak attack from below. You beast, your brain is not too complicated. Taoist Simu laughed and cursed, then held the peach wood sword upside down and inserted it directly into the closed mouth of the big insect. With a proud face, he muttered, "You think you are immune to my Maotian Taoism with the broken talismans bought in the ghost market? You are too naive." The big insect shook its body desperately, but the attack of the bagua mirror made it unavoidable. Taoist Simu shouted fiercely, "Don't think about hiding, just be a good fertilizer for the bamboo forest." Suddenly, the light emitted by the bagua mirror became more intense, and a gap was burned in the big insect's mouth. If this continues, the big insect will be destroyed soon. Kill it while it is sick. Taoist Simu directly attached the Bagua mirror to the body of the big insect and shouted, "Go to hell!" In an instant, just when Taoist Simu was sure of victory, the light emitted by the Bagua mirror disappeared. Damn it, is it? Big brother, is it used up? Taoist Simu shook the Bagua mirror and tried to activate it, but there was no response. He had borrowed the light of the sun and the moon before, and it was gone when it was used up. Now he didn't have enough ki to borrow again. The big insect noticed that the terrifying attack had disappeared, opened its huge mouth, and revealed a dark blue eye, but only one was left at this time, and the other was probably directly destroyed by the strong light. The blue eye moved and drilled out directly from the huge mouth. It was an ugly sucking mouthpart with two round eyes on it, but one was blind. This was the real head of the big insect. Whoosh! The big insect roared angrily, and its body shrank a circle, but the tentacles on both sides grew out and attacked Taoist Simu. At the same time, the liquid in the green line on its body was flowing rapidly, as if it was about to spray out at any time. Not good, Taoist Simu also reacted. The tentacles were just baits to divert attention. They could only attack the liquid in the body of the big insect. However, it was too late when Taoist Simu found out. The big insect's mouthpart sprayed out thick green liquid. Taoist Simu was entangled by the tentacles and could no longer escape. Damn it! That old monk Ikea must have known that this big insect was not easy to deal with. Taoist Simu cursed, reached behind his waist, quickly pulled out a scroll, and threw it directly into the sky. The scroll flew in the air without wind and unfolded directly. It was a portrait of the three Mao's Henjin of Maoshan. I saw the Taoist priest Simu, who made a seal on his hand, stamped his feet and shook his head, and shouted loudly, "The fragrance is heavy and responds to the universe, and the fragrance is burning through the gate of heaven. The golden bird is running like a cloud arrow, and the jade rabbit is shining like a wheel. The southern star and the northern dipper are shining all over the sky, and the five-colored clouds are noisy. The temple is opened in the Ziwei Palace, and the inferior disciple Simu invites the gods. Grandmaster, please give me strength." As soon as the spell fell, the Taoist priest Simu suddenly raised his head, and a hazy figure appeared on his glasses. His eyes became sharp, and his body visibly expanded. The Taoist priest Simu closed his mouth tightly, feeling that his body was full of strength, allowing the liquid and tentacles to attack his body. Ping-pong! The body of the Taoist priest Simu seemed to be like steel, and he was not hurt at all. The art of summoning gods is the Taoist priest Simu's specialty, and he has practiced it to a very high level. Now he is no longer worried about leaking. Not only has his strength increased greatly, but his defense is also very strong. At least the attack of this big insect is ineffective against him. Ha ha ha! Taoist Simu laughed triumphantly. He grabbed the tentacles that were wrapped around him with both hands and tore them off with force, shouting, "Come on! Can't you be reborn? Let's see whether I can tear them off faster or you can be reborn faster." Thus, an interesting scene was created. Taoist Simu kept tearing off the tentacles that were attacking, and the big insect kept regenerating its tentacles, and they were in a stalemate for a while. At this moment, there was a sound of rustling in the surrounding bamboo forest, and three figures jumped out directly. They were Lin Kaiyun, Taoist Kaiyun, and Jia Li. "Uncle Simu, brother, master," the three people called out separately, looking at the strange scene in front of them in confusion. Because every time Taoist Simu tore off the tentacles of the big insect, they became 1 inch shorter. Now Taoist Simu was almost face to face with a big insect. Taoist Simu made a fist with his left hand and punched the big insect's huge mouth, while his right hand kept pulling the tentacles, and they were in a thorough physical fight. Lin Kaiyun stood leisurely aside, smiling and joking. "Uncle Simu? What's going on with you? Why are you fighting with a big meat bug?" Taoist Master Simu has already gained all the advantages, and it is only a matter of time to eliminate the big bug, so Lin Kaiyun is not in a hurry to go up to help. Taoist Kaiyun also watched the show with a smile, and said, "Brother, the big bug that Master beat should be the Goo Master's Goo bug, right?" Jail was also mixed in between the two people, and he echoed in amazement, "Wow! I didn't expect the Goo bug to be so big, it really broadened my horizons." Taoist Simu glanced at the three people who were watching next to him and cursed, "You guys have time to chat there, but you don't come to help, right?" Lin Kaiyun hugged his shoulders and laughed, "Uncle Simu, now is the time for you to show your power. How dare we steal your prestige?" Jail nodded and agreed, that's right, Kaiyun, what you said makes sense. Taoist Kaiyun looked around and didn't find any trace of Master IQ. Let's go find Master IQ, you. Taoist Simu was about to scold Lin Kaiyun and the others, but the big bug sprayed green juice again, and it happened to fall on Taoist Simu's face and splashed into his mouth. Ugh, Taoist Simu felt too disgusting and couldn't help vomiting. Yo. So disgusting, Master Simu, you are such a man. Lin Kaiyun felt sick. Taoist Simu pointed at Lin Kaiyun and the other two and cursed, you guys, are you doing this on purpose? Not only did you not take action, but you made things worse, bang. While Taoist Simu was cursing, the big insect's tentacles directly hit Taoist Simu's neck. Ouch, Taoist Simu cried out in pain, and then punched the big insect. This big insect is the poisonous insect of the evil cultivator Zhang Chong. Its mission is to swallow everything, so it will not run away. This poisonous insect has only two paths in its life, one is to keep swallowing, and the other is to fail to swallow and be killed. Lin Kaiyun asked, Uncle Simu, where are Master IQ and King? Taoist Simu replied, Master IQ went after the evil cultivator, he should be in front. Hearing this, Jiu exclaimed, King hasn't been rescued yet, let's go over and help, Lin Kaiyun said and ran in the direction Taoist Simu said. Jiu followed anxiously. Taoist Simu saw Lin Kaiyun and Jiu in a hurry, and cursed with hatred. These two ungrateful bastards rushed to help as soon as they heard King. Brother Simu, am I still here? Taoist Kaiyun smiled, sat on the ground, closed his eyes and said, don't worry, I will help you to sweep the formation and protect the law. Hearing what Taoist Kaiyun said, Taoist Simu became even more angry, and punched the big insect's mouth parts directly. For a while, the juice flew across, and the big insect fell to the ground. At the same time, Master Yixiu on the other side had chased the evil cultivator Zhang Chong to the mountain stream. Originally, the Gu Master was afraid of the most Yang skills, and Master Yixiu's Buddhist teachings simply killed this evil cultivator. Even when this evil cultivator was completely victorious, he was not Master Yixiu's opponent, not to mention that now only his right arm was left. The evil cultivator Zhang Chong is a bit miserable now. Except for his own Gu, all the Gu worms have been used up, and his body is full of wounds. Amitabha, Master Yixiu put his hands together and advised, I have said long ago that as long as you let King go, I can let you go. The evil cultivator Zhang Chong looked at the mountain stream behind him. There was no way to retreat at this time. He asked, are you serious? Monks do not tell lies. Master Yixiu put his hands together and said affirmatively. He did not lie to this evil cultivator. As long as King was released, he would release this evil cultivator. During the pursuit, Master Yixiu always consumed the evil cultivator Zhang Chong and never had the intention to kill him. Although Master Yixiu knew that this evil cultivator named Zhang Chong did not dare to touch King, but when the rabbit is anxious, it will bite. God knows whether this evil cultivator will fight to the death. The evil cultivator Zhang Chong nodded and said, okay. You move 1 mile away first, and I will release the girl. Amitabha, Master Yixiu smiled and shook his head. He was not stupid, and said calmly, Donor, you must release King first, and I will keep my promise. The evil cultivator Zhang Chong said nothing, thinking constantly in his mind. Now that he is carrying King, he will definitely not be able to escape. The evil cultivator Zhang Chong made up his mind and said directly, okay, I promise you. I will release this girl now, you must keep your promise and stop chasing me. No problem, Master Yixiu smiled kindly. At this moment, Lin Kaiyun and Jiu rushed over. The evil cultivator Zhang Chong saw that there were 2 more people and suddenly became nervous. The evil cultivator Zhang Chong put a dagger behind King's head and shouted, what do you mean? Old monk, are you lying to me? Master Yixiu saw the worry of the evil cultivator Zhang Chong, and he comforted him, don't worry, these 2 are my neighbor's apprentice and nephew. Lin Kaiyun stood aside without saying a word. As soon as he saw this posture, he knew that Master Yixiu was trying to persuade him to surrender, and looking at the expression of this evil cultivator, he seemed to be a little loose. Jia Li didn't see it at all. When he saw the evil cultivator Zhang Chong holding a dagger against King's head, he suddenly became anxious. He took 2 steps forward, pointed at the evil cultivator Zhang Chong and cursed, old man, let our King go quickly. Otherwise, my master will not forgive you. By the way, there is also the Master IQ next to me. He has always hated evil. He must have killed at least 80 evil cultivators like you. You have lost an arm and a leg. You will definitely not be able to escape. Hurry up and surrender, Damn it, it's bad. Lin Kaiyun knew that something bad was going to happen when he heard Jia Li's words, but it was too late to stop it. The evil cultivator Zhang Chong had originally believed what Master Ikeu said and planned to let King go, but Jia Li's words made him quickly excited and shouted, "Okay. You actually want to lie to me, you don't want me to live, so I'll take someone with me." Master Ikeu was shocked and shouted quickly, "No, no. If you kill King, the head of your Zhang family will definitely take revenge on your family." "Bullshit, I'm going to die soon, why would I care about my family?" The evil cultivator Zhang Chang was originally a cold-blooded person. He only cared about his own life and death. Now he was very excited and felt that he was going to die, so he had to fight to the death. The evil cultivator Zhang Chang raised the dagger and stabbed it into the back of King's head. He wanted to kill King first, and then die together with Master Ikeu who deceived him. This was his idea at the moment. "No," Master Ikeu shouted with a worried look on his face. "Jia Li, you are more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything." Lin Kaiyun cursed Jia Li and directly used the ghost shadow to increase his speed to the extreme. He was not sure if he could save King in time, but if he did not act, King would definitely die. At the moment when the dagger stabbed King, Lin Kaiyun still didn't have time to arrive. At the critical moment, he took a step and slapped out, "Bagua empty palm." Suddenly, a green Bagua phantom appeared under his feet, and a strange energy appeared in the palm of Lin Kaiyun's hand. With a wave of his palm, the evil cultivator Zhang Chong, who was 20 meters away, seemed to be hit in the chest. He moved his arm, and the dagger deflected, and King had a few strands of hair cut off. "Bagua, break the mountain." Lin Kaiyun saw the opportunity, and chopped out with his palm, and a laser beam hit the evil cultivator Zhang Chong. Chapter 66, Heart Purification Mantra? I know it. The speed of this laser beam was very fast, and it hit the evil cultivator Zhang Chong accurately. Puff. Suddenly, blood splattered. How is it possible? The evil cultivator Zhang Chong wanted to attack King again, but he couldn't control his arm. He turned his head and saw that his entire right shoulder was split in two, with a neat cut surface, and slowly slid down. Lin Kaiyun also reacted quickly, and used the ghost shadow to the extreme. He held King in his arms like holding the moon, and was very alert and retreated quickly. Lin Kaiyun put King in front of Master Yixiu. He felt King in his arms, and her heartbeat and pulse were normal. He said, "Master Yixiu, Miss King is fine, it seems that she just fell asleep, Amitabha." "Thank you, Brother Kaiyun." Master Yixiu put his hands together to thank him, and then leaned over to check if King was in trouble. He pinched King's wrist and her pulse was stable. Sure enough, Jiao panicked as soon as he heard Lin Kaiyun's words. He ran to Lin Kaiyun and explained helplessly, "Brother, don't talk nonsense. I was just concerned about King. Even if you like King, don't deliberately add insult to injury." "What did you say?" Hearing this, Lin Kaiyun glared at Jiao angrily. He originally just wanted to teach Jiao a lesson and make him remember it, but Jiao actually played the game of turning the tables. Of course, Jiao should not have such a scheme, which means that this is what Jiao really thinks. He thinks Lin Kaiyun is trying to steal King from him. That's right, Jiao was a little scared by Lin Kaiyun's stare and lowered his head guiltily, but when he thought of King, whom he liked, Jiao immediately plucked up the courage, looked directly at Lin Kaiyun and shouted, "I know you have feelings for King, too, but if you tell King, you will be taking advantage of the opportunity to add insult to injury, making King resent me and then like you, haha." Lin Kaiyun was amused by Jiao's expression and words. He shook his head and said to himself, "Jiao, I really underestimated you, you are really out of your mind." Lin Kaiyun originally thought that Jiao was just talking nonsense and had no intention of doing anything, but now it seems that this guy is just trying to make a fuss and wants Lin Kaiyun not to mention the matter again, because Jiao knows that Master Ikeu will definitely not say anything. As long as King is fine, Master Ikeu will not bother with him. Lin Kaiyun smiled and said to Jiao, "Jiao, you have made a good calculation. Do you think you can make me afraid by exaggerating? Maybe King's opinion or so-called sentiment is important to you, but I don't care." Jiao felt embarrassed when Lin Kaiyun pointed out his thoughts directly. This kind of thing should not be made clear, it would be very embarrassing if it was made clear. Seeing that Jiao still felt ashamed and was not so stubborn as to not understand the situation, Lin Kaiyun continued, "Jiao, you like King, but you almost killed King just now, and now you still don't repent. Do you want others not to mention this matter? Ask yourself, do you really like kinking? Jiu didn't understand what Lin Kaiyun meant for a moment, but answered very affirmatively, of course. Of course I like her. Lin Kaiyun continued to question, you like kinking, why are you not afraid at all for your recklessness just now, and almost killed kinking? Don't you have any remorse? You like kinking, why don't you dare to show your true self? You like kinking, why are you still arguing about this meaningless thing until now? These questions, one by one, made Jiu stunned for a moment. He didn't know how to answer, and even had doubts in his heart. Do I really like kinking? Just now, kinking was almost killed by me, but I really don't feel scared. Jiu was confused at this time, muttering to himself, why? Why is it like this? Oh, Lin Kaiyun sighed. In fact, what he said was nonsense. He was not a psychological philosopher. It was just that Jiu's behavior of being a bow and pretending to be a saint made Lin Kaiyun really unhappy, so he had to fight back. But no matter what the reason, Jiu himself was not a treacherous person, he was just rebellious in adolescence. Lin Kaiyun ignored Jiu and turned to walk towards the evil cultivator Zhang Chong. After all, the evil cultivator should not be dead yet. At this time, the evil cultivator Zhang Chong had lost both arms and his left leg was also incomplete. He fell to the ground and had difficulty struggling to get up. Seeing Lin Kaiyun coming, the evil cultivator Zhang Chong gritted his teeth and asked, boy, you have such a high level of cultivation at such a young age. What kind of skills do you use? Why haven't I seen it before? You haven't seen a lot, and I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you, Lin Kaiyun responded, and drew a line in the air, and 10 fire talismans appeared behind him. The evil cultivator Zhang Chong showed a horrified expression on his face, and exclaimed, drawing talismans in the air? From my ocean? How is it possible? As soon as the voice fell, Lin Kaiyun casually threw the fire talisman and flew to the evil cultivator Zhang Chong. The evil cultivator Zhang Chong looked at the talisman on his body with a horrified face. Wait, don't kill me, I'm still useful, I can help you raise the goo worm. Lin Kaiyun ignored it, bent his hand and pointed, and the fire talisman suddenly burned. The flames rolled, and made a sizzling sound of burning. Ah! The evil cultivator Zhang Chong screamed and spat out a blood-red black dot at Lin Kaiyun, then cursed crazily, you will die with me. What he spat out was his life-defining goo, the heart goo, which had been nurtured in the heart veins. It was very small. As long as Lin Kaiyun subconsciously used his hands to block it, it would go through the skin and into the body. Even a warrior who specialized in body training could not stop it. Once it got into the body, even if a god came, he could not save it. However, the following scene made the evil cultivator Zhang Chong die with regret. Lin Kaiyun was seen emitting golden flames all over his body, burning the heart goo that was close to him. Golden light curse? Ha ha ha! The evil cultivator Zhang Chong left his last voice and was burned to ashes. At the same time, thousands of miles away, in the Miao territory, in a village with a beautiful environment, a man wearing ethnic minority black and red dotted clothing hurried to the largest wooden house in the village, panting and reporting, Master, it's bad, Zhang Chong's life-inducing goo died. In this wooden house, there is an extremely large wooden table, and a young man wearing a straw hat is sitting cross-legged at the innermost part. I know. You go down. Yes, Master, the Zhang family, one of the 3 inheritances in Miaojiang, has a young man as the master. If it gets out, it will definitely be incredible. The young master looked into the distance and said to himself, long kinking, hasn't the goo in your body awakened yet? Pulling back the perspective, Lin Kaiyun was very cautious and watched the evil cultivator Zhang Chong being burned to slag with his own eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the 6th level evil cultivator goo master Zhang Chong and gaining 20,000 points of merit. Killing people also has merit points. After listening to the voice of the system, Lin Kaiyun was a little surprised. He didn't expect that killing people would also give merit points. System, open the panel, host, Lin Kaiyun, current realm, 4th level, refining the body into key, merit value, 20,150 points, skills possessed, Yang Wulei, full level, golden light curse, full level, Tuangshin Lu, full level, ghost shadow mystery, minor success, divine mask, 1/100, demon bow, blood Hades, 7-star sword curse, 3/100, Bagua soft fist-owned treasures, 7-star dragon abyss sword, growing form, 24 bright moon knight belt, Storage, current identity, a true disciple of the Maotian sect, the eldest disciple of Lin Jiu, a disciple who goes out to perform rituals, the master of the immortal ranking of the ritual masters, and second of the soul-catching division of the underworld. Merit value required for the lottery: 40,000. Merit value required for upgrading: 100,000. Not bad, not bad. Lin Kaiyun was still quite satisfied. He only needed 20,000 merit value to draw the lottery again, and ferrying souls would only take a few nights. The recent draws have all been double yokes, making Lin Kaiyun more and more addicted to the draw. Lin Kaiyun walked leisurely to the side of Master Yixiu. King had not yet woken up, and Master Yixiu had a worried look on his face. Seeing this scene, Lin Kaiyun had a bad feeling in his heart, and he hurriedly asked, "Master Yixiu, is there anything wrong? Why hasn't King woken up yet?" Master Yixiu smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying with some concern, "King, the goo in your body is hatching, and King has not practiced a method of controlling goo, and her soul is not strong enough. I don't know when she will wake up." Goo worms in the body? Hatching? Although Lin Kaiyun didn't know the details, these two words had expressed enough information. This evil goo master came for King, and King's life experience was probably not ordinary. At this time, Taoist Simu and Taoist Kaiyun also rushed over, but the distance between them was kept very far, which made Lin Kaiyun feel very strange. Taoist Simu was relieved to see that several people were fine, and he began to curse, "Hey, how is it? Where is that evil cultivator? I want to settle accounts with him. That big bug is so fucking disgusting. You know that the self-explosion sprayed out green rotten juice, which disgusted me to death." It must be said that Taoist Simu's image was indeed a little funny at this time. The glasses on his face were broken, his clothes were tattered, and there was some dry and thick green juice on his body. The rotten smell could be clearly smelled 100 meters away. Now Lin Kaiyun finally knew why Taoist Kaiyun and Taoist Simu were so far away. Lin Kaiyun bowed and greeted the two of them. "Uncle Simu, Uncle Kaiyun, are you okay?" Taoist Kaiyun was still far away from Taoist Simu, pinching his nose and laughing. "It's okay, Brother Simu is very brave, he smashed the poisonous insect to death." "That's right. My magic fighting technique solved the little bug easily and happily." Taoist Simu raised his head arrogantly, then looked at Lin Kaiyun and tempted, "What do you think? Kaiyun? As long as you agree to worship me as your second master, I will give you this magic fighting technique." Taoist Simu has never seen Lin Kaiyun use the divine mask, so he still doesn't give up. His magic fighting technique is so awesome, and Jiel's talent is limited. He really can't bear to see the magic fighting technique lost in him. Lin Kaiyun refused expressionlessly, "Uncle Simu, let's not do it." Taoist Simu also found that the atmosphere was a little wrong at this time. Jiel was dazed on the side, Lin Kaiyun was also in a bad mood, and Master Kaiyun didn't even say hello. He hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with you? Did something happen?" Lin Kaiyun nodded and said worriedly, "King has fallen into coma. How could this happen?" Taoist Simu put away his playful mentality, hurried over, squatted down to check King's eyes and pulse, looked up and asked Master Yixiu, "Old monk, King is fine. Everything is normal." "Oh." Master Yixiu shook his head and said in a low voice, "King's physical signs are normal, but because of the poisonous worms in her body, and because King has never practiced, her soul is not strong enough, so she fell into coma. Whether she can wake up depends on whether the poisonous worms in her body can hatch successfully, otherwise." Master Yixiu did not continue to say the rest of the words, but everyone present could understand. The soul is not strong enough. Taoist Simu was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then asked quickly, "I don't know much about the poisonous insect. As long as King's soul is toughened, it will be able to hatch smoothly and then wake up." Master Kaiyun nodded and said, "I don't know the details, I can only say that it is possible." Taoist Simu was full of confidence and said, "If it is possible, it is worth a try. I have a senior brother Lin Jiu, who has mastered the heart-purifying mantra to a very high level, which can strengthen a person's 3 souls and 7 spirits, cultivating heart mantra." Lin Kaiyun became excited when he heard it, and asked directly, "Uncle Simu, are you sure the heart-purifying mantra is useful?" "Of course it is useful. I haven't practiced it enough, otherwise I would have done it directly." "Do you know how to do it?" Taoist Simu glanced at Lin Kaiyun and said casually. Lin Kaiyun said happily, "I can do it. My realm should be no worse than Master's." "What? This is a matter of life and death, don't joke with me." Taoist Simu exclaimed. He had just asked casually before. Although Lin Kaiyun's golden light mantra was very powerful, he never thought that Lin Kaiyun's purifying heart mantra had such a high realm. You know, this purifying heart mantra is ranked first among the 8 great mantras. It takes time to cultivate the heart of Tao. He was in his 30s before he could master the purifying heart mantra skillfully. And now he can only drive away evil spirits. This is not because Taoist Simu has no talent. In fact, this is almost the norm for Maotian disciples. Their senior brother Shijian is also the same. Except for Lin Jiu, the purifying heart mantra of others is not very profound. Really, can I still joke with you about this? Chapter 67 Mysterious Brown Paper, Hatching of Goo. Uncle Simu, if you don't believe me, take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Kaiyun stepped on the 7 stars, holding the spell in his hand, and shouted loudly, "The Supreme Star, respond to changes without stopping, exorcise evil spirits and bind demons, protect your life and body, wisdom is clear, and the mind is at peace, 3 souls are forever, and the spirit is not lost." Suddenly, ripples flashed on Lin Kaiyun's body, and the voice rushed straight into the sky, shocking the soul. The voice was like a morning bell, ringing around the ears and body, and it was extremely loud. He suddenly opened his eyes flashing with brilliance, pure and clear, as if they could purify everything in the world. Everyone felt very relaxed, as if all the troubles had disappeared. And the unconscious King, after Lin Kaiyun chanted the heart-purifying mantra, subconsciously moved her fingers. Amitabha, Master Kaiyun noticed King's fingers. He put his hands together and shouted excitedly. King's fingers moved. It seems that this purifying heart mantra is really effective. Taoist Simu looked at Lin Kaiyun with surprise and asked in shock, "Kaiyun, you can actually master the purifying heart mantra to this extent? How did you do it?" Purifying heart mantra. 1. Purifies the body, drives away evil spirits, and purifies filth. 2. Purifies the heart, calms the mind, sweeps away the inner demons and consolidates the spirit. 3. Purifies the soul, guards the 3 souls and suppresses the 7 spirits. The 3 souls are forever solid, and the 7 spirits are safe. When Lin Kaiyun performed the purifying heart mantra just now, Taoist Simu vaguely felt the response of the soul in his body, which obviously reached the realm of 3 purifying souls. Lin Kaiyun thought for a moment, then spread out his hands and said calmly, "What should I say? I was practicing, and it became like this, practicing, and it became like this." Taoist Simu was stunned for a moment, and these words almost made him vomit blood. He kicked a stone under his feet and cursed, "Is there any justice in the world? I started to practice the heart purification mantra when I was 5 years old. When I was 15, I was just able to purify my body and mind." Taoist Kaiyun pinched his nose, approached Taoist Simu, patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "Brother Simu, Kaiyun is lucky to have such a talent. The Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves forward. You should be happy." Taoist Simu looked at Taoist Kaiyun pinching his nose and looking down on him, and became even more angry. He said, "Hey, are you teaching me how to do things? You too, stop playing around." Master Kaiyun stood up and stopped Taoist Simu and Taoist Kaiyun, and said anxiously, "Since the heart purifying mantra is effective, then Brother Kaiyun, you should continue to perform it. Rescue King from her coma." Taoist Simu turned his head and smiled, then said seriously, "Don't worry. Although I love to joke, I still know my limits. This matter can't be rushed. We have to go back first. Souls are most active at night, so setting up an altar and performing rituals at night can achieve twice the result with half the effort." Master Kaiyun nodded, "Okay, that's the only way. Let's go back to the house first. I hope everything goes well tonight." When Jail heard that they had to go back, he quickly volunteered, "Master Kaiyun, I'll carry King on my back." "No need." Master Kaiyun shook his head and refused directly. Then he raised his hand and pointed at Lin Kaiyun and said, "Kaiyun, carry King on your back and go back." "Me?" Lin Kaiyun pointed at himself in confusion. He didn't understand what Master Kaiyun meant. "That's right." Master Yixia nodded with a smile. King was a girl, and even though he was her master, men and women were not allowed to touch each other. So the most suitable person to be present was Lin Kaiyun. In fact, Master Yixi was not ignorant of this. He had already noticed that King was very special to Lin Kaiyun. Besides, King was just her lay disciple. As a woman, She would get married sooner or later. In addition, Tingting's life experience, Lin Kaiyun, the leader of the younger generation of Maotian, and her own extraordinary talent all made Master Yixiu very satisfied. In Master Yixiu's eyes, if Tingting got married, Lin Kaiyun would definitely be the best candidate for her husband. Although Lin Kaiyun didn't know whether Master Yixiu had any other intentions, since he had spoken, it was difficult to refuse. Okay, Lin Kaiyun lifted Tingting up and carried her behind his back in the jealous eyes of Jael. Taoist Simu certainly saw through his disciple's mind and advised earnestly, Jia Li, your master has been teaching you to learn the Tao. You should know that you should let things take their own course and not force things. Jia Li nodded, then looked at Taoist Simu firmly and said with a smile, Master, I understand. But Tingting may not like seeing your brother Kaiyun. So I still have a chance, right, Alice? Taoist Simu sighed. He didn't expect Jia Li to be so obsessed. If he continued like this, it would not only affect his cultivation, but also easily lead to inner demons. However, as a master, he couldn't do anything. If he was tough, it might backfire. Jia Li could only let go of it himself. Lin Kaiyun carried Tingting on his back and walked in front. The others followed behind and soon returned to the bamboo house. At the door, Taoist Simu said to Master Yixiu, Master Yixiu, put Tingting in my room. I need to prepare the magic tools needed at night, so that Kaiyun can perform it at that time. Master Yixiu nodded, okay, I'll do as Taoist Simu said. Lin Kaiyun carried Tingting into Taoist Simu's bamboo house and put her in his room. Looking at Tingting sleeping soundly, unusually quiet, Lin Kaiyun remembered Tingting's lively and arrogant appearance before, and smiled unconsciously. He reached out to support a broken hair on Tingting's forehead, turned around and left. Master Yixiu was very worried about Tingting's safety and sat on the chair restlessly. Taoist Simu and Jael went to prepare the magic tools needed for setting up the altar at night. Taoist Kaiyun was treating his injuries on the side. When he dealt with the royal zombies and forcibly drove the 5 elements demon slaying compass, he was injured and left with some hidden diseases. If they are not completely removed, there will be sequelae in the future. Seeing that it was still early in the evening, Lin Kaiyun walked out of the yard. He wanted to carefully investigate the young prince and the dead guards. It is indeed a goo worm, which means that the royal zombies were released by the goo master. Lin Kaiyun saw that there was a tiny wormhole under the ear of each guard. Then he came to the tent and checked the body of the young prince. At this time, the blood of the young prince had almost drained out. Like a mummy, his entire skin was shriveled and cracked. It is also a goo worm. Lin Kaiyun noticed that there were still wormholes under the ears of the young prince, and then he turned over the clothes on the young prince. What is this? Lin Kaiyun found a yellow croft paper in the interlayer of the clothes. When he opened it, he saw that it was written in Manchu, and there was an obvious big seal on the lower left. However, there were 3 words in it that Lin Kaiyun recognized. It was a place name written in Chinese characters, Lingxi Town. Lin Kaiyun frowned. His purpose of coming out this time was Lingxi Town. The Manchu letter on the little prince also mentioned Lingxi Town. Is there any connection between them? It was fruitless to think so hard. Lin Kaiyun simply stopped guessing and put away the croft paper. After checking everywhere and making sure there was nothing unusual, he returned to the bamboo house. At this time, in Lin Kaiyun's room, Taoist Simu put a square table on which were placed talisman paper, Taoist seals, statues of Sanmao Zhenjin, an incense burner, 3 teas and 5 wines, pens, ike stones, cinnabar, magic fans, magic seals, bagua plates, staffs, rulers and many other magic tools. It can be said that there's everything. Wow! Uncle Simu, have you taken out all the magic tools? Lin Kaiyun couldn't help but sigh. The preparations of Taoist Simu were simply too complete. Taoist Simu was very satisfied with the altar he had set up, and he scolded Lin Kaiyun, what do you know? This is called being prepared for any eventuality. Who knows what will happen when you recite the heart-purifying mantra? These things are all here, and it will be easy for you to deal with them when the time comes. Nothing unexpected will happen during the heart-purifying mantra, but Taoist Simu heard from Master Kaiyun that it was all because of the poisonous insects in Tingting's body. God knows what will happen to Tingting's poisonous insects when the time comes, and whether there will be any accidents. Lin Kaiyun nodded. He understood the principle of being prepared for any eventuality. Then he pointed to the table and asked, but why should it be placed in my room? Nonsense, Tingting, you are lying on your bed. If not in your room, where should it be placed? Lin Kaiyun was stunned. Why did Taoist Simu's words sound a bit ambiguous? Taoist Simu patted Lin Kaiyun on the shoulder and said, "Okay, stop talking nonsense, it's dark, get ready." After Taoist Simu went out, Lin Kaiyun touched the belt of the 24 bright moon nights with his hand, and a Maotian Taoist robe appeared out of thin air, and then he put it on. He put on the Maotian Taoist robe, picked up the copper bell on the table, dipped his right hand in the wine bowl, smeared cinnabar in his fingers, and drew a spell on the talisman paper. 3 waves of popularity on the day, Thunderbolt and Thunder bring me here, for my justice, the ultimate, do not descend on the evil demons to fight the Milky Way, boom. The talisman paper in front of him burned, and Lin Kaiyun shook the copper bell, wrapping the burning talisman paper into the leader bell. Then Lin Kaiyun turned the copper bell over, bit his finger, dripped the blood from his fingertips into the ash, stirred it a few times, and reached out to wipe it on King King's forehead. Lin Kaiyun leaped up and sat cross-legged at the end of the bed. He raised his finger and bent it, and King King suddenly sat up. "Ha!" Lin Kaiyun shouted, attached a key to his finger, and tapped the bottom of King King's eyes. "The orifice is open. To control this soul, you must first open the orifice." At this time, outside the room, several people were standing in the lobby, waiting anxiously. Master Ikai was pacing on the spot, with his hands clasped in the air, reciting incomprehensible scriptures. Taoist Simu sat on the stool, put down the teacup in his hand, and said unhappily, "Old monk, you can't stop reciting, my ears are itching from listening." Taoist Kaiyun said to Taoist Simu, "Brother Simu, Master Ikai is reciting the prayer sutra, praying for Miss King King." Taoist Simu glanced at Taoist Kaiyun and said, "What is there to chant? Didn't you hear the voice inside? Kaiyun must have opened up Miss King King's acupoints. All that's left is to take off her clothes and cast the heart-purifying mantra." "What?" Jiu on the side exclaimed in surprise. He quickly ran to Taoist Simu and asked, "Master, why do I need to take off my clothes to cast the heart-purifying mantra?" Taoist Simu saw that Jiu was still like this, and scolded him angrily, "Idiot, taking off clothes is just outer clothes, not naked, why are you in such a hurry?" Jiu still looked anxious after hearing this, and hurriedly shouted, "Outer clothes won't work. It's summer, there won't be anything left after taking off the outer clothes, You are so stubborn." Taoist Simu knocked on Jiu's head and ignored him. At this time, Master Yixiu stopped Jiu from shouting in a deep voice, "Jiu, saving people is important, please don't make a noise." Jiu closed his mouth unhappily, and could only pray in his heart, "Nothing should happen, nothing should happen." At the same time, Lin Kaiyun in the room closed his eyes. "Taishang Taixing, respond without stopping, exorcise evil spirits and bind demons, protect your life and body, wisdom is clear, and the mind is peaceful, 3 souls are eternal, and the spirit is not lost." The voice was like the sound of the bell of heaven and earth, loud and clear, and visible ripples flashed from Lin Kaiyun's body. Suddenly, the paper ash mark on King King's forehead flickered, and King King, who had a spirit but no soul, sat up completely, straightened her body, and suddenly opened her eyes. This was not awakening. At this time, King King's eyes were turbid, without eyeballs and whites, as if they were artificial eyes made of stone. 3 souls are settled, 7 spirits are returned. Tens of thousands of souls, protect my spirit. Lin Kaiyun turned his hands, closed King King's eyes, and held the spell in his hands. For a moment, the wind blew, making the window creak. Taoist Simu felt the fluctuation of souls and said, "Great, Kaiyun is already stabilizing Miss King King's soul, it seems to be going smoothly." "Really? That's great." Master Yixiu heard this and a kind smile appeared on his face. In the room, a shadow flashed behind Miss King King, which was completely an enlarged version of herself. According to Master Yixiu, King King's problem was that her soul was too weak to support the hatching of the goo worms in her body, causing her to fall into coma. So as long as Lin Kaiyun strengthened King King's soul and made King King's soul strong enough to support the hatching of the goo worms in her body, it would be considered a success. Lin Kaiyun first left a mark on King King's forehead and found King King's lost soul and spirit. Then he used the heart purification mantra to stabilize King King's soul. Finally, he gathered the power of nearby souls to help King King hatch successfully as soon as possible. Buzz! At this time, a mosquito-like sound came from King King's body. A bright red bloodline appeared on King King's right wrist, gradually extending upwards, filled with a cold breath. Lin Kaiyun looked at the red line on King King's wrist and said to himself, Is this the goo worm in King body? What is it? This momentum, even I feel a little scary. The red line on King's wrist, along the arm, gradually climbed up to the neck, the artery beat rapidly, and the other arm was also covered with blood lines. Soon, countless hairs extended from King's body and condensed into a blood pupa, completely wrapping King inside. Although it looked strange, Lin Kaiyun could feel that the blood pupa was not dangerous to King at all. On the contrary, King had an extremely strong vitality in her body. It should be the goo worm. Lin Kaiyun was guessing in his heart, but his hands did not stop moving, continuing to consolidate King's soul. Time passed by minute. Lin Kaiyun dispersed a ki on his body, reached out and touched the blood pupa wrapped around King in front of him, as if it was beating like a heart. At the moment of touching, Lin Kaiyun felt a kind message, as if telling Lin Kaiyun that it would not hurt King. Seeing this, Lin Kaiyun also walked out of the room with peace of mind. What's the matter? Where's King? Seeing Lin Kaiyun coming out, Master IQ and JL asked hurriedly. It's okay. The poisonous insects in her body are hatching now. Don't disturb her. I think King will wake up soon. Lin Kaiyun waved his hand, sat on the chair, and poured himself a cup of tea. After working for several hours, he was a little exhausted. Hearing this, Master IQ gave up the plan to visit King. Several people waited patiently in the lobby. It was already late at night, and because of saving King, Lin Kaiyun did not ferry the soul. After about half an hour, a wave of soul flashed in Lin Kaiyun's room, and the blood pupa spread out like a flower bud. King suddenly opened her eyes sparkling. In the lobby, several people knew that King was fine, and they were in a relaxed mood. Some drank tea, some chatted. At this time, King walked out of the room. She ran 2 steps and called out happily, Master, Amitabha. Master IQ breathed a sigh of relief. He put his hands together, a kind smile appeared on his face, and said, King, I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay. JL also came over and interrupted, King, are you okay? I was so worried. However, King just nodded and ignored JL. Instead, she turned her head to look at Lin Kaiyun. When the blood pupa appeared, King's consciousness had already awakened. She knew that it was Lin Kaiyun who saved her. King put her hands behind her back and said a little shyly, Lin Kaiyun, thank you. Lin Kaiyun looked at King and smiled. King didn't change at all, but she had a different temperament. It was hard to say what it was, but it was quite comfortable. King's eyes were very clear before, but now they are even clearer. Lin Kaiyun had a playful smile on his face and joked. You're welcome, but you look like a girl now. A lot gentler. What? King was furious when she heard that. She pinched her waist and shouted angrily, do you mean I was very barbaric before? That's what you said, not me. Lin Kaiyun smiled and spread his hands. Go to hell. King punched Lin Kaiyun in the stomach. Lin Kaiyun didn't even think about hiding. In his opinion, even if King punched with all her strength, she couldn't hurt him. But, Lin Kaiyun obviously forgot that King was different from before, and this punch made his internal organs churn. Oh my god, it hurts. Lin Kaiyun couldn't help but hold his stomach and asked in confusion, King, how come you have so much strength? Humph. This is all thanks to you. At least half of the credit goes to you. King snorted complacently, then took Master IQ's hand and said, Master, let's go back. I want to take a shower and have a good sleep. Okay. Let's go back. Master IQ glanced at Taoist Simu and Taoist Kaiyun, smiled and walked out with King. Taoist Simu hurriedly shouted, Hey, old monk, you're leaving just like that. Don't even prepare some thank you gifts. Master IQ heard what Taoist Simu said, raised his hand and replied, Daoyao Simu, don't worry. I will come over tomorrow to thank you, tisk. This old guy, Taoist Simu muttered unhappily. Lin Kaiyun looked at King who walked out of the art and shouted, King, now that the poisonous insect in your body has hatched, has the only thing that increased your strength? I'm very curious, please tell me. Of course not, but I won't tell you. Although King refused bluntly, a pair of wings with red patterned wings suddenly extended from behind her and fanned at Lin Kaiyun playfully. Lin Kaiyun exclaimed in amazement, and couldn't help but sigh, what kind of goo worm is this? It actually has wings. There are thousands of goo worms. Don't say you don't know. Even the goo masters in Maya Ojiang may not be able to master them all. Taoist Simu patted Lin Kaiyun on the shoulder, then yawned and said, I'm so sleepy. I've been busy all day. It's time to go to bed. I'll sleep in my room, Kaiyun will sleep in the next room, Kaiyun and Jiu will sleep in the lobby tonight. I have no objection. Lin Kaiyun spread his hands indifferently and walked back to his room. Taoist Kaiyun and Jiu were speechless when they saw this. Everyone was very tired this day and soon fell asleep quietly. Oh. The roosters in the yard crowed one after another, retreating the darkness and ushering in the light. Kaiyun, are you in such a hurry to leave? Stay a few more days with your uncle. In the lobby of the bamboo house, Taoist Simu drank up the porridge in his hand and asked Lin Kaiyun. Lin Kaiyun smiled and said, Uncle Simu, I came out to gain experience. If Master knew that I was sleeping well and eating well here, he would probably skin me alive. Now that the royal zombies have been dealt with and Taoist Kaiyun is still alive, he naturally doesn't want to delay any longer and is ready to set off to Lingxi town immediately to complete the task of the soul-catching division. Taoist Simu nodded and said, Okay. In this case, Uncle will not force you to stay. However, Kaiyun, you should stay one more day. I will teach you the magic fighting technique. Lin Kaiyun shook his head, feeling a little embarrassed to refuse Taoist Simu's kindness, but still told the truth. Uncle Simu. Thank you. But I also have a similar technique, and I don't need the magic fighting technique for the time being. Kaiyun, this is your fault. I didn't ask you to worship the second master, so you don't need to make excuses, right? Taoist Simu was just talking, and then he immediately widened his eyes and looked at Lin Kaiyun in disbelief. Lin Kaiyun put his hands together, palms facing outward, and a large amount of qi emerged, slowly gathering into a ball. This qi ball turned over and covered his face. Buzz! Buzz! There were waves of mumbling, which made several people feel very uncomfortable. The qi ball on Lin Kaiyun's face quickly shrank and took shape, like a mask. The only weird thing was that half of this mask had kind eyes, and the other half had angry eyes. There seemed to be a phantom of a lotus behind Lin Kaiyun. The mask on his face came alive and made a sound. Uncle Simu, this is really not an excuse. I really don't need it. Chapter 68, Set off and take the beauty for a ride. Is this also a kind of magic to summon gods? Where did you learn this from? Taoist Simu looked at Lin Kaiyun in amazement, and the bowl in his hand was dropped in shock. At this time, Lin Kaiyun stood on one leg, holding a lotus in his hand, and the facial makeup on his face exuded a terrifying aura, half kind and half angry, which made people dare not look directly at him, just like a god. No wonder Lin Kaiyun had no desire for his own magic. Now even Taoist Simu had to admit that the method used by Lin Kaiyun was much more powerful than his own magic. Lin Kaiyun dissipated the power of the mask of the godhead, and the facial makeup on his face disappeared instantly, and the surrounding pressure also dissipated. He sat on the stool, drank the white rice porridge in the bowl, picked up a piece of pickled vegetable, and said, Uncle Simu, since I don't need to learn magic fighting skills, I will leave after breakfast. Taoist Simu was hit hard, and waved his hand patiently. Let's go. With your ability, I don't have to worry about your safety. At this time, Master Kaiyun and King walked in from the door. Master Kaiyun took a look at the food on the table, put his hands together and smiled. Amitabha. What a coincidence, we didn't have breakfast. Taoist Simu glanced at Master Kaiyun and said, Old monk. I didn't bring your share, I brought it, Master, I made extra. Jiu saw King, his face full of joy, and quickly stood up and offered his courtesy. Master, King, you sit down, I'll get your breakfast. Taoist Simu was unhappy and scolded. This kid, his elbows are turned outward, I never saw him care about he is my master. Lin Kaiyun ignored him, quickly emptied his bowl of porridge, stood up and bowed to Taoist Simu and Taoist Kaiyun. Uncle Simu, Uncle Kaiyun, it's better to leave sooner rather than later. We'll say goodbye now. Taoist Simu nodded. When you're done with your training, don't forget to come to Uncle's place to play for 2 days. Taoist Kaiyun also smiled. Kaiyun, Uncle will prepare another gift for you next time we meet. In Maoshan, Lin Jiu, Simu, and Kaiyun are the 3 closest to each other, and they also like Lin Kaiyun very much. At this time, Master Yixi looked at Lin Kaiyun and asked, Brother Kaiyun, are you leaving? But to the north, that's right, King Gu has just hatched and needs to grow. It will guide her to get something, which is also in the north. I can't accompany her. I'm still worried about her going alone. Now you are just on the way, let's go together. After speaking, Master Yixi waited for Lin Kaiyun's response with a smile. Lin Kaiyun did not respond, and did not know what to say for a moment. He hesitated. Rationally speaking, He did not want to bring King with him. Whether it was a burden or not was another matter. The main thing was that it was better to be alone. But King's personality was very free and easy. If they were traveling together, it would probably not be boring. Lin Kaiyun, you look hesitant, not manly at all. Seeing that Lin Kaiyun was slow to reply, King glared at him and said unhappily, "Don't worry, I can protect myself now and will not cause you any trouble." Ahem, you misunderstood. Lin Kaiyun coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment, and said, "I'm a rough man on the road, and everything is based on convenience. As long as you are not afraid of hard work, I don't mind." King said so. Lin Kaiyun had no reason to refuse, but he had to make it clear in advance that this time he was not going to travel, and the journey might not be hard, but the pretentiousness of a girl would definitely not work. Master Yixiu laughed when he heard this. "That's perfect. Although our King has a barbaric personality, she is very good at food, clothing, housing and transportation." King cried out coquettishly, "Master, how can you say that your apprentice is barbaric?" Haha. Master Yixiu laughed with relief. He handed a bundle to King and said to Lin Kaiyun casually, "Brother Kaiyun, King's things have been packed. You can set off directly." "Good guy, everything is prepared in advance?" "This is not an inquiry at all. I guess even if I refuse, Master Yixiu will find a way to let King follow him." Lin Kaiyun smiled bitterly, snatched the bundle from King's hand, and said seriously, "Let's go. Although I am not very good at taking care of people, I won't let a girl carry such heavy things by herself." King looked at Lin Kaiyun tenderly, said goodbye to her master, and hurriedly trotted after him. In this era, the feudal dynasty's ideology still exists in society. Male chauvinism, men are respected, and women are taught from childhood to take care of their husbands, support their husbands and raise their children, and work hard without complaint. Lin Kaiyun's small action made King feel a different kind of warmth in her heart. Lin Kaiyun and King's figures quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Taoist Simu and Master Yixiu rarely quarreled, and sat on the stool to eat breakfast. "Master Yixiu, King, your breakfast is here." Jail's happy voice came, and he walked in enthusiastically with a small breakfast of love. He looked up and found that only his master, Taoist Kaiyun and Master Ikai were on the stool. He asked in confusion, "Hey, where's King?" Taoist Kaiyun waved to Jail and said, "Jail, sit down and eat. Miss King has left with Kaiyun." "What? Gone? Eloped?" Jail shouted when he heard it, and dropped the plate in shock, turned around and ran out the door, crying, "I'm so miserable." Several people ignored the crazy Jail and ate breakfast by themselves. At the same time, Lin Kaiyun and King had walked more than 10 miles. In order to travel faster, Lin Kaiyun directly called out the immortal Wang Xiafeng. Riding the immortal Wang Xiafeng through the forest, the speed was very fast. King hugged Lin Kaiyun's strong back from behind, avoiding the wind, and shouted, "Lin Kaiyun, is this a yellow fox? How come it's so big?" Before Lin Kaiyun could speak, the immortal Wang Xiafeng, who was running, spoke in human language, "Beauty, if it's not so big, can it carry the two of you? It's so heavy, and I'm Wang Daxun." King was startled, and then poked the soft fur of Wang Xiafeng under her with her hand, with a look of curiosity. "This yellow fox can actually talk." "Of course it can talk, and not only can it talk, it can also run away," Lin Kaiyun said sarcastically, and then pulled Wang Xiafeng's ear and asked, "Is that so?" Wang Xiafeng, "Ouch, boss, it hurts." "It hurts?" Wang Xiafeng screamed twice, and turned his head to run in a curve. Seeing this, Lin Kaiyun let go of the ear of the great immortal Wang Xiafeng and cursed, "Last time you beat that royal zombie, you ran away after being slapped. Do you believe that I will let Uncle Shen peel off your skin?" The great immortal Wang Xiafeng defended, "Boss, I didn't run away, I just fainted." "Don't waste time, hurry up. If you do it again, I will stew you directly." "Okay." The speed of the great immortal Wang Xiafeng suddenly soared, and there was even a faint afterimage. Feeling the wind blowing beside her ears, King waved her hands and shouted excitedly, "Wow! So fast. This feels so good." Haha. Lin Kaiyun also laughed, and the feeling now was no less than driving a convertible sports car for a ride. He patted the neck of the great immortal Wang Xiafeng and shouted, "Hurry up, speed up to 300 miles. The great immortal Wang Xiafeng gritted his teeth and ran even harder with his 4 legs. It was carrying Lin Kaiyun and King, and it was unable to use the magical power of the horse. It was running completely relying on the strength of its legs. There was an old forest of thick trees in front, and many people were wielding saws and axes to cut down trees. 2 workers in coarse linen clothes, their clothes soaked with sweat, looked up at the scorching sun and complained, "It's too hot today, there's no wind at all." "That's right, it would be nice if there was a gust of wind." Suddenly, a strong wind blew by, blowing the straw hats of the 2 people away. "No way. My mouth is too sharp." The wind came as soon as I said it. It didn't seem to be the wind. I saw a black shadow running over. "Is it true? Are you scaring me?" "Of course it's true. It's a ghost." "There's a ghost. Run." "There's a ghost." Many lumberjacks saw the black shadow and immediately became a mess, screaming and running for their lives. King tilted her head and saw the people behind her shouting to escape. She patted Lin Kaiyun on the back and said, "Lin Kaiyun, isn't it a bad thing for us to do this? Many people have been scared along the way. It's really not good. I have deliberately taken the mountain forest path, but I still ran into these people." Lin Kaiyun nodded. He deliberately avoided people to avoid causing panic, but he still scared many people so far. He thought about it and suggested, "How about we rest during the day? Travel at night?" King shook her head and refused. "No, how can normal people travel at night?" "That's right, if there was no other reason." Lin Kaiyun didn't like to travel at night. He slowly said, "Then we can only change amount." Half an hour later, Lin Kaiyun and King appeared in a town. The size of this town is about half the size of Ren Jiu town. The houses are all made of pure wood. There are also many people in the town who run wood and wood carving businesses. The 2 walked along the alley to the main street. Lin Kaiyun looked around and said, "King, let's go eat something first, and then find a mount to continue on our way." "Brother Lin, wait for me for a while." King patted the back of Lin Kaiyun's hand, took out $1 from his waist, ran to the side to buy 2 strings of candied haws, and gave one to Lin Kaiyun. "Here, it's delicious." Lin Kaiyun took a bite. It was sour and sweet. He nodded with satisfaction. "Well, not bad, quite appetizing. Let's have a big meal later. I'll treat you." "Okay, you're not allowed to cheat, don't worry. Let's go." The 2 walked along the main street and came to a restaurant called Kingshu Restaurant. The plaque of this restaurant is large and gorgeous. And the entire decoration is very luxurious, which is clearly different from other shops in the town. Strange, why is there no one in such a luxurious restaurant? Is the price too expensive? King was very surprised to see that there was no one in Kingshu Restaurant. Lin Kaiyun smiled and said, "I don't ask for the best, but the most expensive. This is it." He had cheated Master Ren of hundreds of dollars before, so he could be considered a real rich man. If he didn't spend the money, wouldn't it be a waste of Master Ren? Lin Kaiyun took King's hand and was about to go in. A man came out of Kingshu Restaurant. He was wearing a very luxurious brown brocade robe, a big emerald green ring on his hand, and 2 goatees. He looked very smart and must be the owner of this restaurant. When the owner saw Lin Kaiyun and King, he greeted them with a smile and cupped his hands enthusiastically. "You too, do you want to eat? Come in. Our Kingshu restaurant is offering a big sale. All delicacies from land and sea are half price." "Huh?" Lin Kaiyun didn't care much about King's words before, but seeing the owner's look, he wanted to pull them into the restaurant immediately. This unusual behavior made Lin Kaiyun suspicious. Could it be a black shop? Perfect, then we can rob the thieves at the same time. Lin Kaiyun had a teasing smile on his face, took King's hand, pressed his fingers hard, and gave King a signal. King also understood and followed Lin Kaiyun in. As soon as you enter the restaurant, you can see that the tables and chairs are very neatly arranged, with a thin layer of dust floating on them. It looks like no one has come to eat for a long time. Lin Kaiyun sat in a seat near the door and said, "Boss, give me one of the signature dishes." "No problem." The shopkeeper nodded enthusiastically, and then suggested, "Do you 2 want to sit in the private room?" Lin Kaiyun directly refused. "No need, we can sit here. This seat is closest to the door," and he also kept an eye on it. "In case there is something difficult, it will be convenient to escape." "Okay, 2 guests, wait a moment, it will be ready soon." The shopkeeper ran to the kitchen enthusiastically. Seeing the shopkeeper leave, King moved her body and whispered, "Brother Lin, did you find anything wrong?" "No." Lin Kaiyun shook his head. So far, he didn't feel anything unusual, just the enthusiasm of the shopkeeper from beginning to end. There were no other customers in the restaurant, only Lin Kaiyun and King, so the speed of serving the dishes was naturally very fast. Soon, a full table of dishes was served. These dishes were very good from the presentation to the cutting edge, and they looked very delicious. "Two customers, please enjoy," the shopkeeper said respectfully, then rubbed his hands excitedly, and stood aside to watch the two people with an expression of great expectation. Lin Kaiyun put his hands on the table, glanced at the shopkeeper, and asked meaningfully, "I said, shopkeeper, are you supervising us to eat?" "No, enjoy." The shopkeeper saw that Lin Kaiyun was a little angry, and bowed and left. Lin Kaiyun kept running key in his hands, and could feel that the dishes on the table were not poisonous, nor were they a trick. Lin Kaiyun picked up the chopsticks, glanced at King, and shrugged, "Eat. There's nothing wrong with these dishes." After saying that, Lin Kaiyun picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth, chewed it. And then a painful expression appeared on his face. "Oh my god, what is this dish made of that is so unpalatable?" Lin Kaiyun suddenly felt nauseous and quickly spit out the food in his mouth. "Is it that exaggerated? I'll try it too." King picked up a drunken shrimp curiously and put it in her mouth. King plucked up the courage to chew it, and her face immediately turned bitter. The shrimp was like chewing wax in her mouth, without the slightest aroma or taste, as if she had eaten a mouthful of soap. Like Lin Kaiyun, she quickly spit it out. "Pooh. It's too disgusting." At this moment, the shopkeeper ran out upon hearing the noise, cupped his hands with a worried look on his face, and begged, "My two guests, calm down, don't be angry, and don't smash the store." Lin Kaiyun held the cup, kept rinsing his mouth, and shouted, "What's going on? Are you teasing us on purpose? How dare you open a restaurant like this?" The shopkeeper also looked embarrassed and said respectfully, "How dare I? We will give you a free meal, no charge." King kindly advised, "Shopkeeper, this chef's dishes are so bad, I advise you to fire him as soon as possible. Otherwise, your restaurant will go bankrupt sooner or later." "Alice," the shopkeeper sighed and said with a worried look, "I have changed 10 chefs this month. The one who cooked today is the 11th one, specially invited from the provincial capital. I don't know why the dishes in my restaurant are so unpalatable." Hearing this, Lin Kaiyun frowned. This was obviously unreasonable. He asked, "What's going on? Can you tell us?" "Alice, there's nothing to be said. As long as the two guests are not afraid of disturbing their ears, it will be fine," the shopkeeper told Lin Kaiyun and the others. His surname is Hu. He was born and raised in Qingshu town. This Qingshu restaurant is a family business. It has been in his hands for the 3rd generation. With the family-inherited smoked pickles, Qingshu restaurant is very popular in Qingshu town. It is basically hard to find a seat. Even many people from the neighboring town come to eat. But last month, for some reason, the dishes in Qingshu restaurant became extremely unpalatable. It was the same even after changing many chefs. This angered many customers, and the restaurant was smashed several times. So when Lin Kaiyun and King were complaining about the bad taste, Hu was worried that his shop would be smashed again. After listening to this, Lin Kaiyun asked, "This is very abnormal. Have you ever asked an expert to take a look?" "Of course I have. Taoist priests and monks have set up altars and performed rituals. I spent a lot of money, but there is still no change." Lin Kaiyun nodded. He stood up and looked into the depths of the restaurant. "Where's the kitchen? Take me to see." Hu was stunned for a moment. He glanced at the two of them, turned around and led the way. "Please come this way, both of you." Lin Kaiyun and the other person followed Hu through the lobby and came to the kitchen. The kitchen was very spacious. The 2 stoves were wiped clean, and all kinds of ingredients were fresh. It should have been the busiest place in the restaurant, but it was very lonely at this time. There was only a slightly fat cook sitting on a small stool peeling garlic. The fat cook looked up and said, "Boss Hu, the bad food has nothing to do with me. Your place is too weird. I will leave after today's work. You can't owe me less wages." Shopkeeper Hu smiled bitterly. "You should know what kind of person I am, Hu Wan. I won't owe you less wages." Lin Kaiyun walked around shopkeeper Hu and asked directly, "Did you feel anything wrong when you were cooking?" The fat cook put down the garlic in his hand, raised his eyebrows and smiled. "You are weird. There's nothing wrong with cooking." Lin Kaiyun ignored him and ordered in an unquestionable tone, "Cook me a dish now, anything will do." Hearing this, the fat cook looked at shopkeeper Hu in confusion. Shopkeeper Hu didn't know what Lin Kaiyun was going to do, but he looked profound, so he tried his best. He nodded and said, "Do it." The fat cook was very skillful. He cut vegetables, added ingredients, and fried vegetables. In less than 10 minutes, the fragrant smell came out. King sniffed with a puzzled look on her face. She approached Lin Kaiyun and asked quietly, "Brother Lin, it smells so good, why does it taste so bad?" "I don't know," Lin Kaiyun shook his head. He also wanted to know why. While thinking about it, Lin Kaiyun suddenly found something unusual. The dishes in the pot were fragrant under the stir-frying of the fat chef, but the fragrance rose straight up, and the fragrance of the dishes gradually weakened. By the time the fat chef finished frying the dish had no fragrance at all. Here, the fat chef brought the dish to Lin Kaiyun. Lin Kaiyun already knew the answer, and said with a smile, "No, keep it for yourself." "What? Are you kidding me?" The fat cook was in a bad mood to begin with, and when he heard what Lin Kaiyun said, he immediately got angry, threw the dishes on the ground, and shouted to shopkeeper Hu, "This broken shop is problematic from top to bottom. Settle the wages, I'm leaving now." "Shut up," Lin Kaiyun scolded, warning, "Otherwise you will be responsible if you scare away the ghosts." "You're dying of laughter." "Ghosts, boss Hu, I think what the outside world is saying is right. You are really crazy, and the two people you brought are also crazy." The fat cook laughed, pointing at boss Hu and Lin Kaiyun and mocking them, but before he finished speaking, he trembled all over and was completely stunned. Lin Kaiyun stretched out his fingers, drew talismans in the air, and dozens of visible talismans appeared out of thin air behind him. "Go!" With a wave of his hand, the talismans were densely shown on the ceiling, printing out a large bulge. Roar! A roar was heard, and the bulge was torn from the inside, and a monster pounced down. This monster had animal legs, a human body, ribs wrapped outside the belly, a face, nose, eyes, and only a mouth. I thought it was something else. It turned out to be a gluttonous ghost. Lin Kaiyun recognized the monster when he saw its appearance. "Oh my god! There really is a monster." The fat cook was so scared that he collapsed on the ground, kicking his legs in panic. "A monster?" Shopkeeper Hu was also trembling with fear, and he did not forget to tell Lin Kaiyun and King to run for their lives. "My two guests, run, I'll go find the security team." Lin Kaiyun was very satisfied with Shopkeeper Hu's point. Facing the monster that pounced on him, he did not change his face, and even had the leisure to turn his head and say, "Shopkeeper Hu, I'll help you with this." Shopkeeper Hu did not react for a while. King was also very calm. She smiled at Shopkeeper Hu and said, "Don't worry, Shopkeeper Hu. Although my brother Lin is not very serious at ordinary times, he is very good at dealing with monsters and ghosts." King, "You are not ashamed to say that I am not serious," Lin Kaiyun said casually, then took a step forward, swung his fist and turned it into a palm, 8 trigrams palm. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69, Not a Penny Less. Lin Kaiyun waved his palm without fear, and the invisible shock wave was wrapped with airwaves. The ferocious Taiyi had no way to avoid it, and flew backwards and hit the wall. He drew 5 exorcism talismans in the air, waved them casually, and stuck them on the Taiyi's forehead and limbs, pinching the spell with his fingers. Command. The 5 exorcism talismans flashed red light and turned into 5 ropes to nail the Taiyi to the wall. Roar. The Taiyi roared at Lin Kaiyun, and his hands and feet suddenly broke free, as if it was not affected at all. The beast's legs stared at the wall and jumped out, digging its claws and swinging at Lin Kaiyun. Heaven and Earth Zuanzong, the root of all ki. Lin Kaiyun's golden light spell opened in seconds, and the golden flowing flames bounced at Taiyi away. "Oh, interesting. Not afraid of talismans," Lin Kaiyun sneered, took a step forward, and lightning attached to his palm, and suddenly grabbed the Taiyi's neck. Bang! In a moment, smoke and dust rose up, the kitchen floor tiles shattered, and the Taiyi was smashed into the soil. The Taiyi's body was deformed by Lin Kaiyun's smash, but the ghost has no entity, and there will be no fractures or shattering. Even though its appearance was distorted to the extreme, it still struggled and roared. Thunder gun. Lin Kaiyun's other hand, in the shape of a gun, pointed at the big mouth on the Taiyi's face. The lightning on his fingers jumped violently, as if it was shot out like a bullet, and shot into the body of the Taiyi. Sizzle. The lightning was visible to the naked eye, jumping and exploding in the body of the Taiyi. Roar. The Taiyi screamed and struggled desperately, trying to escape, but was held down by Lin Kaiyun's hand, and was eaten by lightning and turned into white smoke. Okay, it's solved. Lin Kaiyun stood up and patted the dust on his hands. The level of this tiger was not high, just level 3, so it was relatively easy to deal with. He pointed at the fat cook and said, "Why don't you try cooking now?" "Ah," the fat cook shouted subconsciously. He was now slumped on the ground, with a wet puddle on the ground. It was unclear whether it was sweat or pee from fear. But when he heard that Lin Kaiyun still asked him to cook in a kitchen with monsters, he tried to escape by rolling and crawling. Lin Kaiyun stretched out his hand and grabbed the air, and the fat cook's body flew back out of control. The characteristic feature of refining the body into Qi is that it can control objects through the air. In a sense, people are also objects. The fat cook was terrified, flapping his limbs in the air, yelling like a pig being slaughtered. "Ah! Don't kill me, help, I asked you to cook, not do anything else, why are you running?" Lin Kaiyun grabbed the fat cook by the collar, threw him aside, and scolded, "Hurry up, don't waste time, I'm still waiting to get on the road." The fat chef quickly knelt in front of Lin Kaiyun, kowtowed continuously, begging for mercy. "Hero, God, I was wrong, I didn't recognize a great man, I looked down on people, please don't feed me to the monster." Qingqing was amused by the fat chef's overreaction. She smiled and said, "The monster has been destroyed. I just asked you to cook to see if it would still be bad. You think too much?" "Ah," the fat chef raised his head in disbelief. He was still frightened by the ferocious appearance of the monster just now. He muttered stupidly, "Turning into white smoke means it is destroyed? I thought it ran away." Qingqing raised her hand slightly, and a few red lines shot out from her fingertips, hitting the fat chef. The fat chef wrapped around Qingqing and threatened, "Nonsense. I'll let you turn into white smoke now to see if you are dead or ran away." The fat chef looked at the red lines on his body and almost fainted. He turned his body nimbly and kowtowed to Qingqing again. "Ah! Don't kill me, and spare my life, I believe it, you really know how to deal with things." Lin Kaiyun laughed. The fat man begged for mercy from him just now, and now when he saw Qingqing taking action, he immediately kowtowed to Qingqing again. He hugged his shoulders and shouted in a deep voice, "No one wants to kill you. Now I ask you to cook a dish. I don't want to say it a second time." "Yes, I'll do it right away." The fat chef rolled and crawled, deliberately avoiding the pit where the gluttonous ghosts were eliminated, and tremblingly selected the dishes. Shopkeeper who respectfully cupped his hands in front of Lin Kaiyun and Qingqing, with an expression of disbelief on his face, and asked cautiously, "Two masters, is the monster really destroyed?" He had felt that his restaurant had been tainted by something, so he asked the Taoist priest and the monk to do something. But it didn't work, and there was no change. Besides being unpalatable, no one got hurt, so over time, he gave up the idea of suspecting that there was a ghost in his restaurant. Today, when he saw the ghost, shopkeeper who was also scared to death, but he also had a feeling of sudden enlightenment in his heart. It turned out that there was really a ghost in the restaurant, and he was not wrong. However, seeing Lin Kaiyun easily destroy the ghost, shopkeeper who still found it hard to believe. In his mind, ghosts should be extremely powerful, and even if people can deal with them, they have to pay a great price. Lin Kaiyun beat the ghost violently, and then released lightning from his fingers to destroy the ghost. Shopkeeper who was not a man of the world, so of course he would not understand. Although Lin Kaiyun's lightning release was incredible, the monks and Taoist priests he had found before were also able to spit water and fire. In his opinion, it would be embarrassing to perform a ritual without releasing some water, fire, lightning and thunder. Lin Kaiyun nodded, there was no need to explain too much, and said calmly, "The taste of the dish will not disappear, just taste it later, okay?" Shopkeeper who certainly had some doubts, but he had been a shopkeeper for many years and was also a smooth person, so he would not question it in person, so he asked indirectly, "Two masters, if it is really solved, I don't know how I should thank you? How much money do you think I should give you?" As long as they dared to ask for money, it was possible that they were pretending to deceive him. After all, it was Lin Kaiyun and the others who took the initiative to ask why they came to the kitchen. Lin Kaiyun originally wanted to help, but shopkeeper who offered it on his own initiative, so he couldn't blame him. He glanced at Qingqing and said to shopkeeper who seriously, "We have saved your restaurant, and you are so sincere, I will feel uneasy if I don't ask for you. So, I won't ask for more. Just give me 100 yuan. Qingqing takes the money. Qingqing understood and stretched out her hand to shopkeeper who. saying, "My brother Lin is the leader of the younger generation of Maoshan. Each time he helps, he gets at least 500 yuan. This time, brother Lin is doing good deeds, so as a token of his appreciation, I will take 100 yuan from you." It's a great thing. Shopkeeper, who was originally cautious, and now seeing that Lin Kaiyun and King seemed to be singing the same tune, he became even more suspicious. He kept a low profile, continued to look respectful, and said with a smile, "Two masters, I don't have that much money in my store, it's all in the bank. I'll send someone to get it, please wait a moment." Lin Kaiyun frowned slightly. For a cultivator like him, the emotional changes of ordinary people can be keenly perceived. He asked in a cold voice, "Are you unwilling to give it?" Shopkeeper, who didn't expect Lin Kaiyun to see through his little thoughts, and explained calmly, "How could it be? You two have helped me so much, how could I be unwilling?" Although his expression was well controlled, he was undoubtedly lying because he was pinching his fingers abnormally. Just when Shopkeeper, who was thinking of a solution, the fat cook had prepared a dish neatly, put it on a plate and brought it to Lin Kaiyun, saying respectfully, "Two masters, the dish is ready, do you have any instructions?" Lin Kaiyun ignored the fat cook and nodded his chin. Shopkeeper, who, try it. Before, when the fat cook cooked the dish in the pot, it had a strong aroma, but when it was cooked and served, the taste was almost devoured by the gluttonous ghosts. Now the dish in front of him is full of color, fragrance and taste, and the result is self-evident. Shopkeeper, who did not hesitate, he picked up the chopsticks directly, picked up the dish and put it in his mouth. It was sticky in the mouth, melted when bitten, and extremely delicious. As he chewed, Shopkeeper, whose face changed from shock to confusion, and finally he even left tears. This dish was simply too delicious, even better than before the incident at the restaurant. He raised his sleeve to wipe his tears, picked up another large piece and put it into his mouth, chewing and saying, "It's so delicious, this dish is so delicious." Woohoo! Shopkeeper, who ate the dishes on the plate continuously, like a person who had been hungry for 3 days, wolfing them down. Lin Kaiyun said unhappily, "Don't just focus on eating, do you believe it now? Not a penny less, not a small amount, I'll give it to you now." Shopkeeper, who nodded repeatedly. With the facts in front of him, he no longer had any doubts in his heart. You know, those Taoist priests and monks who had been invited at a high price before, let alone the fragrance, even the saltiness of the dishes had not recovered. He had tried various methods in the past month, but none of them worked. Today, these two people eliminated the ghosts in front of him, and the dishes returned to normal. Being cautious does not mean being stupid. If he still doubted at this time, he would be stupid. Without wasting a moment, Shopkeeper, who turned around and ran upstairs. In less than 2 minutes, he held a brocade bundle and handed it to Lin Kaiyun, saying seriously, "Two masters, I was ignorant before. Here are $200 as an apology to you two. I know that you two masters don't care about these external things. I really can't take out $500. This is all I can take out. I hope you two understand, although there is no business without fraud. The Hu family can run the Qingshu restaurant to such a scale in Qingshu town. There is still a certain pattern. If the money is lost, it can be earned again. In case of the previous suspicion, if you offend a master like Lin Kaiyun, there are probably 10,000 ways to make your restaurant go bankrupt." So Shopkeeper, who took the initiative to admit his mistakes and took out all the sincerity he could. As long as Lin Kaiyun accepted it, he would not care about him. "Well, not bad," Lin Kaiyun nodded. He was quite satisfied with the attitude of Shopkeeper, who. He took the bag and weighed it. The number was correct. He threw it to King and said calmly, "King, keep it." Shopkeeper, who felt relieved when he saw Lin Kaiyun's men. He bent down and clapped his hands, showing his courtesy. "Two masters, you are not full yet, right? I will prepare good wine and food again. You two can eat before you leave." As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly there was a gurgling sound, and King touched her stomach straightforwardly and said with a smile, "Hey, brother Lin, let's finish our meal before we leave." Haha. Lin Kaiyun laughed, took King's hand, and said as he walked, "Okay, Manager Hu, bring us all our signature dishes, and I'll pay you normally, for the same amount as before." "Okay, Manager Hu," replied respectfully like a waiter, and then he said to the fat chef, "Make all our signature dishes, quickly, and make sure they taste good." The fat chef did not move when he heard this. He was determined. He said, "Boss, I'm here alone? It's scary, and I'm planning to work for you, Boss Hu held up 3 fingers and said confidently, "I'll triple your salary, $10 a month." Hearing this, the fat cook swallowed his saliva. This salary was simply too high. Damn, people die for money and birds die for food. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, it's settled. I'll cook now, money makes the world go round. As long as the money is in place, let alone cooking in a kitchen where there used to be a ghost, even if he is asked to fire the ghost, he will not hesitate. As long as there are no problems with a restaurant, Boss Hu will be able to earn back all the money he took out today within half a year, and he can also use this for publicity, such as the god of cookery." The more he thinks about Boss Hu, the happier he is. Near the door, Lin Kaiyun and King sat opposite each other. King leaned her elbows on the table, supporting her pretty face, and asked Lin Kaiyun in confusion, "Brother Lin, what is that ghost? How can it make the food tasteless? It doesn't hurt people, so strange." Lin Kaiyun replied, "This is a Thai ghost, which specializes in sucking the fireworks of the world." Thai ghost? What is it? I've heard from my master about drowned ghosts and starved ghosts. You know about Taiyi, right? I know. King nodded obediently, and then exclaimed, "Could it be Taiyi? How can Taiyi be so useless?" Lin Kaiyun shook his head and continued to explain, "Taiyi is greedy and devours everything, even itself when it is angry. People who are eaten by Taiyi will never be reborn. There is a certain probability that a Thai ghost will be born, because if they were human in their previous life, they would be greedy for the fireworks of the world. It is said that the gluttonous ghosts that absorb the aroma of dishes may become the kitchen god or the god of food after successful cultivation. Of course, they are ghosts before they become gods. If someone disturbs them from absorbing the aroma, they will also eat people. There have been no injuries in this restaurant because no one has discovered it." Oh, King understood inside. There are such strange ghosts. Of course, although the gluttonous ghost today is not of high level, it can hide so well. It must have absorbed aromas for decades. After being eliminated by me, the aromas it absorbed over the years will slowly dissipate at the place where it died. In other words, the dishes made in this restaurant will be doubly delicious in the future. We will taste them later." After speaking, Lin Kaiyun couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks and waited for the dishes to be served. The first dish of the day was even more delicious. At this time, shopkeeper who held a tray and brought all the dishes to the table, and said respectfully, "Two masters, the dishes are ready, please enjoy." The table was full of delicious dishes. The smell alone was enough to make people drool. Lin Kaiyun and King ate with relish. Even manager who ran a restaurant, couldn't resist the urge to have a big meal. He ran directly to the back kitchen and said impatiently, "Make me another serving. I'm hungry too." Soon, manager who also began to eat voraciously. In fact, he had just overheard Lin Kaiyun's words and finally understood why the dishes were better than before. He was so happy. Before, manager who thought that it was because of the fat chef's good skills that he agreed to pay him 3 times the salary. Now it seems completely unnecessary. The more manager who thought about it, the more unfair it was to spend the money. He secretly made a decision in his heart. It seems that if I just hire a chef, the food will be just as good. No, this 3 times the salary is not worth it. I will let this fat chef go away later. Manager who is willing to treat people he cannot afford to offend with sincerity and is very open-minded, but people he can offend will find that he is extremely shrewd. "Ah, I'm so full." Lin Kaiyun leaned back in his chair and patted his belly happily. "I'm so full too." King also imitated Lin Kaiyun and leaned back in his chair. Food is able to bring people pleasure. Lin Kaiyun finally understood this sentence at this time. He shouted, "Shopkeeper who, can you calculate the bill? How much is it?" Shopkeeper who ran out upon hearing the voice, with a respectful face and said with a smile, "My 2 masters, this meal is my treat. You don't have to pay." Lin Kaiyun took out $10 and put them on the table. "I won't give you $1 less. 10 is enough, enough." Shopkeeper who nodded repeatedly. Since Lin Kaiyun insisted on giving it, he would not be tactless. Even if it was well-intentioned, he still understood the principle that too much is as bad as too little. "Let's go. King." Lin Kaiyun stood up and was about to leave with King, but suddenly he thought of something and turned around and asked, "By the way, shopkeeper who, where can I buy horses in the town?" Shopkeeper who ran out of the door happily, pointed in the direction to Lin Kaiyun and said, "There is a stable in the east of the town, but only a few horses are driven over from the grassland every month. I don't know if there are any now." Lin Kaiyun nodded, and then asked, Do you know Lingxi Town? How far is it from here? Lingxi Town, shopkeeper who muttered after hearing this. And then kindly reminded, two masters, Lingxi Town has not been very peaceful in the past year. There have been constant wars, and I heard that there has been a severe drought for a long time, and many people have moved away. Lin Kaiyun didn't care. It's okay, just walk north from the official road. Can you get there? How many miles is it about? It's about 100 miles away. Going north, the next town is Lingxi Town. Okay, I wish you a prosperous business. Goodbye. Lin Kaiyun said goodbye to shopkeeper Hu and said something meaningful, then took kicking and walked towards the east of the town. The dishes made by the kitchen will taste twice as good in the future, and business will certainly be prosperous. Shopkeeper Hu walked into the restaurant with a smile on his face, and suddenly his stomach started to hurt. Then he came up with an idea and shouted to the kitchen, "Fat chef, look at the dishes you made. They made me have a stomachache. I don't think you need to get triple salary anymore. You are fired." King turned her head to look at the Kingshu restaurant that was gradually going away, and asked Lin Kaiyun in confusion, "Brother Lin, did you say something else just now?" Lin Kaiyun smiled and said, "The gluttonous ghost, the place of death, although it will make the dishes taste better, it is still a ghost after all. If ordinary people eat it, the weak will get sick, and the strong will vomit and have diarrhea. It will take at least half a year for the breath of the gluttonous ghost to completely disappear, and the side effect will be eliminated." Ah! King was horrified when she heard that. She covered her stomach and angrily cursed, "Lin Kaiyun, why didn't you tell me earlier? I ate so much just now, wouldn't I be miserable?" Lin Kaiyun pointed at King's nose and shouted, "You are an idiot. Are you an ordinary person?" "That's right." King reacted and realized that she was indeed not an ordinary person now, but Lin Kaiyun actually called her an idiot. She opened her mouth and bit Lin Kaiyun's finger. Lin Kaiyun never expected King to do this, and screamed in pain, "Ah! My hand, crazy woman, what are you doing? It hurts." "Okay, Lin Kaiyun, you still dare to scold me?" Hearing Lin Kaiyun's words, King bit him even harder. The two of them were playing around like this, and came to the east of the town. They saw a stable in the distance, but there was no horse. "No way? There won't be no horses," Lin Kaiyun said unhappily, and then shouted at the empty stable, "Is there anyone here? I want to buy a horse." Soon, a middle-aged man who was tidying up the meadow stood up from behind the wooden board and complained, "Where are the horses these days? They were all taken away by the warring warlords." Lin Kaiyun turned his head and asked, King, what should we do? "Either ride Wang Xiafang or walk," the middle-aged man suddenly said. "Is your journey far? I wish I had a mount here." Lin Kaiyun was immediately delighted when he heard it. He took out a few dollars and threw them over, asking, "That's great, where is it? I'll give you the money now." "Yes." The middle-aged man took the dollars, pointed to the other side of the haystack, and said, "It's right there, just take it away." Lin Kaiyun and King walked over with anticipation, but both froze in place. "Ah, Brother Lin, is this okay? There's no other way, just take it." Chapter 70, Mysterious Mount, Strange Drought. On an official road in the north of Kingshu Town, the scenes of business transport and carriages and horses disappeared in these war-torn years. There were only a few pedestrians on the road, all carrying large and small bags. At this time, the faces of the pedestrians were full of curiosity, turning their heads to look at a strange scene. "Brother Lin, do we look weird now? Why is everyone looking at us like this?" King found that the passers-by were staring at them in confusion. "King, don't care about the world's eyes, as long as we are not embarrassed." "They are embarrassed." Lin Kaiyun was very calm. Although his current look was a bit cool, it was better than walking. He tapped his toes and shouted to a pig under his feet, "Doo-doo, faster, hum." Doo-doo snorted excitedly and increased his speed. Lin Kaiyun and King stood on the pig's back, their hair fluttering in the wind. How embarrassing, how embarrassing. Doo-doo's speed was not fast, but it was full of momentum, like a small land tank. Every time his forehooves landed, it stirred up a cloud of dust. The pedestrians on the roadside were all stunned in the dust, their hair messy in the wind. "Oh my God, are those two people standing on pigs? What kind of pig is that? It's so big. If we kill it, it can feed a family of 3 for 2 years. Oh my God, standing on a pig, it's stupid to think about it, but why do I think they are so handsome?" At this moment, the two people who were walking could hear this kind of discussion. King even put her forehead on Lin Kaiyun's back, and she was too embarrassed to see anyone. Brother Lin, I told you not to take this thing, but you didn't listen. Don't take this, there's still 100 miles to go. Do you want to walk? Besides, I have paid for it, Lin Kaiyun responded with a smile. That's right, Lin Kaiyun and King are now standing on a pig and running. This pig was named Dudu by Lin Kaiyun. It is shaped like a pig, with 4 hooves like a horse, no teeth, no hard hair, a huge body, a very wide back, and some irregular auspicious cloud patterns. Although it looks very strange, it is 90% the characteristics of a pig. Strangeness is a demon, and it is precisely because of this that people in Qingshu town are afraid of it. If the middle-aged man who sold the horse had not known that this strange pig was the piglet of his old sow, he would have been scared and moved away. The middle-aged man thought about killing and selling this strange pig, but failed for various reasons. It also slept all day, and many times the middle-aged man thought it was dead. Today, Lin Kaiyun happened to need to buy a mount, and Lin Kaiyun didn't resist too much, so he woke up the strange pig and took it away. Brother Lin, I don't want to walk, but I don't want to ride a pig either. Even a donkey is acceptable to me. King looked down at Dudu at her feet. It can't be said that this look is extremely ugly, but it is definitely not good looking. It is not as good looking as the big white pig she and her master raised. I have a great reputation in this life and fiery eyes and golden pupils. Can I still take you to ride a pig? Lin Kaiyun reached behind and rubbed King's head. Then he looked down at the strange pig running under his feet and laughed. Dudu, this guy, if I'm not mistaken, may have experienced atavism. Atavism? What ancestor does a pig have? Could it be Zubeiji? King pouted, thinking that Lin Kaiyun was talking nonsense. Yes, that's right, Lin Kaiyun nodded. You are right. What? Zubeiji was originally the martial Xianpeng in the sky. Because he violated the heavenly rules, he was demoted from heaven and mistakenly entered the animal realm for reincarnation. But Zubeiji also has luck with him. Even if he is reincarnated as a pig, he is not an ordinary pig. Similarly, pigs from the same litter as Zubeiji will be contaminated with some immortal energy, making their blood more pure, which is anti-ancient. If I'm not mistaken, the ancestor of this Dudu is a fellow litter of Zubeiji, and his blood is far more ancient than that of ordinary pigs. The atavistic features that appear on Dudu are obviously similar to Deng Kang in the records. Deng Kang, King blinked her big eyes, looking confused. Lin Kaiyun nodded. Yes, it's shaped like a pig, with horse hooves but no teeth, and covered with auspicious clouds. Its name is Deng Kang. When Deng Kang calls itself, the world will be prosperous when it is seen. As long as it calls out its name, there will be a bumper year. King stepped on Dudu under her feet with some confusion. She couldn't believe it. No way? This is it? It's related to Zubeiji, and it's a legendary auspicious beast. Hearing this, Lin Kaiyun pursed his lips proudly. Of course, otherwise do you think I would really buy an ordinary pig as a mount? Hiss. Although King didn't quite understand it, it sounded so powerful. She suggested, then let's sit down. Don't stand. After all, Dudu is also of auspicious beast bloodline. It would be too disrespectful to stand directly on it. No, Lin Kaiyun refused decisively and gave a reason that King could not refute. It looks more handsome when standing. 2 people stood on the pigs and ran all the way north on the official road at a speed of 100 miles per hour, shocking and frightening countless passers-by. About an hour later, the shadow of the town appeared in Lin Kaiyun's field of vision, and he should be almost there. The road under his feet was even more desolate at this time. The ground had cracked, and there were dead grass on both sides of the road. Needless to say, the fields had long been abandoned, and there were even many dried corpses and broken bones. Crack! The crow standing on the broken bones was startled by Lin Kaiyun and others and circled in the air and cried. The crow cried, "Bad things are coming." Of course, what made Lin Kaiyun feel even more weird was that this desolate drought appeared suddenly, as if a line suddenly appeared, separating the 2 sides. One side was normal, and the other side was drought. Although the shopkeeper of Qingshu town, had long reminded Lin Kaiyun that there was a serious drought in Lingxi town, he did not care at the time and regarded it as an ordinary drought. But the drought under his feet was obviously problematic. King was also very surprised by this situation, but what surprised her at this time was that the goo worm in her body had sensed it. She patted Lin Kaiyun on the back and said, "Brother Lin, the thing I'm looking for is also nearby, no more than 50 miles away. What exactly are you looking for?" Lin Kaiyun asked curiously. He had wanted to ask along the way, Whether he really wanted to find something or was it an excuse from Master Kaiyun? King shook her head and told the truth. I don't know. The goo worm in my body has been guiding me. My master told me that it should be something from my family. Then what is the goo worm in your body? You showed your wings before. Could it be the golden silk goo? Lin Kaiyun didn't know what the golden silk goo was, but it was very famous. It was recorded in the classics of Maoshan. It is said that different people will have different effects when raising it. King looked embarrassed and bit her lips with her pearly teeth and said, I don't know about this either. The goo worm in my body has not fully awakened yet. It should be said that it is not complete yet. Chapter 71, Don't fight for bread, fight for dignity. Incomplete. Lin Kaiyun turned his head, his eyes like a scanner, looking up and down at King. Feeling Lin Kaiyun's burning gaze, King blushed, pulled her clothes to cover her chest, rolled her eyes and shouted, What are you looking at, tisk? You misunderstood. I just want to see how incomplete the goo worm is. Lin Kaiyun looked at King's shy behavior, pursed his lips and laughed, then glanced at the part that King's hand was blocking, and said with a smile, Besides, what can you block? Wang Zai Amen Tao. What? Wang Zai Amen Tao. What do you mean? King didn't understand what Lin Kaiyun said, but from Lin Kaiyun's expression, she felt that it was not a good thing. Seeing King's confused look, Lin Kaiyun wanted to play a trick on her. He deliberately made a shape with his hands and put them in front of King, explaining seriously, Don't you know what the steamed buns are? They are this big, tisk. King stared at Lin Kaiyun's hand and pouted, saying with disdain, I thought it was something else? Such a small bun, I can't be full. Lin Kaiyun tried hard not to laugh, and his facial features were distorted. Yes, I am indeed not full. After saying that, Lin Kaiyun turned his head and covered his mouth with his hands to laugh. King frowned slightly. Lin Kaiyun's state was not right. It looked like a conspiracy. She thought carefully about every word and every action of Lin Kaiyun, and suddenly reacted. King's face flushed to her ears. She angrily slapped Lin Kaiyun on the back and cursed with gritted teeth. Lin Kaiyun, you stinky hooligan, ha ha ha. Lin Kaiyun turned his head and laughed, and continued to pretend to be confused. King, what's wrong? Are you hungry? It's okay, let's go to the town to eat buns, not steamed buns. Upon hearing this, King was even more angry. She raised her hand and hit Lin Kaiyun, shouting angrily, Don't mention it again, don't mention it. Lin Kaiyun grabbed King's wrist, still holding back a smile on his face. Humph, King snorted coldly, pulled her hand away, and turned her head away from Lin Kaiyun. Lin Kaiyun didn't provoke King anymore. It would be bad if the joke went too far. The two stood on Dudu's back one after the other and continued on their way. They were still more than 10 miles away from Lingxi town. But at this time, King was getting angrier and angrier. She reached out and patted Lin Kaiyun. Hey, Lin Kaiyun turned around and asked, What's wrong? King put her hands on her waist, raised her chest and stared at Lin Kaiyun fiercely and shouted, I'm not fighting for the buns, I'm fighting for my dignity. Lin Kaiyun, take a closer look, you still have this request? This was the first time Lin Kaiyun encountered this. He turned around, rubbed his eyes, and then nodded affirmatively, That's right. It's still the same. And, I didn't mention it, you mentioned it yourself, go to hell. King was instantly furious. With a flick of her hand, 2 Buddhist beads flew out of her sleeves. Lin Kaiyun kicked his feet and flew into the air. Not only did he avoid the attack, but he also pulled away from King. At this time, Lin Kaiyun was standing on Dudu's neck, while King was standing at Dudu's tail vertebrae. There was a half-meter gap between the two of them, staring at each other. Lin Kaiyun said quickly, King, stop making trouble. I apologize. How about we fight with our heads and make peace with our tails? Puff. King laughed subconsciously, and her cold face suddenly turned from cloudy to sunny. She glanced at Lin Kaiyun and muttered, Fight with our heads and make peace with our tails. You can think of that. Since the bamboo house, King has had a lot of contact with Lin Kaiyun, especially in the past 2 days. They have been together day and night. Knowing that Lin Kaiyun always says something surprising and interesting, coupled with her cheerful and lively personality, the two quickly became friends and almost kowtowed to each other. Lin Kaiyun knew that King would not get angry, and this personality was also easy to get along with. While talking, Dudu had already run to the entrance of the town. The first thing that caught his eye was the wooden plaque with 3 large characters engraved on it, Lingxi Town, which exuded a simple and rustic atmosphere. According to legend, This town used to always see North China one-horned rhinoceros, and there was even a one-horned rhinoceros habitat, hence the name. It is said that the famous Golden family in Mobay also frequently came here to try to train the unicorn. However, the plaque was covered with spider webs at this time, and it was obvious that no one had cleaned it for a long time. The stone lions on both sides fell to the side, and one of them was broken. Placing stone lions at the gate will drive away evil spirits. The two standing stone lions will produce a feng shui aura. Now both stone lions have various problems. If it is not man-made, it is the evil spirit inside Lingxi town. The evil spirit completely broke the feng shui bureau of the stone lions. Lin Kaiyun turned over and jumped down, looking into the town with a solemn face. If there were no traces of human life, he would have thought that this town was a ghost town. Although there were some flags of shops and outdoor stalls, there was no one on the street at this moment, and all the houses had their doors open, which was very weird. King also jumped down and asked in confusion, "Brother Lin, what's going on?" "I don't know, let's go in and take a look." Lin Kaiyun was also very curious, and then walked towards the town with steady steps, followed by King and Dudu. Dudu, this pig, is good at eating and sleeping, but he is very smart and has a certain spirituality. He recognizes Lin Kaiyun as his master and can hear what Lin Kaiyun says. Although Dudu's appearance is also very strange, 90% of his characteristics are pigs, which will not make people too panic. Besides, there is no one in the town now. Crunch! Lin Kaiyun's feet stepped on the stone road in the town, making a sound. It is obvious that the soil under the stones has become dry and crisp. Some places have lost their bearing capacity and collapsed. The houses on both sides are covered with dust. Every household puts wooden barrels and basins under the eaves, hoping to collect some rain and dew. There is no plant in the whole town, and there is no livestock or poultry. It's really strange. The sun isn't that hot. Why is it so dry? Lin Kaiyun looked up at the sky. This place is not a high-latitude area, and there is no desert around. Besides, the temperature is just right. There is no reason why it should be so dry. The poisonous insect in King's body reacted again. She hurriedly said, "Brother Lin, the thing I'm looking for is closer, only about 30 miles away. But I don't know which direction it is." Lin Kaiyun came to Lingxi town to complete a mission, and King came to Lingxi town for the poisonous insect in her body. Their ultimate goal is not the same thing, right? Lin Kaiyun couldn't help but think of it with evil taste. At this moment, in the town without any signs of life, a gray-haired old lady suddenly ran out of the alley on the right. "Hello, Grandma, wait." Chapter 72, I want to cry, but I have no tears. The old lady was wearing patched linen clothes, with gray hair like messy wool on her head. She was hunched over, with a sallow complexion and skin and bones. "Grandma, please wait a moment." Lin Kaiyun used the ghost shadow to flash directly to the old lady's side, and then he could see clearly that she was holding some scattered copper coins in her hand. Outside, the old lady looked up at Lin Kaiyun, her lips were chapped and bloodless, and she kindly advised, "Young man, leave quickly. Don't stay here for too long, you will get sick." Lin Kaiyun knew that the old lady was kind, but he wanted to find out whether this drought was related to the souls that the soul-gathering department Siming mentioned. He bent down and asked with a smile, "And why can't I see anyone in this town? God is blind. The drought has reached this extent. Those who can leave have left, and the rest are us old guys who can't move." The old lady wiped her eyes sadly, but there was no tear. Although she had no tears, it was obvious that she was not pretending. Lin Kaiyun could feel the sadness of the old lady and asked, "Grandma, what are you doing in such a hurry?" "Of course I'm going to pray for rain. Today there is a powerful wizard who said it will definitely rain." When she mentioned this, hope appeared on the old lady's face and she said happily, "Young man, if there is nothing else, just leave. Even young people will get sick if they stay here for a week. Let's go. I'll go over and give you the money." After saying that, the old lady moved her skinny legs and trotted all the way. Lin Kaiyun and King looked at each other and said, "Let's go, King, let's go and take a look. Maybe the clue is there." The two followed the old lady from a distance. As for Dudu, he was tied to an open space by Lin Kaiyun. "Gauden, I asked you to take a sip, but why did you drink it all? Do you know that this is the only glass of water left in the house?" Woo-woo. From a room with an open window next to him, a woman's angry curse and a child's cry were heard. Lin Kaiyun looked over and saw a plain woman with a pale and bloodless face. Although she was as skinny as the old lady before, she was also skinny. The woman was holding a wooden stick and hitting the little boy in front of her. The little boy was naked, covering his eyes and crying. Lin Kaiyun frowned. The crying child also had no tears. King also noticed it, and asked with a serious face, "Brother Lin, it's so weird, why don't people here cry without tears?" Lin Kaiyun said in a deep voice, "It's the first time I've seen it." From a distance, the old lady ran to step down at the corner and ran down. The two looked at each other and followed directly. I saw that there was a depression below. Going down the steps, there was a red-tiled ancestral hall, and there was a square platform in front of the ancestral hall. At this time, a Taoist priest in a yellow robe stood on the platform. There were many tributes on the jujube wood square table in front of him, and many statues of God stood on it. The light texture was obviously made of paper. There were 8 large flags around, 4 red and 4 yellow, with Tai Chi seals on them, standing according to the positions of the 8 trigrams. At first glance, the posture was very formal. In the center of the large flag, in front of the statue, there was a skinny man kneeling, with his upper body naked. And his body was covered with red spots and large blisters from sunburn. The Taoist priest in the yellow robe called himself Master Zhuanzhen. He held a handful of lit incense and muttered in a mysterious way, "I am Master Zhuanzhen, and I ask you for water today. Taishang Liaojin wants water, and I also want water. In short, there will be water when it rains." At this time, the old lady ran to a young man dressed relatively decently and respectfully handed over the copper coins she had saved for a long time. "Why did you come so late? If you delay the master's prayer for rain, you will be the sinner of the whole town." The young man snatched the copper coins from the old lady's hand, put them on the tray, walked up to the stage respectfully, and placed them on the jujube wood table. Master Zhuanzhen glanced at the silver coins, dollars, and copper coins in the tray, and was excited. He chanted the spell more vigorously, "If you have money, you have water. If you don't have money, you don't have water. Money, money, water, water, money, money. When I think of the desert, I think of water." At this time, the skinny man kneeling in front of the statue could not hold on and fell forward on the hot stage. Everyone seemed to see nothing and bowed their heads to pray. Master Zhuanzhen picked up the bell on the table and shook it in a circle. "I want both money and water. Oh, I want both money and water." Master Zhuanzhen chanted vigorously, with rich expressions on his face, and his performance was extremely real. Lin Kaiyun smiled slightly. If this was a performance stage, this Master Zhuanzhen would definitely be able to advance to the finals. King also felt strange, and said after realizing it, "Brother Lin, why does this Taoist priest look so painful while performing a ritual? Is it fake? It would be weird if it were real." King, wait for me here." After saying that, Lin Kaiyun put a magic charm on himself, cast a ghost shadow, turned into a residual shadow, and instantly appeared on the roof of the ancestral hall. He took out a bottle of yellow-skinned urine from his storage belt, threw it on the top of Master Zhuanzhen's head, and pointed casually, "Break." Immediately, the urine fell and poured on the top of Master Zhuanzhen's head. "There is water, there is water." Master Zhuanzhen raised his eyelids and shouted excitedly. He originally came to cheat money, but he didn't expect it to rain. It was really God's help, but the water disappeared immediately. "Why is there no water?" Master Zhuanzhen was stunned for a moment. He looked up and saw that the sun was still bright, and there was no sign of rain. He stuck out his tongue and licked the water on his face, with a puzzled look on his face. "Why is there still a smell?" "Ha ha ha," Lin Kaiyun laughed. He didn't expect that this fake Taoist priest was so stupid that he was cute. He shouted, "How is it? The urine of a weasel tastes good, right?" Master Zhuanzhen also found Lin Kaiyun on the roof, pointed at him with a bell, and cursed angrily. "Who are you? How dare you be rude to the altar?" Lin Kaiyun jumped down and came to Master Zhuanzhen, laughing. "Your level is too poor. I really can't stand it. You should at least read 2 books on Feng Shui. Good boy, you dare to destroy my master's prayer for rain and blessings. Today I will definitely hold you accountable. Look at this sword." Master Zhuanzhen knew that he was looking for trouble as soon as he heard it, and quickly pulled out the peach wood sword on the jujube wood table and stabbed Lin Kaiyun. Chapter 73, Praying for Rain. The dragon absorbs water. This Master Zhuanzhen, his lower body was unstable, and his sword was erratic. He was completely a layman who had never practiced swordplay. "Alice, I really overestimated you." Lin Kaiyun shook his head in disappointment. drew a semicircle with his right foot, dodged the peachwood sword sideways, and hit his shoulder violently. Lin Kaiyun only used 20% of his strength, but Master Zhuanzhen was just an ordinary person. He only felt a strong force coming, and his body rolled uncontrollably, almost falling off the platform. Finally, he stepped hard on the edge with his toes, and kept flapping his hands to maintain his balance. Huh? Master Zhuanzhen breathed a sigh of relief, patted his chest and said, "It was close, I almost fell down." Not almost. Lin Kaiyun's voice sounded behind him, took a step forward, and kicked Master Zhuanzhen on the butt. "Get down." "Ah!" Master Zhuanzhen screamed and fell flat on the dry ground, and fell hard. "Hey!" King laughed at the opposite steps. The people in the audience were at a loss. Master Zhuanzhen was a master, and the man who kicked Master Zhuanzhen off the stage must also be a master. They couldn't afford to offend either of them. Only the young man who sent money to the stage had a gloomy face. He turned sideways to a man with a scar on his face and said, "Old Scar, go call all the brothers in the guard team over." The scarred man nodded and left quietly. Lin Kaiyun ignored Master Zhuanzhen, who was lying on his stomach pretending to be dead. He looked up at the bright sun, picked up a lit incense stick on the table, bent down and stepped on the bagua. He turned the incense stick upside down and moved it like a pen, leaving traces of incense ash on the table. Lin Kaiyun pinched the spell. "Yin-yang bagua supports my disciples. Yin-yang bagua supports me." Command. Suddenly, the incense ash flashed with light and gradually turned into a bagua rain-seeking picture. Zhen represents drought, Zhen represents lightning, Kan represents snow, Jin represents frost, Dui represents rain, Sun represents thunder, Li represents cloud, and Kun represents hail. The center represents yang. Measure. Lin Kaiyun slapped his palm on the yang position, and a red light flashed. The Zhen position completely turned red. He grabbed the void, and a red candle on the table flew over and was placed on the Dui position. At this time, Master Zhuanzhen, who was kicked under the stage, climbed up in a mess. Lin Kaiyun turned his head and smiled. "It's just right that you came up. Lend me your sword." "Bullshit. How dare you block my way to wealth?" Master Zhuanzhen roared and rushed towards Lin Kaiyun, swinging his sword without remembering. Heaven and earth Zhuanzong, the root of all ki. Golden light flashed from Lin Kaiyun's body, as if golden flames were coiled around him, as if a god had appeared. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Master Zhuanzhen with a smile on his face. "Ah! What is this?" Master Zhuanzhen found that the sword could not penetrate at all, and was quickly wrapped by the golden flame. He couldn't pull it out, so he quickly let go. Lin Kaiyun caught the peachwood sword and inserted it into the shuck position. The cement table was like tofu, and was easily pierced by the peachwood sword. Master Zhuanzhen was still not giving up. He raised the bench and prepared to sneak attack from behind. Lin Kaiyun then waved, and the yellow flag beside him seemed to come alive, wrapping up Master Zhuanzhen from top to bottom, leaving only his nose and eyes exposed. Woo woo! Master Zhuanzhen jumped and struggled. Lin Kaiyun raised his finger, and the flag was tied with a knot. He turned Master Zhuanzhen to the juju wood table like a spinning top, and kicked Master Zhuanzhen on the knee. With a plop, Master Zhuanzhen knelt in front of the wooden table, unable to move because his whole body was tied up by the flag. Lin Kaiyun leaned forward and patted Master Zhuanzhen's head, saying with a smile, "Your face is red, you must be very angry. Borrow some fire." Then he took out a piece of talisman paper and rubbed it on Master Zhuanzhen's face. The talisman paper immediately burned. He hit the talisman paper on the peachwood sword, holding the spell in his hand, and shouted loudly, "5 emperors and 5 dragons, send light and wind, spread moisture widely, assist thunder god, 5 seas and 4 lakes, water is the most tributary, the divine talisman commands you, Changchun obeys, those who dare to disobey will not be tolerated by the thunder axe, hurry up and obey the order." As soon as the voice fell, the clouds in the sky gathered together, and thunder could be heard faintly. The people in the audience were so excited that they were at a loss. "Great, it's going to rain." God showed his spirit, however, as soon as the sign of rain appeared, it disappeared immediately. Lin Kaiyun frowned, glanced at the statue on the table, and said, "You are ignoring me, right?" Even though the statue was made of paper, the incense and offerings were complete, plus his rain-seeking spell, it must have sensed something. Since there is no response, there is no point in keeping it. Lin Kaiyun drew a fire talisman in the air and hit the statue. Boom! The flames rolled and burned, and the paper statue was burned to ashes. Suddenly, everyone was in an uproar, including Master Zhuanzhan, who was kneeling in front of the statue. In their minds, burning the statue of the god was a great rebellion and would be punished by heaven. For Lin Kaiyun, these rain-controlling gods were real gods, but they were not on the same system as him, so he didn't care. Lin Kaiyun's mind moved, and he picked up a transparent cup of wine on the table. He took out a wolf hairbrush from his storage belt, bit his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood on it. He drew a lifelike dragon on the cup with a brush like a dragon, and then stuffed a piece of talisman paper into the cup. It's hard to have rain without clouds in the sky. The dragon absorbs water and the wind and cloud surge. Drink, he shouted, slammed the cup on the ground, raised his 2 fingers, and pinched the seal. Hurry up and obey the command. The dragon absorbs water. Suddenly, the talisman paper on the transparent cup seemed to be blown by the water and spun like a whirlpool. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky, and dark clouds gathered like talisman paper. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and the dark clouds in the sky became thicker and thicker, and raindrops fell one after another. It's raining, living gods, it's finally raining after half a year. Facing the violent storm, no one in the audience laughed, but clapped their hands excitedly, jumped and kowtowed, enjoying the feeling of raindrops hitting their bodies. This time, Lin Kaiyun prayed for rain for the sake of doing good deeds and did not hide anything. The entire Lingxi town was pouring rain within a radius of 50 miles. However, there was a place that seemed to be isolated, and not a drop of rain fell. In the darkness, a pair of eyes suddenly opened and murmured, "Pray for rain? Pray for rain bypassing the Dragon King? Interesting, but it's almost done, and the rain will not disturb the plan." Then this pair of smart eyes glanced at one place and said, "Zhuang Kui, this person has some means to pray for rain. If he reverses the drought, it may be bad. Go and report to the prince. It's best to be careful and low-key in the near future. Kill this person if you can't drive him away." Chapter 74, Isn't the magic machine gun not a gun? In the darkness, there was no response, and the pair of smart eyes were fixed on one spot with great patience. Roar! A bloody cry came out, followed by a series of bangs and jumps. HMPH, they finally left. A cunning flashed in the smart eyes. Ghosts have spirits, and their spirits guard things. There is no east, west, south, or north. Open the ghost formation. A red light appeared in the darkness, and a small paper man was hovering outside the red light. This energy spread in the air. Hey! Miserable ghost cries and wolf howls came from all directions. In an instant, dozens of ghosts with dim light were seen carrying a blood-stained box, rising from underground through the ground. A red energy shot out and drilled into the keyhole. The box opened with a bang. On the other side, the people were all jubilant. King also smiled and ran over, holding an oil paper umbrella in her hand, and opened it for Lin Kaiyun. "Brother Lin, here's the umbrella for you, haha." Lin Kaiyun smiled, picked up the tray of money on the table, and threw all the copper coins down. "Come on, take from the people, return to the people, take it. Don't be polite." The people in the audience held the returned money and knelt down in gratitude to Lin Kaiyun. Living immortal, thank you for saving our lives." Lin Kaiyun threw the money accurately into everyone's hands and smiled. "Take it. It's all your hard-earned money." At this time, the flag on Master Zhuanzhan also loosened. He watched Lin Kaiyun divide the money he almost got, and his mind was full of revenge. Master Zhuanzhan pulled out a dagger from his arms and quietly approached Lin Kaiyun. "It's not a capital crime to lie, but if you want to kill me, go to hell." How could Master Zhuanzhan's actions be hidden from Lin Kaiyun? He raised his finger, and a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, following Master Zhuanzhan's dagger, and the lightning ravaged his body. Master Zhuanzhan was instantly scorched, and fell on the stage with his eyes wide open. Great! Just as Master Zhuanzhan fell to the ground, there was a sudden applause from the audience. The young man who had collected the money before shouted, "You actually incited people and killed the master who prayed for rain." As soon as the voice fell, a dozen soldiers in dark blue uniforms ran down the stairs, raised a dozen rifles, and pointed them at the crowd. The young man walked in front of these soldiers and looked at Lin Kaiyun triumphantly. "No matter what skills you have, they are useless in front of guns." An old man with a cane walked out from among the people. He was none other than Mayor Yang of Lingxi town. He questioned, "Liu Zi, what do you mean?" "This is the god who prayed for rain for us." The young man was called Liu Zi, and he was from Lingxi town. Both his parents died when he was young, so he grew up eating at many people's homes. Liu Zi took out a pistol from his bosom, pointed it at Mayor Yang's forehead, and warned fiercely, "Don't call me Liu Zi, Liu Zi, you can call me Liu Zi. Old man, I am now the captain of Marshal Zhang's guard." "Yes, Captain Liu Zi, that's right. This reign was prayed for by Master Zuanzhan, and the money also belonged to Master Zuanzhan. Now Master Zuanzhan is dead, and as the captain of the People's Protection Party, I naturally have to uphold justice. Now put all the money on the tray, and I will give it to Master Zuanzhan's family." Liu Zi looked at everyone and spoke pretentiously, then pointed at Lin Kaiyun and King and said, "These two people killed Master Zuanzhan. I want to take them away for punishment, and those of you who don't want to die, put down the money and leave quickly." Mayor Yang was a little embarrassed for a while. "Okay, stop exaggerating, I don't have time to play with you." Lin Kaiyun didn't have the leisure to play the face-slapping reversal game with him. Guns and bullets are indeed very lethal, but it would be over as long as you dodge. Besides, there are also guns. Isn't a magic machine gun a gun? Lin Kaiyun drew talismans in the air, and nearly 100 fire talismans appeared behind him. "Go!" He waved his hand, and the fire talismans flew towards Liu Zi and others. Although it was raining heavily now, the talismans drawn by Tong Xinlu were not talisman paper, so they would not be washed away by the rain. The fire would indeed be extinguished later, but burning once was enough. Shoot! Liu Zi didn't expect Lin Kaiyun to dare to take the lead in facing these dozen guns. He had seen many capable masters with Zhang Deshui, but none of them were not afraid of guns. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out, and all the people screamed and hid with their heads in their hands. At the moment they fired, the fire talismans came from the sky. As long as the body touched it, a ball of fire would explode. Fortunately, there was heavy rain, otherwise they would probably be burned to death directly. But this was enough. These people were in a mess, pulling the trigger randomly, and stray bullets flew everywhere for a while. Bagua palm, reverse heaven. Lin Kaiyun's feet flickered with a faint Bagua formation, and he opened his hands and made a circular motion like a spinning top. A strange energy surrounded his body, knocking away all the stray bullets. Then he grabbed with both hands, heavenly thunder attraction. Suddenly, more than a dozen tiny lightning bolts struck down from the sky, accurately hitting Liu Zi and his men. Plop. Plop. The sound of falling to the ground one after another. Ordinary people could not resist Lin Kaiyun's full-strength lightning attack, and they were killed in one blow. Mayor Yang poked his head out of the ancestral hall and saw that Liu Zi and his men were all dead, and thought to himself that it was not good. He ran out quickly, walked to the stage, stuffed some dollars into Lin Kaiyun's pocket, and said kindly, "Master, you should leave quickly. Liu Zi is dead, and Marshal Zhang will probably be angry. If you bring a large army here, even if you have great magical powers, accidents are inevitable." Haha. Lin Kaiyun looked at the dollars in his hand and smiled. He returned the money to Mayor Yang and said, "Mayor Yang, I will leave after I finish my business. Thank you for your reminder. I know my limits." "Okay." Mayor Yang nodded and stopped persuading him, but still reminded him, "But you'd better hurry up. The full moon will be in 2 days, and people around the town will get sick by then." This was the second time Lin Kaiyun heard this strange thing, and he asked in confusion, "Get sick? What does that mean, Alice?" Mayor Yang sighed and shook his head, and narrated with a serious face, "I don't know how to put it. It seems to be a year ago. Lingxi town suddenly began to suffer from drought. At first, people didn't feel anything, but the drought became more and more serious. The crops were barren and the livestock died of thirst. It's definitely not going to work this way. Many people are preparing to move away, but once they leave the scope of Lingxi town, they will die of dehydration. On the contrary, although they are extremely dehydrated in the town, they will not die. After that, as long as outsiders are within the scope of the town and experience the full moon, they will also get this strange disease. Now people outside are saying that our Lingxi town has offended the plague god, and there is a plague." Hearing this, Lin Kaiyun's face was solemn and his brows were furrowed. He didn't think that the ragged and sallow mayor in front of him would lie to him, and he didn't believe that there was such a ridiculous plague. Therefore, this Lingxi town should have some unknown secrets, which is very likely related to the task assigned to him by the uncle master of the soul-catching division, or... Then Lin Kaiyun looked at King who was holding an umbrella on the side. King bit her lip and shouted, "What? Are you looking at me like this again?" Lin Kaiyun touched his chin and asked suspiciously, "Didn't your insect transmit any information to you? Was it related to drought and strange diseases?" King shook her head and said with certainty, "No, I would have told you if there was any. I can only sense it within 30 miles nearby. Where is it exactly? What is it? What is it related to? I really don't know. Lin Kaiyun nodded when he heard it. He had a hunch that this matter might really be related to them. He glanced at Liu Zi and his group who had been struck to death, and asked doubtfully, Mayor Yang, are those people sick too? They look quite healthy to me, Mayor Yang replied uncertainly. These people should not be sick. They all live in a military fort far away from the town. Military fort? Yes, all the young people in our town were recruited by Marshal Zhang to build the fort. They haven't come back for a long time. But it's okay, staying there is better than in this dry town. Mayor Yang said this with a look of longing on his face. His 2 sons had also been recruited away. It had been a year, and they had only come back once. He hadn't seen them for more than half a year. Chapter 75, Fortress, Inner City Inn. Outside Linxi town, there is a winding path without any ruts, but there are many horse hooves and footprints of other creatures. These traces are very new, and it is obvious that they have passed frequently during this period. The weather was already clear at this time. The rain had not fallen for half an hour. Lin Kaiyun and King sat sideways on Dudu's back and moved forward. Dudu's back is very wide, and it would be very uncomfortable to sit astride, so they can only sit sideways. However, this elegant posture was not reflected in Lin Kaiyun and King at all. They both crossed their legs unrestrainedly, doing whatever was comfortable. When asking Mayor Yang before, they did not get much information, but it was understandable that they were just ordinary people. Lin Kaiyun carefully explored Linxi town, but there was no clue. He did not feel the large number of souls mentioned by Master Wu Shifi of the soul-catching division. Now they are going to go to the suspicious military fort to take a look. As for whether they will take the initiative to deliver it to the door, will Marshal Zhang launch an attack? Lin Kaiyun will not think too much about this matter. When the enemy comes, the general will stop it, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it. Soon, the so-called fortress appeared in the side of the 2 people. It was a 3-meter-high earthen wall, covered with cement ash. It was very large and stretched as far as the eye could see. There was a gun tower above the central gate, and watchtowers stood on the corners on both sides. Lin Kaiyun originally thought that the military fortress was an underground or semi-underground military fortress, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Just looking at the outside, the scale was not much smaller than Linxi town. There were many soldiers stationed in the gun tower, with several earth cannons and long guns, and they were on high alert. However, when they saw Lin Kaiyun and King approaching, they didn't react at all, as if they were used to the arrival of strange people and were not surprised at all. Lin Kaiyun and King looked at each other. King asked in confusion, Brother Lin, there is no one guard in this door, and the soldiers above ignored us. There won't be a trap inside, right? Just ask. Lin Kaiyun didn't think so. The power of guns and cannons was very great, and even those who practiced would be afraid, but they needed to be closely arranged and covered by artillery fire. In this era of warlords fighting each other, it is estimated that only big warlords can do it. Marshal Zhang did not take it seriously. He jumped off the dodo and shouted to the artillery tower, Hey, officers, can we go in? The officers and soldiers on the artillery tower waved their hands impatiently. Hurry up, why are you so slow? It's almost time to start inside. Huh? Did they mistake them for someone else? Lin Kaiyun was stunned for a moment, and soon pulled up King and walked inside. It was a misunderstanding, which just happened to facilitate their entry. As soon as he entered the city gate, Lin Kaiyun finally knew why this gate was wide open and not guarded. This earth wall is just an outer city, and there is an inner city inside. The wall is still very high, but the thickness is obviously not defensive enough, and it looks like it is just a shielding effect. There is a 100-meter open space between the inner and outer cities. On the left are some earth cannons and military vehicles, and on the right are many wooden stakes, which are places for placing mounts. At this time, there are many horses and donkeys inside, as well as many strange creatures, sheep with deer heads, wolves with green skin, and even chubby monsters. No wonder the officers and soldiers in the artillery tower were not surprised to see the 2 people riding pigs. Compared with these, Dudu seemed much more normal. There is no door in the inner city, but in the middle, a 3-story small building with a wooden tile structure stands abruptly, like an inn, but this inn is embedded in the inner city. It seems that this inn is the main entrance to the inner city. King, let's go in. Lin Kaiyun tied Dudu to a pillar and walked into the inn with King. As soon as the door of the inn was opened, the smell of sweat and noisy sounds rushed out. King covered her nose, and Lin Kaiyun also frowned. There were many strange people sitting here, some holding knives and swords, and some carrying bows and arrows. The bald man, the young man in a white robe, and the old man in cloth, all dressed very strangely. Lin Kaiyun could feel that these people did not have ki in their bodies, and were not cultivators. On the contrary, they were full of blood and energy, and they were all people of all kinds who lived on the edge of the knife. Some were robbers, and some were gangsters. Lin Kaiyun and King pushed the door open and entered, attracting a lot of attention. Among them, there was a drunken man with a sword on his waist. He whistled at the two of them. Why don't you stay at home and enjoy the pleasure of bed? Why do you run here to look for excitement? Hearing this, King blushed immediately and shouted, "Nonsense!" The drunken man stood up, looked at King with greedy eyes, and teased, "Young lady, are you shy? Your little face is so red, it's really exciting." A man with long hair tied up at the same table scolded, "Old five, if you can't hold it anymore, just go to the brothel, don't make trouble here." The drunken man was obviously afraid of this man, rubbing his hands and said, "Brother, I'm just joking. It's okay, these two young people won't mind." "Haha, who said I won't mind?" Lin Kaiyun chuckled and walked towards the drunken man. The drunk man didn't expect Lin Kaiyun to take the initiative to step forward. He stretched out his hand and cursed angrily, "Boy, don't be shameless." Crack! The sound of broken bones was clearly audible. Lin Kaiyun raised his hand and grabbed the drunk's wrist, twisted it hard, and the drunk's arm turned around. "Ah! I'm going to kill you." The drunk pulled out a big knife with his other hand and chopped at Lin Kaiyun. At the same time, the three people at the same table also slammed the table and looked at Lin Kaiyun angrily. Looking at the big knife that had been chopped, Lin Kaiyun kicked hard with his right foot, and the drunk's knee was instantly broken. The drunk's body was unstable, and the knife was cut off and fell on the table in front of him. Lin Kaiyun took off the drunk's knife-holding arm with his back hand. "Ah! My hands!" The drunk staggered and fell to the side, howling miserably. The tied-haired man, who was obviously the leader, stretched out his hand to stop the other two. He stared at Lin Kaiyun with sharp eyes and said in a cold voice, "This little brother, puff." Before the tied-haired man finished speaking, a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth. He lowered his head in disbelief, looking at the bleeding scar on his neck in horror. Lin Kaiyun quickly picked up the knife and wiped the neck of the tied-haired man, still swinging the knife at this time. "You?" The tied-haired man pointed at Lin Kaiyun and fell down trembling all over. "You didn't stop it just now? You have to stop it when your own people suffer? You just spoiled it," Lin Kaiyun said unhappily, then swung the knife left and right, slashing the faces of the remaining two people, and fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. At this time, the drunk was so scared that he wet his pants, and he sobered up instantly, struggling on the ground and begging for mercy. "Mercy! Mercy!" End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.